All right, we should be live. Wow. Can't believe it. Let's make sure we're on Twitch. See myself. Hear myself. Awesome. All right. Oh, let's plug a message quick on Discord. We're live and up and at 'em right now. I don't know if that doesn't really make sense, but anyway. We're live, up and at 'em. I wanted to use up and at 'em. We're up and at 'em. That just kind of means you're awake. But I couldn't just say we're up and at 'em, because you don't have the context of what I was trying to say. So I had to say we're live and up and at 'em. That's what I typed in the Discord, the announcements channel. Woo. All right. Let's see here. So I don't think anyone's really here yet, but we'll give a shout out to Dairyberry, who followed. I don't think I thanked Dairyberry live. I think Dairyberry followed after the stream, so thank you, Dairyberry, for the follow. If I already got you, well, that's how it goes. You get double thanks. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. I don't know if I should give a proper introduction here because I don't really think anyone's here yet, but so I might say some things over a couple of times. But for anyone who's out there, hope you had a Merry Christmas. It is now December 28th, so we're right in that little window between Christmas and New Year's. So it's kind of nice this year. Christmas, New Year's, they landed on Thursday, Friday. Well, New Year's Eve, Christmas, so the actual holidays themselves. So that worked out really nicely because we stream Mondays and Tuesday mornings, so I really didn't have to actually interrupt the stream at all. Obviously, we didn't get to a Thursday stream this past week because that was Christmas Eve, and we had family and everything. In fact, yeah, it might be a little. Actually, the futon cushion is missing now, but some pillows and stuff laying around in the back there from family that was spending the weekend with us here. So, but yeah, I hope everyone had a Merry Christmas. And I know mine was a little crazy. In fact, part of our Christmas celebration hasn't even happened yet. So, still got a little bit more of that up ahead for myself. But anyway, what are we working on today? Well, we're working on my game Populus. I don't always give a little introduction to Populus, but I'll plug it there in the chat. You can play the game right now, populus.gg, the website, populus.gg. It's a game where you pop some bubbles. And today, we've been working on adding multiplayer to the game, because currently there is no multiplayer. If you go to populus.gg right now, there's no multiplayer. You'll just pop your own bubbles, and it's just for you to see. So the one thing we've been dial back my space heater there. The one thing we've been working on, we ended the stream with last Tuesday's stream, is there's like a little indicator to what I'm calling the scoreboard, or at least that's what I'm referring to it as in the code. Because I just kind of wanted to, whoops, let's try refreshing here. How about that? There we go. Yeah, so we had some stuff earlier. We were kind of testing with a few different ideas for this. Basically, we want a way to keep track. Let me change. For the meantime, let's just make the match time really long. We'll do 300 seconds again. If I can find where that's supposed to be. There we go. This is just my constants file, basically. Just like configuration data, a bunch of number, heart, you know, kind of the magic numbers and everything. So it's a pretty bulky file at this point. What are we at here? Like, yeah, 250 lines. So that's quite a bit of configuration data. All right, so I changed that to 300,000 second or 300,000 milliseconds, or AKA 300 seconds. So now if we start a competitive game here, the timer should take a really long time. It's 5 minutes if I'm not mistaken. So if I did the math correctly there. So basically we want to have some way to easily represent not necessarily the amount of bubbles popped. So like right now I kind of have a little counter up here kind of for debug more than anything, just to kind of show the score between the two players. So like you see your score here, so this player popped 6 bubbles, the opponent popped 3. And, you know, you kind of see the inverse there for this player. So this isn't going to be in the final multiplayer version. What I'm thinking of is, because really the number of pops, I mean, you don't really care too much about the exact number of pops while you're in the middle of the game. So what I'd rather have is more of a graphical kind of visual. Rather than just having some numbers or showing the numbers of the two players, it'd be cooler to have just some kind of little doodad thing that shows, that conveys who's ahead of the other player, right? Who's in first, kind of. So that's what this thing is attempting to do. And right now it doesn't actually update right now, but the idea is, so really it's supposed to be 2 dots. The black dot is a little bit of a bigger radius than the red dot. So the red dot's on top of the black dot. If you can kind of see that. So the idea would be that the red would move, the black dot would always just remain in the center, and that kind of represents your place. And then the red dot represents your opponent's, you know, the amount of bubbles they've popped. So if the opponent is in the lead, the red would be up over here somewhere. The red circle would kind of shift up here. And if you're in the lead, your opponent's, the red would be back here somewhere. And then basically this line would represent about 20 bubbles. So if your opponent was 20 or more bubbles popped ahead of you, the red would just be stuck there. And vice versa, if you were ahead of your opponent by 20, the red would be stuck back here at the end. It's kind of the idea. That's at least kind of the best thing I could think of for the time being. I mean, there might be something better, more obvious we come up with once we really go live with multiplayer and kind of play a bunch of games. But that's what I could come up with for now. So I think it'll work. Previously, we were messing around with a few different ideas of showing that, but I feel like this should work. And even while you're kind of playing, you can still kind of see that red should kind of stick out. Should stick out to you, and you could kind of tell like, oh, I'm a little bit behind, I'm a little bit ahead. So really this is going to be the only like interaction you have, and not even interaction, but the only like the only thing that's letting you know, hey, there's another player here that I'm playing against, if that makes sense. So we've pretty much already got kind of the infrastructure for this set up. It's just a matter of, we did the graphics of this at the end of the stream yesterday, or on Tuesday, last stream, not yesterday. on last Tuesday. So now we just need to move the red, basically. All we need to do now is just remove this red circle based upon the score. So I'd like it eventually to have like a nice animation. I say eventually as if like that's going to be, we're going to get to that today. So right now we'll just, Neris. Sup, Neris, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Merry Christmas. Or I hope you had a Merry Christmas. Sorry, I should have phrased it that way. I need to be saying, Happy New Year's. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll have to be saying now, going forward. Yeah, Neris. So we're working on our little well, what I'm calling the scoreboard, but basically just the little indicator to let for the multiplayer to kind of let the player know, you know, if the opponent is ahead of them or behind them in terms of the amount of bubbles popped. So we're celebrating Christmas a little later in my country, January 7th. All right. Where are you from, Neris? I forget. That's a thing? That's what your country normally does? Ukraine? Ah, yes, Ukraine. Yes, we talked about Chernobyl. I remember now. Is that a thing? That's what you do in Ukraine? You celebrate it later, or are you saying just you? Because actually, I've only celebrated half the Christmas. We celebrated Christmas with my wife's family on Christmas Day, the 25th. But we haven't been with my family yet until this weekend. So we're actually going to be, it won't be New Year. It won't be right on New Year's Day, but it'll be probably on Sunday. We'll be with my family. Yeah, Orthodox Christians celebrated on January 7th. Ah, I didn't know that. Nice, nice, nice. We have everything like 2 weeks later than you guys. Nice. That's interesting. All right. Well, so then in your case, Neris, I can still say Merry Christmas, I guess. All right, so the first thing I want to do is just get this red dot position moving. Just whenever you pop a bubble, we'll have it shift over a certain space. So that's kind of the first thing we really want to have happen. So the nice thing is, I was saying before, we've already kind of set up the infrastructure a little bit to kind of handle that. Because we basically have, because we have that working to update these numbers. So those numbers are actually part of our scoreboard object as well. And we'll be getting rid of those. Here in our scoreboard class, we've got two properties that are player score text, opponent score text. These are text objects. So that's what these are. And we added our line, player circle, and opponent circle. So that's what we got here. So we have the line itself, which is a object, the circle itself, which is another object, and then the red circle, which is another object. So basically nothing moves except for and I forgot to mention, we did it all nicely where now we added it right into scale right away with window resize. So this is done. It's great. I kind of did that a little bit preemptively because we kind of came up with this cool way to, so basically for any objects that basically manage graphical components. So for example, the scoreboard object itself, it's got a couple methods, but it really doesn't have, basically it's just kind of a wrapper around the graphical parts. And obviously it's got a little more logic because it's going to handle like calculating, oh, where the new position should be for the red dot and everything. So unlike other stuff for like the menus where we ended up with we have like these wrappers for really just like a wrapper for the graphical component so that it's just convenience for myself to say, oh, if we're going to add something, I just want to say, create a new this, put it there, and then that new object will then manage the graphical objects. And then I can destroy the one object to get rid of all the graphical objects, kind of, if that makes sense. So our scoreboard object is kind of just a wrapper around these three things: the line, the black circle, and then the red circle. But where was I going with this? Oh, yes. So the way I normally have anything that requires a good bit of setup, any entity object, which our scoreboard is an entity, which means it can have event listeners, game event listeners. So for any object, any entity that requires a good bit of setup when you instantiate it, I have a static create method that's just attached to that object. So in here, this is where it sets up all the line, the player circle, opponent circle. And then we started doing this kind of cool thing where we create a function called onWindowResize. So basically up here with these things, we create our line, our player circle, and our opponent circle, all just with dumb or just 0 as their initial sizes for the radius of the circle and the position of the circle. Everything we just set to 0, 0, 0, 0 position, 0x, 0y, 0 radius, whatever. We don't do any specific sizing stuff in here. Then we do all the sizing stuff inside of this function that we call onWindowResize. So we do just a little function here. We set all of the positional data in here, all of the positional things in here. And then we call that function immediately once in our create method. Then we pass this onWindowResize function to the scoreboard object to the constructor. And then basically that onWindowResize comes in through the constructor of our scoreboard, and then we set that as the event listener for a window resized event. So then basically we just recalculate all the new sizes and positions of everything whenever the window resizes, and it sets it. It calculates those and those positions and sets them. So then basically we just kind of organize everything nicely that way, and just kind of out of the box it works. Because basically what I was doing before was actually I had like kind of a messy initialization of all this stuff here, and like kind of the sizing and stuff was interspersed, you know, so I might have like sized one thing, you know, in right here in the constructor or something. And then there wasn't just an explicit like chunk of code that all did the sizing. So it was kind of basically then I had another function up here in the window resized event, another just anonymous function that then did all the sizing of everything. Which, yeah, it's just duplicate logic basically. So I need to kind of follow this pattern for some of the other things that don't do this yet, and this will be really nice. And it really just kind of creates this nice little separation between here's the actual, you know, initialization of all the objects, and then here is the actual sizes and positions that they should be set to. And then you kind of just know obviously anything positional size wise needs to be in this function in order for the resizing to work. And then all those logics in here just once, so less code, less whatever. Yeah, so that'll be a cool kind of pattern to go and clean up. We might do that before we go live with the multiplayer, maybe. Unless we're really trying to get the multiplayer out. We'll see. So anyway, what I want to look at now is, okay, so we've got, again, we're in our scoreboard object here. And we've got a couple of methods. So init, destruct, and then our static create, which we just talked about. The init and the destruct methods are just part of the, these are just entity methods, and we just override them. So we make sure when we initial, in fact, this init is going to go away because we're going to get rid of these text objects. But the destruct will need to be here. Basically, these are just methods that we're overriding that are part of entity, the entity base class. And this is just so we can kind of hierarchically, or let's say recursively destruct. You destruct one entity, and then any entities that are part of that entity will then get destructed, and then, you know, everything, you know, kind of walks through that tree of entities, basically. So that's why we have these here. And on most entities, you'll see these methods being overridden. So yeah, so we've got basically two different methods here. One is update player bubbles popped. So this actually gets called from the match object. I believe that's the only place. So we'll do a quick search on that just to see. Oh, actually, look at that. That's what I was doing at the end of the stream the other day. Okay, so yeah, so it's just called in two places inside of match, and that's it. So our match object basically calls this method. So update player bubbles popped, and oh, okay. Yes, so this update, basically the match calls this method, which actually we could probably get rid of this. You know what? I'm kind of thinking maybe we could get rid of this. Yeah, there might be some refactoring we can do with this. But basically, if you pop the bubble, this method, the match will call this method, and then we'll pass in the amount of bubbles you've popped. So that's what we get there. And then this underscore update method is called, we'll talk about that in a second. And then there's a couple other places. So there's a couple, well, basically the underscore update, we'll just skip ahead here. The underscore update method is where we should be updating the position of, let's jump into another game here. There we go. Boom. Okay. So the underscore update method should be moving the red somewhere. We call that function, and that will be running a calculation and then basically setting a new position for the red, for the opponent marker here. And yeah, so we can see that this is called in a couple different places because we've got two event listener functions up here where we've got opponent target bubble changed, and then we've got server bubble popped. So server bubble popped is technically from the shared bubbled game mode, so we're not really concerned about this right now. I mean, it's here kind of for that purpose, for that whatever, but we'll leave it kind of the way it is. But up here, we've got opponent target bubble change. So in the normal multiplayer, if I pop this one here and then this one, the other player, that method was called for that other player, and then that's why we see the one. That's how we see the one here, basically. So the opponent target bubble change thing came through, and then it updates the opponent score text right there. And then here's where we would call this underscore update. So then we could update the animation. So we're not doing anything in that update of the animation yet. That's what we need to actually add in. We were doing some stuff before, but I deleted it all because it was all kind of junk, and I was just kind of testing around with some different graphical elements. We didn't really end up with anything that I thought was very cool. until kind of this. This has been kind of my idea in my head of what I think makes the most sense. So, actually, before we really dive in, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. Notepad zoom, gotta love it. Love the notepad zoom. All right, drop a Durana BRB. Did I spell it right? There we go. I don't like the way that look. I don't like the way that emote looks. Durana BRB. We can make it look better. Anyway, be right back. Quick bathroom break. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. Sorry, I refreshed my coffee and water. Snuck that in there. Okay. Cool Boy Jedi. Good morning. Cool Boy Jedi, what's going on? Good to see you. Hey, I thanked you for the sub, right? I'm pretty sure I did. But thanks again. Gotcha. What's going on, Cool Boy Jedi? Any yeah, how is it going with the canvas stuff and everything? You doing anything else? Doing anything else with that? And I'm just playing some Borderlands 3, importing a Python file over to JS. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Put the canvas project to the side, and I'm now making Yahtzee in JS. Nice. I like it. Love a good game of Yahtzee. All right. So what I want to do right now, we're focused right now just on trying to get our little positional thing going here. Our scoreboard. Scoreboard is what I'm calling it in the code here. So first I want to log. I'm calculating this diff variable, which is just the player score minus the opponent's score. So let's do. I don't actually know why I really need to do that. I just want to make sure that it's really working properly now. So let's jump into a game. So now anytime that method's called, which should get logged on both, it's kind of annoying because okay, so we pop a few bubbles here. So this player, so there's a bunch of other stuff getting logged whenever I pop a bubble, but we can see 1. So in other words, this player is 1 bubble ahead of the other player. And then the first one here is -1 for this player. So it's saying I'm behind the other player by 1. I'm 1 bubble behind. And then 2, so then we just see that in order 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 6 because I made a mistake. So we went back down. We went back 1 bubble. Okay, so that's giving us the difference. So now what we need to do, well, okay. So that's always, that's always going to give us the absolute position, I guess, or our diff. Because we're taking this variable called diff is basically player score minus opponent score. That's all it is. So the amount of player bubbles popped versus the amount of opponent bubbles popped. And I think that's all we really need. Well, I know that's all we really need, but I'm starting to think about like if maybe we're going to be getting rid of, because we're going to be getting rid of some of these components. I'm just trying to think of, I'm thinking a little bit ahead here, even though I don't really need to be at this point. So we've got this diff, which that will give us the absolute position we need to move to. Or we can calculate in pixels. From that, we can calculate in pixels where this thing should be going, where the red dot should be going. for one thing, I want to just quickly look in my config file here for scoreboard, line bubble scale. Okay. I do want to use that. Am I using that in here at all? Line bubble. No. Okay, we're not using that yet. I did that preemptively. All right, so first things first, we want to calculate the length. Well, actually, no. We know the length of the line. All right, what's the best way to do this here? Because again, if that number is positive, so if our diff is positive, we want red to be moving up somewhere this way, right? So if it's positive 1, it's just going to be 1/20th of a tick along the line here. If it's negative 1, it's going to be 1/20th negative, or sorry, 1/40th of a tick of the full line. Because there'll be 20, this will show 20 bubbles. This will have a resolution of 20 bubbles this way and 20 bubbles this way. So if your opponent's ahead of you, you'll see within 20 bubbles how far they are ahead of you. If they're behind you, you'll see within 20 bubbles, or sorry, if you're ahead of the opponent, you'll see within 20 bubbles how far you are ahead of your opponent. So yeah, calculating this diff variable is good. That gives us the position, basically will give us the position we need to move to. And we kind of have the line length. Or we can at least figure out the line length by just going straight to our line object. I feel like that makes the most sense. So we can let's just throw that into a variable here. So line length is equal to this dot line dot points, and we're going to take the second point. So the first point would be index 0. Second point of the line would be index 1. So our line is basically composed of 2 points. So this is point 0, this is point 1. So to calculate the length, we're just going to take the y, because the reason why we don't have the length stored somewhere is because when you or when that doesn't work, when you resize the screen, it could change. And there's no reason really to the line object itself. So the class that makes up a line or lets us draw a line on the screen, the object for that does not have, it doesn't necessarily have to be a straight line. It's just an open path of points and that get connected together. So the same thing goes for the mouse cursor trail. There's not really a reason to have a length property that gets updated every time or anything. So there's no length property that I could just access with that. I mean, we could add something like that, but we don't need to add anything like that. So we're going to just calculate this on the fly every time. Because if the screen, and we could assume that, we could assume that the screen size didn't change, but there's not really any reason to do that. So basically, we're just going to take the second point of the line, the y value, and we're going to subtract it from the first point in the line. Or sorry, not y value, x value. Yes, okay. So now we've got an actual line length. Kodako. Throwing the Durana BRB there. Hope you had a good Christmas. Yes, thanks, Kodako. Had a really good Christmas. Yeah, how about yourself? Actually, yeah, technically my Christmas isn't over yet. We spent time with my wife's family this past week on Christmas Day and whatever, but we haven't been with my family yet, so that actually is coming up next weekend. Pretty good, spending time with family. Nice. That's great. All right, so our line length should be good. And I feel like this is going to be the best way we want to deal with this. So now we know, okay, so we know we need to split this into 40ths. So this line length is going to be broken down into 40ths. So we want to do, maybe do we do, I guess let's maybe do this. Let's do like const line tick length. So this would represent basically line length divided by 40. Line length divided by 40. Why don't we say len? How about we say len instead of length? Isn't that what everything else, that's basically everything else in programming says len, right? So do line tick len equals line len divided by 40, but we need to get this 40 out of our config, so it'll be config dot scoreboard, there we go, dot line bubble scale, there we go. Or maybe let's make this line bubble res. Let's call this res, like for resolution. So the amount of bubbles we represent across our line. So now line tick len is going to be the length between each tick in pixels. So we want to represent 20 bubbles worth going up this way and 20 bubbles going this direction from the center. So now we know the number in pixels of where we want to be. Now, we need to do we need to like offset that somehow by let's fire up the old GIMP here. All right, and I'm not going to get out my pen. We don't quite need that. But basically, let's get a little bit, let's do paintbrush. All right, so we've got our line. How about let's just do like a nice, there we go. All right, we've got our line. We've got the dead center. Maybe I should have got, maybe I should have got, let's just say this is the center. Center at the end. So this is going to be, we kind of know our 0.0. So this is the 0.0. And this is the 0.1. Index 1. All right, this is awful, but so we know this is going to be negative 20 bubbles. This is going to be 0 bubbles, and this is going to be 20 bubbles. So whatever diff is, it's going to follow in this way. So this would be like 1. This would be negative 1. You know, right here in the middle would be negative 10. Right here in the middle would be 10. So if your opponent's 10 bubbles ahead of you, or wait a minute, actually I think this should be flipped. This should be positive. This should be negative. Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know. 0, 0. So, okay, yeah, I did this wrong. This should be when diff. Yeah, I flipped this around. So, like on a typical number line, we always represent, you know, going up in value is that way. But it's going to be reverse in this case. So this will be when diff is positive, we're going to be going this way. The more positive it is, the further this way we're going to be going. When it's, you know, we're going to be at this point when it's 20 or above. And again, this is the number of bubbles we are ahead of our opponent. So if we're 20 bubbles or more ahead of our opponent, then red is going to be all the way back here. If our opponent is 20 bubbles ahead of us, it's going to be all the way, they're going to be all the way up here. So maybe diff, actually maybe we could do this as negative. We could keep this line as it is, because I think that will end up being better, because otherwise I'm going to have to do some weird times -1 thing or something to like flip it around. And it'll just be kind of confusing. But now we could just flip. So let's go back here. Diff. We could just make diff now be the opponent score text minus the player score text. So now, if the opponent's ahead, it'll be positive. That diff will be positive. Okay, so that's good, I think. All right, so the weird thing is we need to figure out, all right, so we know the length of the line in pixels. We know the length of the line. We know our offset. We know the start of the line from the left here. Well, we know technically this point too in pixels, obviously. And we just calculated that little increment between two bubbles, right? So we know the difference between 0 and -1 here. We know what that is in pixels. So we have line len, which is the length of the line in pixels. And then we've got line tick len, which will just be the line len divided by the amount of bubbles we want to show on our bubble res, which is 40. So each tick will be 40 because we go 20 this direction and negative and 20 this direction. So we fit 40 on here. So, so we need to do we need to like offset somehow. I guess the way we do that, we'll just have to subtract 20 basically. Because it's 40. Man, why am I having trouble like thinking of this? Must have been that long Christmas weekend, you know? Well, let's just solve for 0 here. So how do we know? Like we already show everything 0 as 0 here. So we center these things up initially, right? The red dot is dead center. The black dot is dead center. The black dot's always supposed to be dead center. All we care about moving right now is the red dot, because that's either showing that your opponent's ahead of you or behind you, or, you know, whatever. So we need to let's see. Yeah, let's try solving for 0 to try to make that clear. Cool boy Jedi. I'm having a problem with a bit of JS. Document.get element by ID, ID value dot on click equals start. I'm trying to set an on click event for a button from JS alone, but I can't get it to work. Yeah, what you want to do, you need, so you have the start. Whoops. So like if you want to do a an on click, you have a named, I guess do you already have, no, I guess you don't already have a start function. What you want to do is instead of where you're saying equals start, instead of that, you want to just do this function, and you can do that. Well, REPL. Document that, let me just see if I can get element by ID, something, dot, what is the thing again? Dot on click equals. Yeah, so you could do function. You could do it like that, and then console log. I think maybe when you do, yeah, I think you maybe want to do it like that. So what this is doing, Cool Boy Jedi, this is doing like an anonymous function. So it's a function without a name, right? It's just doing a function, and then you do, like normally if you were creating a function, you'd go function, start, then you do parentheses, then your braces, your block, and then blah, 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 right? And then you would call it. You'd say start and to call it. But when you're setting so when you're setting an on click, you would either do something like this. You would either have like your start function up here. And then what you could do is instead of equals all of this, like let's say you already had your console log in here. Console log ASDF. You could just also come in here and then do start. So you could define your function somewhere else and then just pass that there, not this. Because here you're calling the function. Here you're saying run start, and then equals will be whatever start returns, whatever my start function returns. In this case, undefined, because I don't have a return, explicit return. So in this case, your on click would be set to undefined, which is probably what you'd start with. So if you do this, you're saying on click should be equal to the start function itself, the function definition. And then on click will call this for you. So when you do the on click, then it will do basically this. But you want to do it like that. Otherwise, like I was saying, you can do the anonymous function right here where you do this, and then basically you're just specifying, and you could split it out into multiple lines, whatever is more comfortable. You could do it like that. You could do the arrow function way too. That's kind of what I end up doing. If you haven't learned too much about arrow functions yet, that's something that you'll get to at some point, but you might not need to worry about them too much. Because there's kind of only one. If you're just really doing vanilla JavaScript, there's probably only one case where it's really going to matter to use an arrow function. But you don't want to get bogged down with that too much yet. But an arrow function like this is kind of the same thing. Like if I were to do another, if I were to declare an arrow function, I'd have to do it like this: const something equals an arrow function, and then I could do console log. Yeah, but don't get too, I would say don't get too wrapped up in different types of functions. And technically you're supposed to put, then you would have you wouldn't put a semicolon there, but you would do it here because it's technically an assignment we're doing. Anyway, and technically that's an anonymous function. Anyway, don't get too wrapped up in arrow functions. What does the arrow function do? I mean, for all intents and purposes, I would say it's just another function. There is some specific behavior that you will want, like if you're doing stuff with classes eventually. If you're doing stuff with classes, well, okay, so basically, I won't even get into it too much, but with a class, you have like a this context, so I can refer to this object. So my object, you know, if I have const my thing equals new my class. If I wanted to do equals Jared. If I wanted to do my thing dot name, is it gonna print it? CLG my thing dot name, Jared. Okay, but if I change it, well, okay. So if I had a basically, an arrow function will preserve. So a function, if you have a function like this, now don't get too wrapped up in this if you don't get it right away, Cool Boy Jedi, because I know you're just starting out with JS, so this might sound a little crazy, and it is kind of crazy because I don't understand everything there is to know about this thing. In the case of a class, this is somewhat of a common thing, but JavaScript has this sort of unique thing with this where it's part of each function gets its own this. So if you were to do like a method and pass it around somewhere, if I was to do this, say name, and with console.log this.name. So I have a class with a method, a typical method here, where if I just call this, this will work. So if I do my thing dot say name, oh yeah, not console log. We do console log. We do my thing dot say name. And we get Jared. But if we were to like have some other thing like const func equals my thing dot say name, if we were to do something like this and then we were to call func, then this breaks. So this is a case where an arrow function is kind of something you need. I know this might be really confusing. This is a JavaScript joke. Exactly, Kodako. Exactly. Yes. I don't even understand it all. But this is a case where it breaks. But we could solve this if we did something like this. This dot say name. I'm partially doing this because I'm curious again to make sure that I really understand what I'm doing. So if we do basically the same thing, this dot name. Whoops. So now we've got a arrow function property. So instead of a method in my class, which technically will have its own this if you were to pass it around, which is what we did here. We created a new function and we set that function to be my thing dot say name. But if now we do this, say name 2, and then we make this, we do a const func 2 equals my thing dot say name 2. Now this will work. So if we go to func 2, oh, maybe I need to, oh, there we go. So there it works. I know this is kind of a weird thing to look at, but it's, when I do this func2 call here, it's showing the print right here. I know that's kind of weird. That's Quokka.js. But it'll say it here. That Jared at this.name, Quokka.js 11. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. So this here, we can get rid of that. So this is working. So our line 6 is printing. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's funky. Yes. So yeah, so I'm not sure if you were following all that, cool boy Jedi, but I don't know if you've gotten into doing stuff with like classes and that sort of thing yet. If not, don't worry about it. And this is kind of a weird case, but it can bite you if you think, hey, I could just have this. I could have a method on my class and I could pass this around as a callback somewhere. No, it's gonna break. So you need to do this arrow function thing instead. And I do that all the time in my game engine, actually. So I have all these things, like here, even right here in our scoreboard object. I'm using anonymous arrow functions as event listener, event handler functions. So I've got basically these functions get called by like a global event emitter object when something triggers them. So this event here is opponent target bubble change. So basically if the opponent pops a bubble, this event function needs to fire. And I'm using this in it for my scoreboard object. So this needs to work, otherwise it doesn't work. This needs to work, otherwise the whole thing doesn't work. And there are some ways around it. There's like bind and all this junk and whatever, and I've never even really used bind. Cool boy Jedi. Classes are the next step. Yeah. So if you're... Yeah, and you don't even really need to use classes, the class keyword in JavaScript. There's kind of ways around it, and there's class is just kind of like a syntactically nice thing to use because it's kind of like other languages. Codico. So what's in those arrow functions? The parent this. Arrow functions don't have this, right? I know you just talked about this, but it's gosh darn confusing. Yeah, so okay, so we're in a scoreboard class here, or we're in the constructor, right? So this is, yeah, I know it's a lot of junk in here, but we're in the constructor of a scoreboard object, and then I have one of the properties is this dot event listeners, and it's an array, and then inside of that, there's so that array is an array of objects basically. So there's three things here. And those objects are just these anonymous objects where they have an event property that's a string, and then a listener, which is a method. So if you can kind of see, that kind of follows this thing here. And basically just doing the arrow functions because of like JavaScript closures, it pulls the parent this in, I guess. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's not a closure thing. Well, I think that is a closure thing. Yeah, it has to be. So this gets like preserved. This from the scoreboard object gets like preserved in our arrow function, basically. So this inside of our arrow function is the scoreboard. Whereas normally, if you're inside of another method, this is kind of its own separate thing. And that's also it's also more confusing because if you do like a method like this, I can use this and this is fine. If I directly call this method on this object, so if I have like my scoreboard and I call scoreboard.update player bubbles popped, which I do in match, player bubbles, whoops, scoreboard dot, there we go. So we call that here, scoreboard dot update player bubbles popped. So we call that method here, and this works in that case. But if I were to reassign this, so when you directly call it from a scoreboard object, it's fine, it works. But if I were to like pass this update player bubbles pop to like another, like reassign it to like a variable or something. Like if I were to do const update equals this dot scoreboard dot update player bubbles popped. If I were to do that, so update is equaling, update is now a function, it is now this function, then the this context in that will break. So that's, I know that's awful and confusing, and you said it, Codico, it's terrible. Cool Boy Jedi, for me to use JS, I have to do Python 3 M HTTP server 8000. Is there a way I can share that with my friends so they can log on to the website? So, Cool Boy Jedi, basically what you need to do, you need to actually, so like in your case, when you run Python 3-M HTTP server 8000, you're starting like your own little web server on your computer on port 8000, I assume is what that 8000 means. That's kind of a joke. And basically then only you can connect to that because it's, or only on your local network could you connect to that. You'd have to make sure your firewall on your local computer is also allowing port 8000, if that makes sense. Maybe that doesn't make sense. But like for me in my development, then I'm connecting to localhost or the IP address 127.0.0.1. I use port 8082. Because I have something else running on 8081 actually. And I guess I could use 8000 maybe, but anyway. So, Cool Boy Jedi, the only way you could share that with friends is if they came over to your network, they came over to your house, and plugged into your network, and then they could connect to your IP address. So whatever your IP address is on, so 127.0.0.1, that just means my IP address. So my computer's IP address. It'd be the same thing if I were to go localhost. That's like a host name. That also means 127.0.0.1. So you want to actually use your IP address for your actual on your actual LAN. Is there a way to host it outside of my local network? So you basically, I mean, somebody might know of something better than me, but basically you'd have to pay for like hosting an application somewhere. You have to pay for a server, right? You're paying for like a computer, for like a cloud server or whatever. And there might be some easier ways to do it. I'm not an expert on that. I wouldn't be the person to ask. Maybe Codico knows a better way of like kind of quickly hosting something. If you're doing just pure JavaScript stuff, you could probably get away with doing something like Fiddler. Is it Fiddler? Fiddle, JS Fiddle? I'll allow that. I don't think there was anything. All right, Neris has got something there. NG Rock. I don't know anything about that. Twitch Automod is terrible. Yeah, I guess that was. I missed some messages here. Codico. If you define listeners outside of the class, you would have to pass this into the functions as an argument. Kind of. Hey. Want to become famous. What? Get out of here. We'll get M. Marianne out of there 1 second here. There we go. But it didn't mod that. Yep. Nice. Yes. Knocks out NGR, but doesn't knock out the actual bad people. Well, yeah, Kodako, yeah, you totally could pass this around. But I think that would kind of defeat the purpose. But you can totally pass this and do that thing, and then call this, because this is just that object. Kodako, I think it's possible to open up ports so people can access your server from outside the network, but I would not mess around. Yeah, Kodako, yeah, don't do any port forwarding or anything on your local network. Just from a security standpoint, that's a terrible idea, because now basically anyone on the planet can access your house. That doesn't sound good. Yeah. You don't want to be running. I mean, if you really know what you're doing, if you're like a real high, tech enthusiast, you can maybe be screwing around with opening some ports, but you'd probably want to make sure you got a beefier firewall or something that gives you some nice logging and stuff, not your typical consumer router. The firewall built into your consumer router, because that's not really going to tell you. I took CSEC last year and it was terrifying. Oh, all right, nice. Yeah, it is terrifying. Kodako, you can host simple front-end apps for free on Netlify. Nice. Yeah, I was going to say, like, just front-end kind of stuff. Like, I've used JS Fiddle before for, like, basically you just copy-paste your JavaScript code and your CSS and HTML or whatever, and then it just works. As long as it's just front-end stuff, that just works. And you can share that around. Those are free accounts. It's not hosting, because it's not really, it's just your code is saved, and then you just view your code on your whatever. There's another one too that I've used before. I can't remember what it's called now. But there's definitely a lot of front end ones for just sharing like cool front end ideas and that sort of thing. And it just runs you could just have like an HTML window, a CSS window, and a JavaScript window. And you just plug the code in there and it works. There was one that I remember using, JS Pen or something. Code Pen. I've used Code Pen before. Code Pen. Yeah, I'll plug that one then. That one's so simple. Yeah, let's yeah, I just pulled up CodePen here. Cool Boy Jedi. And if you do, I mean, like, just for doing some, and if you don't want CSS, you can say get out of here because I don't like CSS. And you can do like an H1, hello, H1, and then it like live updates. Oops. If you know how to actually type HTML, it might work. And you could have a button, I think, button, click me, button. Does that work? Yeah, look at that. And then we could do, let's just see. This is kind of fun. I kind of want to, my button one, or we'll just say button one. Let's see if I can do this. Document.get element by ID, button one. And we were doing that before, the on click. on click equals some, we can do an arrow function, and we can console.log clicked. And do we have like a console? There's a console. Clicked, 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 clicked. It works. It doesn't like repeat it, I guess. Yeah. So that's kind of cool. And you could probably like, I don't know, there's other stuff like that for sure too. But, and it kind of just does the little window and everything and just kind of the raw, whatever. Then you got CSS too if you wanted. All right, I gotta take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Codeco's got me covered there. All right. But yeah, Cool Boy Jedi, I would say TLDR. If you just want to share something kind of simple, I would go with something like this that just kind of gives you like a front end little thing. But if you're really looking at having like an actual, you want to actually have like your website running on a server, a web server and everything. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to, and again, I'm not really the good expert on that. I use DigitalOcean for Populus. And basically when you do that, you get an Ubuntu server and that's it. And you basically, you can SSH into it and that's all you get. And you have to, you know, install the stuff that you want, and figure out how you want your files. You want your actual server and files to run. Cullen, what's going on? Good to see you. It's a nice free option for starting out, but it's just static pages. Pages.github.com. Awesome. Yeah, see, that's That sounds great. And I'm definitely not the person to ask either about all this kind of stuff. All right, so let's take a look back at our thing here, our scoreboard. So we need to do, this is just some basic math stuff that I need to do, and I can't really, it's hard for me to think of what it actually should be. What I think we need to do is actually, we should calculate, we're going to calculate our the player score Oh, wait a minute here. Yeah, how do we really want to do this? For one, we want to cap it. We need to come up with like a cap. There we go. My speakers are muting. We need to cap our thing at 40 or at 20. We want 40 bubbles, but we want it to be half of that. So we need to like cap this difference somehow. So the diff I guess actually we should do let diff, and then we'll say if diff is greater than 20, diff equals 20. And same thing, diff, if diff is less than negative, or wait a minute, we can't use 20. We need to use, I guess we need to do const bubble pop max, pop max, diff, oh, we'll just say diff max. And we're going to say diff max equals, you know what? This isn't something that changes. Let's put this in our scoreboard thing here. So we're going to do, oh boy. Line bubble res. I need to put this all the way up. Const line bubble res. We're going to say scoreboard equals 40. And okay, so that is going to equal scoreboard line bubble res, and then we'll have line bubble max, line pop max is going to equal scoreboard line bubble res divided by 2. And then line pop min is going to equal scoreboard. Or no, wait a minute. Well, yeah, then line pop min we just do, I guess we'll just do divided by 2 minus 1. Or minus 1 times negative 1. Ah. All right. All right. I think that's what we want. So this will basically give us, this is going to be 40. So this divided by 2 will be 20, and then this will be negative 20 because we'll do divided by 2 times a negative 1. In fact, we should be able to see these numbers right now because this is the master config file. Basically, this is my master configuration file here. And then anytime I make that change, it builds, it actually like renders out another little file for both the client and the server. So if we go to config.js on the client here, like I log up here at the top, client config generated by build config.js on 12/28 at 11:28 a.m. It's 11:28 a.m. on 12/28. So this was generated just now. In other words, when I made these changes and saved this file. So here we have scoreboard. Okay, so now we have exactly what we were saying. Where is it? Scoreboard. So now we actually have the integers that got calculated out for this file itself. So this is what will actually be on the client. It'll just be this file that has these numbers. So scoreboard line bubble to res is 40. And then line pop max is that divided by 2, so 20. 40 divided by 2 is 20. And line pop min is 40 divided by 2 times negative 1, so negative 20. If that makes sense. So now, all right. So now if diff is greater than config dot scoreboard dot, why does VS Code always do this? Line pop max. Line pop, is that a good name? It's kind of an awful name. And this one will be line pop min. So if we're less than line pop min, whoops, then this is kind of just like a little clamping thing for us. Diff equals, yeah, basically just a little clamping on either side. So if the opponent's 20 bubbles ahead of us, we'll just clamp it to that max 20 bubbles. If they're 20 bubbles below us, we'll clamp it to negative 20. If that makes sense. So we'll just say clamp diff to to pop max min. All right, so why am I having so much trouble with this? All right, so okay. So what we're gonna do? So let's look back at the GIMP here. If we calculate, okay, so the first step I think we want to do is we're gonna be at this. We're gonna have our line, right? It's gonna go from, 0. I should be using my pen. It's gonna go from 0.0 in the line to 0.1, and these are the like x values of our line, our physical line. I'm just talking about like a representation of this physical line. We need to refresh these. So this physical line here, 0.0 is this, 0.1 is this. So that's the 0, 1. And I'm putting that in array brackets because technically it's part of an array. So what we should do is we should actually multiply first, well, first things first, we're going to multiply the diff times that interval. The interval thing here. It looks like an H. But basically the difference between 1 and negative 1, or 0 and negative 1, or 0 and 1, right? That tick difference. So you're going along the line here. Obviously, there's supposed to be 10. So that tick difference, which is what we calculated. So that's what line tick len is. So actually we can multiply. I don't know what we need to call this variable. Tick. I guess we say let tick pixels. tick pix equal well, we don't really need to put that in a variable. Let's just put it in a variable for right now. It's good. Well, no, actually, hang on. We're going to do line tick len is going to be multiplied by, so this is the tick, the length of a tick. So that's the length of between 0 and 1 in pixels. And we multiply that by diff. And that will give us our whatever position. But we need to like offset this. So we need to do that thing. We need to do this. And then, yeah, actually, I think what we'll do, this dot opponent circle dot pose dot x is going to equal this times this. And then we need to like offset it. So this will give us the amount of pixels of the diff times that tick len, but that will be oriented at 0 where x equals 0. So it'll be oriented somewhere out here, you know? So for one bubble ahead, it'll be like 5 pixels positive or something. It'll be 5 pixels. So that would put us obviously way back here at 5 pixels, right? But we need to offset it by this amount. So I guess we need to offset it first by our 0.0 here. And then half of the line length in pixels. So we need to do, this dot line dot points 0 dot x and then plus half of the line length. We'll do line len divided by 2. All right, so that should do it. We'll see if this works. We'll see if this works now. Make sure not to accidentally leak any tick pics. Nice. Nice, nice. Yep. All right. All right, so let's see if this works. Yeah, it kind of works. All right, so now we see the red moving on both. So it's going this way because the player is ahead. The opponent is ahead on this one. On this one, I'm ahead by 8, right? So that seems to be working. So let's go all the way up to 20 just to see. Yes, so it shouldn't. Because in theory, if we didn't do the clamping, then this would have just kept going. It would have just the red would just keep going this direction, right? There's nothing tying it to that line. So that more or less works. And then if we play on this player here, we could try to catch up real quick here. And now, and maybe 20 Retro MMO. This is sick. What's going on, Retro? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. This is sick. The little red dot is sick, is what you're saying? Or are you just... Ugh. Sorry, just a little back crack there with a grunt. I like the meter thing. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, I think it works for what we need right now. Like pretty much good enough for initial release of the multiplayer. Because like you see it, it's relatively clear. I mean, maybe we could make the size a little bigger. I mean, if you make it scales now. Oh, okay. We do need to fix that. So if you scale it, it resets this back to its orientation. So that's something we got to fix. Because then as soon as you like pop another bubble, then it changes back to where it's supposed to be. But if you resize the screen, it snaps back to the center. So we'll take care of that. So let's see. Yeah, so this kind of works. And you can kind of see, you know, as this player pops. So the next step will be, I mean, I'm going to fix that little bug, that little reorientation bug when we change the screens. But I want to add some animation next. So instead of directly changing the position of the red dot like we're doing here, we're just changing the X position here in this update, underscore update method. Why is this? So our underscore update method runs whenever something changes, and then basically we do some stuff, and then we set directly the X position of the opponent circle. So we set the X position directly of the red circle. But actually what we're going to end up doing is probably having some sort of animation object that will actually just be attached. Actually, it'll just be a property of our scoreboard. And then instead of this, we'll just like kick off the animation, basically. We'll kick off the animation so that it will then update. And the animation will then update this over time, update the position over time. So that way we don't have like this jarring, snapping, whatever, as, you know, which works, but it kind of just doesn't look so nice. So I want it to kind of at least match everything else that feels kind of smooth, somewhat smooth. Oh, and yeah, I wanted to just plop the Discord in there. For anyone interested, got a Discord. I'm trying to do better at updating it, keeping it, doing things with it. There is a little section, I think we added on last stream, for high scores now under the Populus category. There should be a high score channel, something like that, text channel on there. High dash scores. And Truyaksky has been setting, he just set a killer, he did 124 pops in 30 seconds with one mistake. So that was pretty crazy. I got all cocky the other day because I did 109 and I recorded it and I put that on Discord on the channel there. The video of me doing 109 pops, but then he came back like a couple hours later with 124 pops. So that's pretty crazy. So you guys should definitely check out his video there. All right. Yeah. So, what are we doing? What? All right. Okay. Let's fix this. Let's fix this issue with it like recentering itself. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Let's go here. Let's go here. So again, this issue is you pop a couple bubbles here, right? So I'm beating my opponent, so the red is moving this way as I pop bubbles, right? But then if I resize the window, it snaps back to the center. This is a minor bug because nobody's really gonna probably nobody's gonna resize in the middle of a game. But it'd be nice to fix that nonetheless, and just, you know, because it's kind of a weird little annoying thing. All right, so let's look at that. Okay, so we've got our window on resize function here that we create. And this is where things are going to get technically like a little interesting now, because yeah, this is actually where things because our opponent's circle is just setting to whatever that player circle position X is, which is dead center of the line. The black circle there never moves, right? As we play, the little red one is sliding some direction, and the black one kind of represents you. So like as soon as you're, if you're coming back, then you see, oh, we're tied now, right? Like dead center. So this is actually kind of tricky because I don't know how. This is where my whole little nice system is it's crashing itself now. Is this going to have built-in leaderboards at some point? Yes, retro, at some point. I'm thinking we're gonna go live with the multiplayer now, and in fact, retro, I don't know if you've seen kind of how we've got it going right now, but basically, like, if you queue for a match, so one of my next tasks is to actually have a proper redo the main menu to actually have a proper button to join a match. So that's not done yet, but the rest of this experience is pretty much final, I think. So like when you click that button, it's sitting here with finding opponent. It's got a little animation, and then you've got this ability to practice while you wait. Yeah, I thought you hadn't quite seen any of this because we pretty much wrapped a lot of this stuff up right at the end. So we're sitting here, finding opponent, waiting, and like if I could cancel by going back, and this would just cancel my waiting, and the server logs waiting player canceled. So if I click again, we go back to finding opponent, and then I figure, hey, since nobody's gonna play this game, I really need to have like the ability to just go and practice and everything while you're waiting. So you can click this little button, and then it kicks you into a game, and then up here at the top, it's still kind of telling you, hey, we're waiting for an opponent, and the little animation is still going. I don't really know how visible that is because I really didn't notice it too much. Maybe we'll come up with something better, but for now, it's fine. So you could be in the middle of a game just waiting, and then if someone else joins, so like this guy up here, if I click, then it'll just kicks you right away, opponent found, and then starts you into the game right away. So that's kind of how it's working. Oh yeah, and you can quit or you can cancel from up here. So there's a little cancel button. Originally it was going to be like a little X button, but I thought, cancel makes more sense. So you could be in the middle of just like a little practice while you're waiting, and then you could just, also you could kind of you can go back to the main menu, you could do the tutorial, everything, and you're still just waiting for an opponent that whole time. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 300 seconds. So, you could do that, and then you can cancel, and then you're back, and you're just kind of back to on your own, whatever. So I think that's working pretty smoothly. I don't really think there's anything else we need to do with that. I basically just need to finish this thing, refactor the main menu, or reorganize the main menu and everything, actually have a new button. And then, not refactor, just adding in a new button and whatever. And then I'm going to need to do a little pass on some of the server to-dos. There's a few server to-dos and making sure, just kind of a few things to make sure the server doesn't crash and just, that's it, that it's like, doesn't recover at all. But yeah. Yes. So anyway, yeah, okay. So this part is actually, I'm a little, this is going to be a little tricky now, because now I'm not too sure how I can really unless we have like a We could do like a parameter. All right, this is a little tricky. This is a little tricky. So, because I have this like fancy thing, you know, because I had to be super fancy and do this nice like, okay, I'm going to have this method or this function that we create, and then we can pass this function into the scoreboard, and then whenever the screen resizes, this is just going to be, this function's just going to be the window resize event handler. And it's going to reset all the positions of everything perfectly. So the problem is, how do we actually pass an initial position in for the, how do we actually pass an initial position in for the opponent circle? And the only thing I can think is maybe we do opponent. Maybe we just say opponent circle diff. And we pass 0 here. Badger's back. What's going on, Badger? Yeah, hope everybody had a good, hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. Right in that little mid-section between Christmas and New Year's. It's an exciting time. We're right on the brink of 2021 AD. Trioxky. Hello. Trioxky. What's going on? What's going on? Going for a new record? Something like that. Hope you had a good Christmas, Trioxy. Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking. Maybe we pass in the new diff, the opponent circle difference, and then maybe we just do that. And then we pass in 0 initially. The first time we call this, first time we set up, because it's always going to be 0 when you start. I think that makes the most sense. And then we just do that pixel calculation stuff. Yes, I think that's what we want to do. So let's do yeah, let's do, we kind of need to do what we're doing up here in our update function, which will be calculating a line length, the tick length. Is there a better way to do this? Line bubble, okay, right. Line, tick length, line len. Yeah, I think this is probably what we could just copy paste this. And this will be our new X position. So we do, oh, we don't have, okay, so we would get rid of the this. All right, let's see how this handles. So we're going to get rid of all of our this references. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Line length, line up point, line points 1x minus that. Line divided by, yes, yes. Okay. Oh no, diff. Diff needs to now be this. Opponent circled diff. Do I use diff anywhere else? No. Okay. That should do it. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Hang on. We need to do something. Oh, no, 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 no. We're almost there. Okay. Shiox, you got some money waiting for someone to beat me. Could get 130, but playing League right now. Yeah, Badger. He's got video on the Discord of the 124 and 1 mistake. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'll drop that in the chat there again, in case you're not on there, Badger. I don't know if you are, but yeah, there's the high scores section on the Discord under the Populus, or high scores channel under the Populus section on the Discord server there. Yeah, true Yoxie, that's crazy. 130. I was thinking that like 120 would take like a little bit to get to. At least for me. For me, it's going to take a little bit to get to 120. I hit a 110, but it was like with 4 mistakes maybe. So the 109 with 0 mistakes was like my best. By the way, small suggestion, pin the highest score on Discord, I mean. Gotcha. Let's... There we go. All right. Good call, Neris. Thanks for that. Yes. So one thing I'll mention, there's already some pretty major, well, not major. There's already some pretty significant changes with the new version. So once we go live with the latest version, the multiplayer and everything, it's gonna kind of nullify some of those scores. Because I honestly think we'll start setting some higher scores. Mistakes are less punishing now, or they're more predictable. Because like the checkpoint kind of system that is going right now on the live on populus.gg right now is kind of annoying. So there's a chance like just 1 bubble would come back if you make a mistake. There's a chance, here 2 bubbles come back. So it's like every 4th bubble you pop, here in this case 3 came back. But now once I pop this one, now we're on the new checkpoint, and now if I make a mistake, none of them come back. So in the new version, so I'm on the new version now. Basically, only 1 bubble will always, if you make a mistake, 1 bubble will always come back. Just that previous, you have to repop that previous bubble again if you make a mistake. And then if you continue to make subsequent mistakes, nothing happens. So once you make that one bubble come back after one mistake, that's all the punishment there is. So that will be more interesting, I think. The colors, I've noticed, the colors are also going to be a little different. Neris, does anybody know C++? Well, Preston, what's going on? I know C++. Neris, I know a little bit of C++. I'm kind of learning C, kind of studying C and everything right now. C/C++. Neris, I have a list of ranges like 1 through 20, 25 to 100. I need a very fast way in which range a given number belongs. Sounds like a binary search problem. Like, what are your, the list, like, what are those list things made up out of? Like, is it just some object that's has like a minimum 1 and a maximum 20, and then the other one, then the next item is a minimum of 25 and the maximum of 100? There may be like 100 ranges. Yeah, I'm not super good with all those search algorithms and everything. I'm not too up on that. So as far as like just straight up looping through and trying to find, yeah, I have a min value, max value, and some additional data. And is it too slow to just like loop through each item and check each number? Yeah, I mean, because if you have 100 ranges, I mean, that's at most, that's 100 iterations where you would just check. That's not bad. That would be really fast. I mean, that would be insanely fast. And if you're just checking if a number falls between the minimum maximum of each of those ranges, that'd be pretty flippin' fast, just going from, I mean, if you had like, even if you had 1 million ranges, that would still be insanely fast, and that would happen in a very short amount of time. I can sort them, but they can have gaps. And they're all unique. Binary search does not seem to be the solution. And I need it, really, it's for file encryption. If it's popular, someone has written it better. Yeah, I mean, just to me, just the way it sounds to me, Neris, is like if you just had 100 ranges, I mean, that would be super quick to just sort through all those ranges and check if your number falls between those. Can't use anything out of the box and modify an existing format. Trioxy, hard words right here. I can only pop bubbles. Hey, no worries, Trioxy. No worries. All right. So so let's look at oh, we need to do like a little wrapping. A little function wrapping thing here. So instead of just directly calling this and directly setting this on window resize function as the event listener, we need to do a new like anonymous function. And then we're going to, inside of that, then call on window resize. So in here, we need to actually pass in the diff. Oh, I got something here. Let's whip up a little. We're gonna whip up a new little function, a new little method. Oh boy. I guess we're gonna do check diff, get diff, calc diff. How about that? Calc diff. And then we are going to do this. Yes, we're gonna do this part up here. And then we're gonna return diff. Trioxy, although I am in IT Technical College. Oh, nice, Trioxy. Whoops. Arrow function. That's what we need. Quick little bathroom break here. I'll be right back. Probably grab some more coffee too, because I'm out. Drop the drain of BRBs in there. We'll be right back. Be right back. Channeling my inner Dr. Stephen Brule there. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. Codico, my project broke overnight and I don't know why. It's very sad. Yikes. Like it, you mean like you did something, or you're just, like it literally something happened? Like it's live? Your project's live? I'm not sure. When I went to bed, it worked. No, it doesn't. No, I just in dev. Oh, gotcha. Gremlins. That's what it's got to be. All right, I've got a little bit of a this problem right now, actually. Do I? Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think I need to do this, so we're gonna do this. Beautiful. Okay, so now, actually, let's just do this all in one line, maybe. Maybe not. Calc diff. All right, and that returns diff at the bottom. Okay. So we're gonna const diff equals this dot calc diff. Beautiful. Okay. This, what in the, all right, so now let's see what happens here. Oh, need to refresh. There we go. There we go. All right, so let's pop some bubbles. Maybe not that many, maybe. And let's there we go. It works. Okay, sweet. So we fixed it. So now the red dot doesn't recenter when we adjust the window size. And we make sure that works there. Beautiful. Excellent. Awesome. All right, so that bug is fixed. So now let's do the animation. So we need to come up with a kind of a cool animation instead of these. Oh, the server restarted. So instead of like this hard snapping of the red moving, we want to do, we want to kind of have a nice little smooth animation. So something kind of fast, but we want it to be relatively nice. So for this, to get this started, I actually want to reference what I did in our nav meter, or the nav bubble, actually. Because for this nav bubble, we've got these methods where we do move to, fade to, size to. So we basically call these methods, and then we pass in the pixel value that we're going to start our animation to. Because I just want to see all the things that I need to do to actually get the animation going. So we're going to do, let's split this off to the side here. We're going to close this. We're going to go back to our scoreboard. I'm going to create a new animation. So I guess technically we can do this in, I guess we'll just do this in the constructor. So we'll do this dot op circle anim equals, we need to import animation. So import animation from animation.js, and we need, there we go. So we're going to set this to a new animation, and then I'm going to kind of copy what I do for these other, because the constructor for an animation is a little complicated. Not complicated, it's just takes a bunch of things. So the first thing is the max dir, which is the duration of the animation. So we've got 200 milliseconds for these other ones. Maybe we'll do 200 milliseconds. It's completely unrelated. These are the nav bubble movements. Completely unrelated, but what for a starting baseline 200 milliseconds, we'll roll with that, and then we'll kind of test what feels good. It's basically what we want. Okay, so for the equation, actually, I think we want to have maybe this same inverted equation. I think I'm going to copy and paste this from those nav bubbles, because this is an inverted, this equation means we are going to be doing, let's fire up the old Desmos. What are we doing for this again? Okay, so we're going to be doing basically y equals, whoops, 1 minus x to the cubed to the 3. Yes, this is what we're doing. Okay. So we're only concerned about from 0, 0 to 1, 1. So I'll just put a little marker there. We're only concerned about this. So basically, the animation, kind of what this means is time is going this way along the x-axis here, and then y, the y-axis, will be our value in space. So when we, instead of this just snapping, it's gonna like, because basically what we could say is happening right now is instantly in time we just snap from 0 is 0 to 1 to y equals 1 just instantly. That's kind of what's happening now. But instead, we're going to have this certain amount of time, which is going to be 200 milliseconds. We're going to move, it's going to take us 200 milliseconds to move along the x-axis. And then basically the y-axis, which will be the position of that little red circle, will kind of be moving really quickly, rapidly at first, and then kind of slow down the amount of speed it's moving. If that kind of makes sense. So that's kind of what we do for the nav bubbles right now. You can see that the way that these animate, so like when I pop blue, oh, this is about to end. Let's just do a new game here. So when I pop orange, you can see it kind of like zoom. It kind of like zips and then slows down, kind of tapers off, zoom, like that, zoom, zoom, complete with sound effects. So that's what we're seeing right here is basically this curve for this animation. So it's like zoom, and then it kind of slows down. In animation speak, that's ease out or ease in. Ease in, I think, because we're easing into our destination, maybe. So it's fast at first, and then, and I like this. I like curves like this because, like, let's just say if we did something like 1 equals, because this is basically a cubed curved inverse. So if we were doing x cubed, like this is like slow to start, and then it gets faster as it goes. I like kind of fast stuff at first for like responsiveness. So you get this immediate like snap of like something happening, but yet you still have kind of you actually have a nice curved thing that happens, which makes it just feel more natural, like more organic, rather than like if you did something like linear like this, it was perfectly linear. That feels very computerish, very robotic. So having some sort of animation curve, something that moves with like a little bit of like momentum or something, that just feels more human, I guess. So like you have these fast little animations and they look nice. If those were just linear animations, it would look kind of funky. You know, like if I were to change this move animation and this fade animation to just linear. Oh, actually I have that already there, just commented out. Oh no, never mind. If we were to just change that to a linear one and the size one to a linear one, it's still 200 milliseconds, but now it's just moving along a straight line. That's what we see now. It's weird. It doesn't look good. It feels slower. Even though it's actually the same duration. It's the same 200 milliseconds. We didn't change the time. We just changed the attitude, basically. Because instead of y equals x, because basically you're moving here, but the way we did it before, we were doing the red one, so you like moved way more quicker at the red. By the time you're 20% through, you're already halfway through your animation. You're halfway to your destination value of the animation, which is 1, right? We're at 0.5 basically with 20% of the animation complete, right? Whereas in the linear one, where 20% is 20%, right? Because this is just wherever x equals y. So this straight line, this linear one, felt slow, felt sluggish compared to this red one, even though they both end at the exact same time. They both end when x equals 1, y equals 1. So they both end right at that point. Cool Boy Jedi, this is a very strange question, but in HTML, is there a way I can group a few elements together like a body and set attribute hidden true for an entire group of elements? I think what you're looking for, Cool Boy Jedi, is like a div element. So it basically div in the middle of your tag, your brackets. And then you could set style on the div. I am not the best person to ask about HTML things, but that should take care of what you're looking for, I would think. Yeah, div is like a one thing I haven't tried yet is CSS. Well, that's what you're doing actually, kind of. When you're doing that set attribute, well, okay. Well, don't just do div. Well, never mind about the CSS thing that I said. Just do what you're saying. Do the set attribute hidden true, but on a div. Like put things in a div and then do that. Like put all your elements inside of the div and then try that. I think that's probably what you're looking for. Because div is an element that's just for grouping things. If I'm not mistaken, that's really the only thing it's for. Or I guess div stands for like divider, maybe, like to divide a set of elements from another set of elements. But it basically doesn't do anything other than give you like kind of a grouping capability if you want, you know. Kodako, I think I found the problem. I have a package that depends on Socket.io client 2.2 for running dev server and hot reloading, and I'm using Socket.io client 3. Oh. Gotcha. For some reason, my node modules just got goofed today. I got you, Kodako. Can you do just have both socket.io versions installed or whatever? Because if you have a package that depends on socket.io 2.2, doesn't it just use 2.2 or like have 2.2 installed or whatever? That's what I'm planning. I think it should be fine. Gotcha. Yeah, because when you have your node modules folder, doesn't that have... Oh. Async limiter. Oh, that must be part of WS. Doesn't a version go in there or something if you... Yeah, maybe because I don't have different versions of things installed on here. It doesn't. Maybe it would like have a separate version folder or something. Yeah, but I think maybe when I put 3, like it will replace in node modules or something. Gotcha. Could you do... Because if it's just the dev... Well, okay, never mind. I won't try to solve your problem, Kodako. I don't know enough of what's going on to... Nor do I know enough about NPM. Yeah, it's fine. I don't expect you. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, I was just saying, trying to stop myself from sticking my inexperienced nose into your business, basically. Just wanted to share some frustration. Yeah, for sure. I gotcha. But in the positive sense. Yeah, for sure, right? That's what my wife tells me all the time. She says, "Hey, I was just trying to vent. You don't have to try to solve all my problems." Like, well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't help it. You're telling me you got a problem. I'm immediately going to try to come up with a solution. If you try to solve my problem, that's fine too, but you don't have to. That's the difference between you and my wife, Kodako, because my wife would say, "Don't solve my problem." I'm just joshing around. But seriously, that's kind of what she would say. All right, so I think we want this kind of animation, this kind of slick, fast animation. And the cool thing is you can actually just change your exponent to make it like tighter and tighter. So like we're cubed right now, but we could go like to the 5th or to the 35th or like the 8th. And you just make it like tighter and tighter and tighter. So like this one just makes it slower. Like the animation starts and basically you get halfway through your time length and like nothing would have changed, basically, is what's happening here. Or vice versa, you're going to end up with like this really crazy snap, you know, if we changed this up here to 8. You're going to get, well, you get like the rotated version of this. You get the 90 degree or the 180 degree rotated version of the green. But now you get like just this crazy spike where it's just zipping really fast to, you know, your animation is basically done by the time you're halfway through your time, if that makes sense. So it's this mega tight curve, in which case you could probably just simulate by having the time in half and then using a different curve. But anyway, that's not really important. I'm digressing. So, all right. So yeah, we don't want that to the 8th. We want this one to the 3rd. So I think this is the curve we're looking for. So anyway, we're going to continue filling out this animation. Ooh, by the way, I want to change these. I want to get rid of these linear things. Oops. Get rid of that. Get rid of... Nope. I'm going to keep that. Get rid of that. Okay. So what's next on our... We have a start value. We'll call it start val. And we've got an end val. And so this is the value we're starting at. Our animation is going to start with. And the end value is the animation that we're going to end with once we reach that. Once we reach x equals 1, time equals 1, then this is the y is the value we're going to be. So we're basically interpolating between the start value, which is going to represent 0y, and the end value, which is going to represent 1y. Okay, so start val, end val, we're going to have an onTick property, which is going to be a function. And that's not what's going to happen, but that's what I'm filling it out with for right now. And then we are going to have destruct on elapse is false, so that just means the timer won't kill itself. I need to change this. I need to make the default to this be false. Because basically I never destruct an animation when it's complete. Basically this is just a nice little thing so that I could destruct an animation object when the animation completed, but really that never happens, so it was kind of dumb that I even added that in the first place. So anyway, not important. We just need to make sure we set that to false. Okay. So our start value is going to be wherever we're at currently. So that's going to be whatever the current... Well, actually, yeah, I guess we could do that. This dot opponent circle dot, just for opponent circle dot pose dot x, and then enval 0 just initially. And then basically what we're going to do, our function is going to, so our onTick function of our animation, this is the function that's going to run every frame. And then we basically, val is going to be our new interpolated value. And then we just set this to whatever we need it to be. So the animation object's going to take care of all the interpolation and the running this equation and doing all this stuff. And then basically it's going to call the onTick function, which will set this val to whatever our interpolated value is between start value and end value. So we're just changing the x position. We're animating that little circle along the x-axis. So x-axis. So basically we just need to set the position, the x position of our opponent circle to whatever value is, whatever val is. So we just take this and we do equals val. And that's all we need. But this by itself isn't really anything, because we need to actually... You know what? I'm going to put this in... I'm going to set this up down in the... whatever it's called. All right, we're gonna set this up down here in the create method. So we're going to go down here. We're going to do this. We're going to do const op circle anim equals new animation. We're going to initialize the animation dot init, and we're going to pause the animation. So basically, whoops, yeah, pause. That's what you do. So basically, we don't want the if you initialize an animation, it will immediately start running. So we're going to call pause. There's a pause method on the timer entity. which an animation is a timer, type of timer. So we call pause on it right away because we don't want the animation to run immediately when we create it. We only want it to run when we actually move, when we actually, somebody pops a bubble and that red circle needs to actually move along the line. So we don't, yeah, we want to pause it initially. And we're going to pass this in. Op circle anim. Who would have thought it could be so easy? We're going to make sure we pull it in here. Op, whoa. Circle anim. Slow down there, Jared. Okay. That's good. That's all we need to do. Didn't want to put an equals sign there. Yes, that's all we need to do. Now, we need a... We're going to have a method. We're going to have a method called... Well, no, actually, we could do it just inside of this update. Because this is the only... Yeah, this basically is anytime we do a change. Okay, so what I'm going to do is kind of copy what I have for these things here. So this is the functions that go on the nav bubbles. Whoa, Retro MMO cheered. Good job. Hey, Evan, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the bits, man. It's awesome. Thank you. I was just thinking this morning, I was like, by the way, probably everyone watching came over here originally from Retro MMO anyway, but if you haven't watched Retro MMO, you need to check them out. Texas Hold'em, yeah. Retro MMO is working on like some sort of Texas Hold'em game. No, he's working on a Retro MMO. His name is The Game. Kodako, actually I found Retro from this stream. Whoa! No way. No way, Kodako. Oh man, I just spilled a bunch of water. Hopefully nobody saw that. That would have been embarrassing. But there's water drops all over my... I found Kodako from this stream. Wow. Is this stream just like a hub for friendship and just people hanging out and everything? I'm honored. Wow. I don't know why I said friendship, but yeah, friendship. I haven't even, and speaking of which, pox on me, I haven't even checked out Kodako's stream. Or I haven't even, I don't know what times you stream, Kodako, but I don't see you. I follow you. Don't I? I'm pretty sure I follow you, but I haven't seen you online. I watched one of your videos, and yeah, it was pretty good. Kodako's stream is a good stream. Cool Boy Jet, I think I came here from either BeginBot, a Swollen Sleevelet, Gamozo, Michael Reeves, or Randy. Randy. Is there somebody whose name is just Randy on Twitch? That's pretty awesome. Probably BeginBot, Cool Boy Jet. I got raided by BeginBot, and that was a pretty significant raid. So, Jared and Michael Reeves are good friends. Well, I wouldn't say good friends, but no, actually, I know who Michael Reeves is, but I don't. Retro got raided by Michael Reeves, right? Didn't you? Or do I have that wrong? Yeah, you did. You did. Those are the coding streamers I watch. Yeah, Cool Boy Jet. I was probably BeginBot because yeah. Randy. Yeah, everybody should check out Kodako too. For sure. I need to heed my own advice there and actually tune into a Kodako stream at some point. When do you normally stream Kodako? I probably asked you this like 10 times. Because I never... You guys have awesome streams as well. I always hang out in both your streams. Hey, thanks, Kodako. I really appreciate it. I really do. You guys are awesome. You guys, the community, it's crazy. We are the best. Absolutely. Absolutely. I stream Saturday, Sunday, noon, Central European time, 6 p.m. Gotcha. Okay, maybe I'm never on 6 p.m. Yeah, that'd kind of be what? Yeah, kind of mid-morning-ish. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm probably never on Twitch around that time. That must be what's going on. It's fine, man. No, it's not fine, Kodako. You hang out here all the time. I've never had the. I mean, I've watched your. I've went to your channel and watched some of your videos, but. Retro MMO, it's not fine, right? Thanks, Games. Thanks. What's going on? Hi there. Good to see you. I have a tab for Ether Story opened up right now in my browser. Speaking of other streams you should watch Thanks, Games. I have a tab for Ether Story. etherstory.com/# play now. I have it open right now, but I haven't actually clicked play now yet. But I will, I promise. Yeah, you got to show up noon Central European time. What's that, like 4 or 5 a.m.? Probably, yeah. I know, like, UTC 0 is like 6 a.m. 5 a.m. I'm -5, -6, -6. I'm in Central Standard Time, so that's 6 -6 UTC. I mean, I knew that's why I came here. Nice, nice. All right. All right. What was I working on again? Some method that does something. Oh, yeah. We're working on the animation. That's right. And I think we almost have it. We just need to create a... I think it'll work if we do... basically need to follow this little step with the animation thing here. We need to reset the animation, which resets the internal timer of the animation. We need to reset the values, and we need to then resume the animation to kick it off. Yes, that is what we need to do. All right, so let's do this real quick, and I think we'll have something on screen. So we need to do this dot opponent circle. No. Op circle anim. There it is. We're going to do dot reset. And then we're going to do op circle anim dot reset values. I know that's kind of annoying. And then our values is going to be whatever the current position of the current X position of the opponent circle is. We're going to be animating always from wherever we are, and then we need to be animating to like a new thing. Oh, actually, so all of this should be down. Ah! Oh my good, what? How was I had like VS Code like had 2 files open simultaneously. I was like controlling 2 files at once. I probably just hit a hotkey to switch to this window here, and like then started. Anyway, I'm a pro VS Coder, if you haven't noticed. Actually, I usually just complain about the little bugs and everything that are in VS Code, and I never report the bugs, even though VS Code tells you all the time to report and take surveys and stuff. All right, so this is what we want. We're going to get rid of this thing because this was, instead we were like bypassing having any sort of animation. We were just snapping our circle over. All right, so for all the new people that hopped in, hang on. I'm almost there. We were almost going to have something on screen here. The position X, tip line, tick line. Yes, this should be good. Do I really need to do 2 lines? No, we'll do this. All right, so we're going to do the reset values, and then we're going to do this dot op circle anim dot resume. That's not the right one. There we go. Okay. Let's see if this works. Where's the other window? This one. All right, let's refresh these bad boys. Get into a game here. All right, let's see if it works. Nope. Can I read property pose of undefined? Okay, scoreboard 109. 109. This here. Yeah, I can't use this. Okay. Oh, this should just be 0. We're just initializing this to 0. That's right. I moved this down. Yeah, we moved this down. So all of that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. How do I change? Okay, hang on. We got another problem. Animation. We need to look at our animation file here real quick. Animation. Set on tick. Okay, so we do have a method called set on tick where we can pass a new on tick function. Yes. Okay, yeah, that. So we need to do that like up in the constructor maybe. Yes. Yes. So we'll do that. Then we'll do this dot op circle. Come on. Op circle anim dot set on tick. We're gonna pass in a new little thing here. Well, we'll just do that val, and we're gonna actually we can just copy paste what we got down here in this other thing. Yeah, just this little line. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and then right now we're just gonna pass a blank. Oh, actually no, we're not gonna do. We just don't have to set any on tick function, do we? Actually, we might get an error if we don't. We'll find out. All right, there we go. Let me just make that a little nicer. There we go. More proper. Okay, opponent circle pose X. Wait a minute. Actually, we can do this. I don't know, what was I thinking? We can do this down here. Yeah, we can. We can totally do it. But instead of this dot opponent circle, yes. Because we're actually going by reference, going in and setting the X position of that object. So we can do this. We can, in fact, do that without having to set it after the fact. Okay, so now we get rid of this. Okay, let's see what we got. Is it going to work? Finding opponent. Opponent found. 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right, let's pop some bubbles and see what happens. Nice. All right, so now the little red circle, it animates. Just kind of slides along there. You know, nothing fancy. Nothing too fancy, but just a nice little touch. So then we go back here, and then we play on this guy, and it's going to go the other way, right? Because the red is representing your opponent. Opponent. When I say it fast, I tend to say opponent. That's not good English. So this is saying that, oh, your opponent is 15 bubbles ahead of you. Well, this part's going to be gone. These numbers are going to be gone. But basically, it's saying, here's your opponent's score. Here, you know, your opponent is relatively that far ahead of you. So this thing goes up to 20, basically. So if the opponent goes more than 20, bubble pops ahead of you. You know, so these are basically inverted, right? For each player. Like this player is behind by 12 bubble pops right now, ish, something like that. This player is ahead by 12, so the red is back, right? The red is your opponent, so you're either ahead of your opponent, in which case red would be somewhere on this side of the black dot, or you're behind your opponent, in which case the red would be somewhere over here, like in this case. So these will always be showing kind of their inverted little thing here. So like as I play here, the line is going that direction, and then it goes up to 20. It has supports up to 20 right now. We could change that to something else. You know, we could make it 100 if we wanted. But now, like, now I'm a bunch more than 20 ahead, but it stays here, you know, at red down there, or it stays down at the end of the line. And same thing here. So if we're behind a bunch, we could slowly come back and then start to come back from 20 at some point. There we go. Mega speed there. All right, anyway. That's working pretty much. I don't know. I still don't know if I like how it looks, but it's good enough for now. It's good enough for now. Darn, this looks intense. Thanks, Fanks. I think that's a compliment. Yeah, I hope it is. I hope it can be pretty intense. Yeah, actually, Truyaksky has set, he's got the record right now. 124 pops in 30 seconds. And I think he had one mistake. 124 pops. That's crazy. It's crazy. Cool Boy Jedi, how do you implement multiplayer? That is a really good question. So I know, Cool Boy Jedi, that you're learning JavaScript. You just started learning JavaScript. So basically, I would say I think you were talking about this a little bit. I guess it was on the last stream or maybe 2 streams ago. We were talking about Node.js. So that is basically Node.js is a thing that lets you run JavaScript. It's kind of like a program that runs JavaScript, but lets you run it not natively, but something like you might have if you had, similar to like if you were to just maybe use Python or something, or because I know you've already been using Python for like a web server, like on your own computer. Oh yeah, so I guess you already do know a little bit about kind of the server kind of stuff because you're already using Python. So basically Node lets you use it's kind of like it would kind of be replacing Python in that case. So you're doing a server, basically the server, the thing that kind of controls your application and sends out the web pages to the clients, to the browsers, right? Thanks, Node.js high five. Whoosh. Put it there. That's purely just to set up the server to allow JS. So, Kodako heading out to dinner. Have a good stream. Hey, hope you have a great dinner, Kodako. What's dinner gonna be, by the way? Quick, if you've got a sec. The Drana BRBs. Well, okay. So don't think of it as something to allow JS on the server. It's a whole separate thing, right? It's Node.js is like an interpreter and a runtime and a blah 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 to let you use JavaScript as a separate thing, right? Kind of like you could use Python to do whatever you wanted, like write some files on your file system on your computer and do some stuff and whatever with Python. Do the same thing with Node.js for the most part. But Node.js is set up to be kind of more of that web server kind of thing, and very, or more application, basically JavaScript kind of application kind of thing. I'm probably not saying it the most elegant way, but so with that, basically with that, I'm using, so I have my own Node.js application. Where's the server? Oh, typically. Codico, leftover Christmas food, I'm pretty sure. Sounds pretty good, probably. So typically I keep my server code here. Actually, this is kind of what but I split VS Code into 3 panes right now. So these 2 panes here are my client code, my browser code, the code that's running in the browser. And this is some server, okay, actually, technically not this file. But this stuff here is code that would run on the server. So, do I do like a HTTP server? No, not here. But with Node, with Node, basically, so for the multiplayer, so all of that I was explaining Node.js anyway, and probably I have a problem with just kind of over-explaining things, and that's what my wife tells me, and she gets bored, and then tells me to knock it off. Anyway, so basically I've got like an application object here for my server, and it's a class. And I'm using a package called WS for Node.js, so it's a library, right, for Node. And that lets you do WebSockets. So that's like a really fast kind of bi-directional communication thing. So like from a browser, I could send some data down WebSockets. And from the server, I could send some data through WebSockets, and they could both kind of talk independently of one another. And that's really nice. Versus like if I was just doing like normal HTTP requests or something, you have to, the client has to send something and wait for the server to send a response and blah, blah, blah. But there's WebSockets now, which is kind of a cool thing that lets you just send data back and forth whenever you want between the browser and the server. So basically, my Node application sets up WebSockets somewhere here. I know this is a lot of code here that looks maybe annoying or whatever, but I set up a server, WebSocket server here. And, and this part here, who's asking this? Cool Boy Jedi. Sorry, I'm flipping this around here. So this part, Cool Boy Jedi, is kind of like what you were showing with the Python thing, where you're saying start a Python server on port 8000 or whatever, right? So that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm starting up a WebSocket server through the WebSocket library in Node.js, and it sets up on a port, and there's some other options. And then I basically have like a little callback function here that runs anytime the client sends like a message. Basically, I'm kind of parsing through which type of message has been sent. And then basically it's just my Node.js object. I have like a players array. I have a matches map. Well, basically an array for lack of a better thing. Technically a hash table, but whatever. So I've got like a list of players and matches, and when a player connects, I make them the waiting player, and then if another player connects and wants to play a game, then I make them that one player not be the waiting player anymore, and then I create a new match, and then there's a new match that gets created, and then the match has a bunch of code that runs and generates all the bubble positions, the colors and the bubbles, and then it sends both of them to both players. So that's how you kind of end up with both players getting the same bubbles. So I don't know if that's, maybe I explained too much, maybe I didn't explain enough, but I hope that kind of gives you an idea. It's really actually quite simple. The server stuff is not that complicated. I know it kind of looks a little, and a bunch of this is comments that I could probably delete. But basically I've got like my own little command interface API that like clients can request from the server. So like I have a switch case here. So in my, basically when a WebSockets message comes through from a client, we get to like this little switch case where I read that first byte out of the message. And then that first byte, whatever it is, I have like my switch case here set up. So there's only 5 things. Yeah, 5 things. So you can either send a find match request. So that would be like a number 1. Cancel match find would be like a number 2. Quit match would be like a number 3, basically. Cursor down, which was a cursor click would be like a number 4. And then cursor moved is like if the mouse is moving, right? So the browsers are sending a lot. They're sending 60 mouse movements per second up to the server. That's a lot. So the server's getting these a lot and parsing and making sure that the player's playing the game correctly and everything. Actually, not really checking that right now. But basically, a client can send like I have a few different commands, and I'm just implementing that myself. There's not really anything that's doing that for me, or like I'm just doing JavaScript, and I'm sending my own data in my own format. I'm actually sending it all with, you probably haven't encountered anything with this yet, Cool Boy Jedi, but I'm using the JavaScript array buffer, which basically just lets you allocate a buffer of just pure bytes, just raw bytes in the browser. And that's pretty nice for something like this because it's really simple and it's fast to just kind of parse through, and I can really minimize the data. I was using JSON before, but basically the data was like 6 or 7 times longer than if I would have just used raw bytes. So that was kind of what I ended up doing. So basically the client and the server just send these little chunks of raw bytes back and forth, and they have the server keeps track of what client is what. So it knows that, oh, you're player 1 and this is player 2, and that way I know like I'm getting data from both players and I keep track of them individually. But really the client just sends, oh, I'm moving my mouse, here's where I moved my mouse to, and it just sends that in just a raw little byte array to the server. My idea of how to generate the bubbles would be to start out only generating 4, and every time one player pops a bubble, whoever's further generates a new bubble. You, Cool Boy Jedi, you're actually describing exactly what I do, almost. Sends it to that server, then then sends that bubble object to the other player. Do you dynamically create bubbles or create a hard-coded amount? I will show you that right now, Cool Boy Jedi. So what I do is actually, so in my configuration, I have my constants file, for lack of a better word. No, constants is the better word. I'm using config, which is the lack thereof of a good word. Okay, so here, these two numbers are very important. So bubbles on screen count, that is the number 4. So that is the number that says there's going to be 4 bubbles on screen. And the client and the server use that number. And then I have this number called initial bubble count, which is 8. So right up front, the server generates 8 bubbles. And basically there's always a buffer of 8 bubbles ahead. So when you pop, basically what happens, and you can kind of see what happens here if I do a competitive game, and I pop purple, we'll see here down on the server, the player popped whatever, this first bubble, and then the server generated a new bubble, bubble 8. So the bubbles are indexed starting with 0. So bubble 0 is the first bubble, so it's bubble 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are the first 8 bubbles. And then when I popped that first bubble, it generated the new bubble 8. And then it actually sent that down to this player. And then when this player pops a bubble, they will now get the new bubble 8 as well. So like there, we triggered a bubble 9 to be generated. So now if this player pops and then gets to the point, bubble 9's already been generated, so they didn't need that. Then they pop. Now bubble 10 got generated. So there's always like an 8 bubble buffer that the clients will always have 8 bubbles ahead of where they need to be. And that number, we could change that number whatever we want. All I have to do is just change it in this one place. Maybe we want to make it 10. But I thought having 8 was a good enough amount to, you could have enough bubbles. So you've already got, the clients will already have like 8 bubbles ahead. Then for every bubble they pop going forward, they're going to fetch that next bubble basically. And the server is only going to generate the bubble when it's required as well. So the server has a little check here for, am I in the right place? Okay, player cursor down. Okay, so here's where the player clicks. And I've got this kind of wacky if statement in here. But basically, this is a player click event. And it checks through the bubbles to see if the player was over the correct bubble that they clicked on. Basically, they popped the correct bubble. And then we get to this line here, this chunk here, where the bubble to generate and or the bubble to send to the other player. So basically, we check if we've already have a bubble in that, we already have that next bubble. So basically that the bubble the current player popped plus 8. So that's our initial bubble count plus 8. And we see if we already have a bubble generated for that. So we try to grab that bubble. And if we don't, so I'm grabbing a bubble out of that array with that index. And if I don't have it, then we got to create it. So then that's where we were logging that line bubble generating on the server. So that's where we're seeing this. We're seeing bubble generating 10. And then basically we have a method that creates a bubble and then does some stuff to get a good color and everything. And it gets, basically this bubble.create does a bunch of stuff to randomly make sure it doesn't collide with any other bubbles. Because we don't want any overlap or anything like that. And then it sends, oh, actually, never mind. This doesn't send it yet. It just sets up some state for each player for that new bubble. And then, but this by player, I mean the object on the server for the player. And then at some point it actually sends, so here's where it actually sends that data down to WebSockets. And here is where I'm doing like all this crazy writing bytes to an array buffer, an array of raw bytes. So I'm doing all of this stuff, writing 16-bit integers and some 8-bit integers and blah, 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 blah for the colors. So that's for the colors. So we do, you know, red, green, blue. So we use unsigned 8-bit integers for that. Anyway, that's all a little overkill for the most part, but if that makes sense. Could you have a list of bubble objects and just push and pop the entries to generate and remove the bubbles, as well as a list of the last 2 bubbles popped for the mistake buffer? It's kind of something like that. I never actually remove the bubbles from the array. Basically, they're just always there. There's always adding more bubbles. It's never popping any out of the array. For the client side, the client basically does something similar, but it basically has a flag. So like, for example, like green is here, right? And then I click it and it's gone, and then I crash and it comes back. But there's a point where I go and now green will never come back. But basically there's some flags on the bubbles on the client side to just say don't draw, or don't draw ever again, or don't, you know, whatever. They don't actually get popped out of the bubbles array, but they have some flags on the things to make sure that they don't keep drawing to the screen or keep checking for mouse input over the top of the bubble, right? So like if I hover over the green bubble here is keeping track of if the cursor's over it or not, and then drawing that little outline. That's something I want to change, by the way. I want to get rid of this outline thing. I don't like it. But and for the mistake buffer, that's also just a thing of flags, just booleans. Like I'm just saying, oh, mistake true, made a mistake already. If you made a mistake already, then you can't keep like going back. So like if I pop purple and then I make a mistake, I go back to purple. But if I keep making mistakes, like more bubbles don't keep coming back, you know? So it's like that. If I make a mistake, always that most recent bubble is going to come back. This isn't actually exactly how it works on the current live populus.gg. There's a little bit of a different thing working right now, kind of a checkpoint-based system. But I got rid of that. So what I'm showing you right now is kind of how the real game will work once we go live with this version. Yeah. I don't know if I explained that well enough, but all right. I got to take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. Drain a BRB. There it is. All right. Whoops. All right. We'll be back in a minute here. All right, we are back. Okay. Okay, so I think we're pretty much done with our whatever it's called. Whoops, we need to refresh here. I think, did I already refresh that one? I think we're pretty much done with our little opponent indicator thing. Let's play around with, I want to play around with some like bigger values quick. I just want to kind of see. by bigger values, I mean the amount of bubbles that we, where is that thing? Scoreboard, okay. So let's change this to, let's just change this to 20. So now basically the line is only going to show 10 bubbles in either direction. So like, ooh, that was not the right bubble. There we go. So now basically the interval between these is way bigger. Like between the sliding is way bigger. Because it's now only showing 10 bubbles this direction or 10 bubbles this direction. So like now I'm just 10 bubbles ahead, right? Or more. And then here we come back. So that kind of shows you like a 10 bubble window. I don't really know. I really don't know what's better. Well, I don't know. I think 20 bubbles in either direction is kind of like the number. Like if we went really small with this, like 5, it would be kind of like you'd have these really dramatic movements. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Like now it's only showing 5 bubbles either way. And like maybe we want it to be like 100. Like obviously 100 is pretty crazy. But Nearest, I would do it non-linearly probably. So the red dot travels less the more the difference. Well, I get what you're saying, Nearest. Oh, no, I didn't understand what you were saying at that point, but now I understand. That's interesting. Because then technically you could get away with yeah, like it would maybe like always be kind of getting closer and closer and closer to the end, but like never actually reaching the end of the line kind of thing. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Ipatev is now following. Ipatev, what is going on? Ipatev. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Really do. Ipatev. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah, Ipatev. It's got to be it. All right. So well, let's plug the game here for Ipatev real quick, and anyone else maybe who's new, hanging out, whatever. So for anyone, hey, what? Pa! Okay, that's not a command. It's game. There it is. I did play. Somebody else has play. Neris has it. There we go. Game. Where did I get play from? Somebody else has play. That's probably what it was for their game. Probably Retro MMO has bang play for that. Anyway, I'm working on my game. It's called Populus. I threw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. You can play it right now. So we're working on multiplayer for it, but if I step back over here to the actual Populus.gg site here, you can play, and basically you just have to pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. So this little blue bar is ticking down 30 seconds. And you start with this purple pink bubble here. It's always different colors every time. And then basically you're always popping whatever bubble is in that position. So you're going and just trying to go as fast as you can. I can go kind of fast. I think I'm the second fastest Populus player in the world right now, believe it or not. But basically, yeah, you pop those bubbles. You see how many you pop in 30 seconds? There it is. I did 24. in 30 seconds, and I made 5 mistakes. So the mistakes are if you miss basically you see that little flashing red thing, like if you miss a bubble or you pop the wrong bubble, like so I'm supposed to pop brown but I pop green, or if you go outside of this black border boundary circle, that's a mistake as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the game. And it behaves a little differently right now than it will pretty soon. Once we go live with our multiplayer version, there will be some differences for the normal game here. But yeah. Oh, I also have a Discord. I'll plug that right now, because if you go to the Discord, I got a Discord. Anyone can join. Trying to be better about updating it, and I'm relatively new to Discord myself, so. But yeah, there's a section on the Discord for Populus, and there's a high scores section, and you can see Truyaksky's, who is the fastest Populus player in the world right now. You can see Truyaksky's 124 pops in 30 seconds with only 1 mistake. That's crazy. And he did that on the current live version of Populus right now at populus.gg. So that's absolutely crazy. I'm not terribly far behind him, but I'm kind of behind him. Wondable is raiding. Hey, Wondable, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. I gotta pay you back sometime, Wondable. You drop the fat raids all the time. Now you have to repeat all this once again. Yes, I do, Neris. Absolutely. I think most of them are from Tienta's raid. Okay. Nice. All right, so cool. Well, I will give. I just finished giving the plug for the game, so I'll do it again. Well, welcome everyone from Wondable's stream. I appreciate it. Wondable's probably heard this plug a bunch of times already now, because he's comes in clutch with the raids all the time. How was the stream, Wondable, by the way? How did it go? What's the command again? Game. That's it. All right, so I'm throwing my game down there in the chat. Populus. Populus.gg is the website. You can play it right now, live. Live? Is that the right? I don't know. Can't be the right word there. But working through my own tar pits, but got about 1/3 of the features done. Nice. So yeah, so okay, so anyway, I was just looking at something else there. I got distracted. I got derailed. All right, so anyway, here I am on populus.gg right now. And yeah, it's a game where you can go and click the play button. Basically, you got to pop these bubbles, pop as many of them as you can in 30 seconds. So there's this timer here that's ticking down 30 seconds. And you always pop the bubble that's in this position, and then you kind of see what's coming up. So you got to pop green first, and then this one, and then this one. Whoops, not that one. Made a mistake. So you're just trying to see how fast you can go. Oh, I was just saying before, I am the second fastest Populus player in the world that we know of. There's about 3 Populus players in the entire world, and I'm probably the second fastest. 3 total players, and I'm probably like the second fastest is what I'm saying. But yeah, so basically you see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. Like here, I pop 34 at the end of the 30 seconds, the end of the game. I see some stats here. You see some mistakes. Mistakes basically like you miss the bubble. I'm supposed to pop green and maybe I overshot. Oh, so I made a mistake, and you see the little red flashing thing. Or you go out of bounds. Then you go out of the little black circle here. That counts as a mistake. Or you just straight up pop the wrong bubble. I'm supposed to pop green, but I popped this beautiful cyan bubble. Yeah, so to pop a bubble, I didn't even explain how to actually pop the bubble. I always forget some details. You can just click to pop the bubble, like left click, or you can hit the space bar. I like hitting the space bar. Feels good. So that's kind of that's my preferred way. I left it so you could click or space bar because, you know, why not? Some people might want a few options. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And I'm working on multiplayer right now, so we can pull that up right now. We just actually finished we probably need to refresh maybe. Let's refresh. So we got these two browsers here, and basically you pop the same bubbles. And right now I have the timer set to 300 seconds, so we got like 5 minutes to play here. That's just for me testing things, so I have enough time to screw around with things. But basically, you pop your own set of the same bubbles. Basically, is the one-on-one is how it works. The multiplayer, it's one-on-one. I should have clarified that. And we just now finished our little indicator up at the top here that kind of tells you if your opponent's ahead of you or not. So like in this case, the opponent is a bunch of bubbles ahead of me, so I see the red circle past going this direction. And then basically vice versa, flipped the inverse of that for the player who's in the lead. They see the red going this way because the red is the opponent. So your opponent is now, for this guy, your opponent is behind you. It's like as I keep going, the red bubble keeps just going this way. And the same, you know, up here, it keeps going that way. So you're kind of in like this little tug of war just to see who's got the most bubbles. So, and then once that red circle's in the middle, that's kind of implying that you're neck and neck. You're even in terms of the amount of bubbles you've popped, right? So there, we're back. We're at 11 and 11 right now, 11 pops. So these numbers are up here just to show how many bubbles have been popped by each player. It's not going to be that's not going to be in the final actual release. I just kind of have that up there for debugging purposes right now. But yeah, we just added some animation now, and I just made Neris. You were mentioning before the doing it non-linearly. Yeah, and what I just set it to right now is it's showing 100 bubbles, so it's showing 50 bubbles in either direction. So if we just play for a while. And I don't know what the number is. I mean, yeah, maybe doing a non-linear thing is the answer. Because right now, like, it will show this thing will be 50 bubbles. As soon as I'm 50 bubbles ahead, the red will just sit at the end of the line here and it'll just stop. So like as soon as I'm now once I get to like 61, up here will be 50 bubbles ahead of the other player. And then now it just stops. It just doesn't move anymore. Neris was suggesting maybe having like a non-linear thing. So like maybe it's like it's big at first, it's more dramatic at first, and then like less significant as it goes. And I think that could work. I don't know if I will do something like that. I kind of like how the line is a fixed distance. I kind of like that, actually, because it gives you an accurate representation of where you are always. You know, I guess so as soon as I bring us in a little closer here, we'll start to come within that 50 threshold. So now this red line should start moving in. Yeah, there we go. The red dot. So now this player's starting to catch up. Whoa. Yo! Oh my goodness. All right, I give up. Yeah, so now well, I don't know what I was saying about that, but I was playing around with basically these numbers. So if we go to like 10, we could see kind of what that looks like. So now, yeah, so now it's like really short. So basically this whole line represents 10 bubble pops in either direction. So you're either 5 ahead of your opponent or 5 behind at minimum or maximum. So then up here, I could come back. And that's way too short. That's not like enough of a window to show, you know, the difference. Yeah, so I kind of like doing maybe 40. So that gives us 20 bubbles in either direction. I feel like that's probably good enough. Because it's like enough bubbles that like you could come back. You could have like a comeback. Like if you made a couple mistakes and got, you know, 10, 15 bubbles behind, you could still maybe have some sort of comeback. You know, if you had 2 players that were like pretty good. And I feel like that's a pretty good number to have for each of them. Whoa, 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 whoa. I need to warm up. I need to warm up a little more here. But anyway, got to start working on the hardware shop for Populus before anyone else does it. Tablets, mechanical keyboards, be fast in populus.gg. Nice. Yes, there you go. Well, Truyovsky was in here before, and he said he was an OSU player. OSU, exclamation point, whatever it is. And he said he's used a tablet, but I think the pen and tablet, that is. But he said he was using a mouse for like the stuff he was setting, the scores he was setting, which were crazy. Oh, I'll throw the Discord down there in the chat there. Yeah, so there's a Discord. I do have a Discord. You can join it if you want. It's open to all. Come one, come all. Groupith. Hello, sir. What's going on, Groupith? Good to see you. But yeah, I was just plugging the Discord there. There is a little high scores section, high scores channel under the Populus section, and you can see Truyovsky's video in there of his 124 pops. You can also see my video in there of 109 pops, no mistakes, 109 in 30 seconds. I did that, and I was challenging Truyovsky, and then like 4 hours later, Truyovsky posts the 124 pops, which is crazy. So he was saying in the chat earlier he's going for 130 pops, it's crazy. I can't even, like, I couldn't even imagine 100 pops not that long ago, because I was like, my top was like 80, 82. I feel like 82 or maybe 84 was like the highest number I'd ever seen from myself. Then Truyovsky shows up, you know, a few streams ago, and he's like, I just got 100. I was like, no way. Let's see it. So he showed a video, and I was like, that's awesome. So I took some time to play it myself. Like I probably played for like an hour to an hour and a half. Of just practicing, just had like a podcast going or something. Just late at night. It was like 1 a.m. I was just popping bubbles. I don't normally stay up till 1 a.m., but you know, it was kind of this was right around the Christmas time, you know, this is right around last week sometime. Naris, just watched the video. That's insane. Yes, his 124 pops is crazy to watch. It's crazy. And this is still with some mistakes. Yeah, and the mistake system is changed now. I think it's more predictable. Like there was currently on populus.gg, there's like a checkpoint based system where once you pop 4 bubbles, so basically like right now if I make a mistake, the 3 bubbles I popped come back. So like when you pop the 4th bubble, then you go to the next checkpoint, and then you kind of start over. You know, so you can kind of see on the side there the bubbles that will come back, like if you make a mistake. And I got rid of that because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have that. I feel like it's not super clear. Like it's not a game where you're like really paying attention to like if you made it to a checkpoint or not. Because you're so focused on just popping bubbles as fast as you can. The way it feels, the way the checkpoint feels to you is just kind of random. Like, oh, sometimes I make a mistake and I have to go back and pop 3 bubbles over again. Like it just feels bad. So with the current, what I've changed it to now is if you make a mistake, only 1 bubble will come back. And if you make any subsequent mistakes, that's it. Like it just always 1 bubble will always come back if you make a mistake. But now it's much more like predictable. Like it just makes sense. Like if I'm on a streak and I make a mistake, I have to go back and pop that bubble again. Not, oh, I have to go back and pop 2 bubbles again, or sometimes 3 bubbles. You know, it's just always consistent. So yeah, I think that's much better than the current thing. So I'm expecting fully we'll get even some faster times going with the mistake thing being fixed. That is if you don't make any mistakes. If you don't make any mistakes, then you're already kind of operating at peak, speed for the most part. But if you're trying to push it just a little bit extra and you're like a little bit sloppier because you're just trying to push a little harder, now making mistakes will be a little more predictable, a little less random. Because there's some times where you're just like, if you were expecting, I'm back on the live site right now, there's just times where you're like, you're not looking up here. You don't know that 3 are going to come back when you make a mistake. So like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'm about to pop this one. Burn. Oh, and then you have to like scramble and be like, oh yeah. Quick. That's where I need to go back to. I mean, obviously that makes it a little more challenging, which is a good thing, but I think it makes it like frustratingly challenging. Like it's just because it's not always that clear what is going to happen. There we go. My speakers just shut off. So, yeah. Okay. So yeah, I feel like I'm gonna keep this 40 bubble resolution for our whatever it's called, our little scoreboard. That's what we're calling it. Wrong button. There we go. Whoops, got to refresh this one here. There we go. All right, so I like the 40 bubbles, I think, for right now. And again, it's just something like maybe we'll tweak it, maybe we'll change it. Yeah. Or maybe we do something like, I don't know. I feel like it's good enough for now. And I have kind of this idea. I would like to have these things kind of curve around the circle. Like, so our little timer here would like curve around the circle rather than just being like this straight rectangle. And this thing would maybe like curve around the circle a little tighter, which would be kind of cool. And I'd like to have these. I'd actually like to have the nav meter thing here be bigger. I call this thing the nav meter that tells you what bubbles you're supposed to pop. I'd like it to be quite a bit bigger. Did I want to do that? I don't know if I did. And the other thing, well, let's see what this looks like at like full screen. Yeah, I kind of like this. Like I can see it out of my peripheral vision. I can get an idea of what's going on, you know? Like I can see that, oh, I'm ahead or I'm behind or whatever. Oh boy. Especially when it's like nice and full screen like that. Let's try it like with this size. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah. I mean, maybe we could make those like a little bigger just to make it a little more easy to see out of in your periphery, but whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I don't know, something. Neris, design idea. Make the timer bar not just curved, but go around the whole circle 360 degrees, like the border of the main play area. I got you. Yeah, so it'd be like a. That's actually a pretty good idea. I like that. There'd be like maybe a little line in the center, and then it'd move a lot faster, right? Because it would be covering a lot more distance in 30 seconds than what this is. Obviously, this is set to 300 seconds right now, so you can barely even tell that this is moving. But yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad, Neris. Yeah, and I want to have maybe there's a lot of things. Like sound is another thing I want to get to at some point. And it's not something we will have, you know, in the very short term, but having a lot of sound things will be I think a good thing. And anime backgrounds. Nice. Oh, another thing I wanted to have, just from doing a lot of playing kind of over the weekend, like playing a couple hours, like I was, you know, because again, I was trying to beat Truyaksky's score. One thing I was thinking was it'd be nice if when you make a mistake, actually the whole screen, except for maybe the play area, would flash red, would kind of, it wouldn't have to be this hard snap to red, but kind of a little sine wave curve to red or something. I mean, kind of like the little indicator shows, but sometimes the indicator, I have it set so that if you make a mistake and then correct it, oops. Ooh, wait a minute. I have it so that if you make a mistake and then recover, it deletes the error. It like gets rid of the little thing, which I think was a good idea, but I think that was a good idea, but what do I want to do? I want to do like this and then this. Yeah. So if I like let's pop here and then pop the correct one, that disappears like right away, right? Because this is like on screen for like almost a whole second. But then if I pop the correct one, that disappears right away. And sometimes you don't even realize you made a mistake. Because there was one time I played 30 seconds and I was like, I don't think I made any mistakes, but I made one mistake. Because something like that happened where maybe I like overshot just by a hair. Whoa. Oh yeah, and there's that little, it's not really a bug, but there's a little thing where that highlighted line can sometimes be a smaller size. Yeah, so basically like I make a mistake and then I correct it, it gets rid of the little indicator, which I think is a good thing. But I think having like a big screen flash, red, just like one little pulse of red across the entire screen, I think that would be nicer to have. It would just make things more clear when you made a mistake. Yeah. But I was talking a little bit about having this navigation section be bigger. Yeah, like I'm thinking of like having easily like double the size, double the radius, and potentially having those like curve around the side of the circle too. In fact, possibly like being underneath this so that they're like right up flush. So it's like this big circle here, kind of half semicircle for the red, you know, it'd be like a big one. And then like the next one would be like kind of a half circle here. And then like the other one would be like smaller, half circle there. Just to kind of get it like in as tight as possible, like as close to your field of view as possible. Truyovsky is an animal. Yes, he is, for sure. It's crazy. So, yeah, like he's the fastest. He is the top Populus player in the world right now. I just like saying that. He's got the world record, basically. Get Guinness in here. Oh, so another thing I wanted to maybe take care of is another thing I think I want to take care of is the well, we dialed I think our animation and everything is good. Before we completely move on, I think everything is good. As far as yes, okay, so we can close this. As far as the scoreboard is concerned, I think we are good. The one thing I want to do actually is probably just maybe. Okay, we're going to need opponent score text, update player score text, init destruct. Okay. All right, so I'm going to create two new properties here. We're going to have this dot player score equals 0, and this dot opponent op score equals 0. The reason why I want to have these is because right now I'm using I have these text components, and that's what if we fire up a multiplayer game here. Look at the text. That's what these are. These are text, not components, text entities. And I'm taking the value from those. I'm using those as actually the kind of like the store for what the current score is, basically. So I'd like to not have that at all. So, because eventually we're going to get rid of these. I'm going to keep them on for now. For right now, but we're eventually going to get rid of these. So I don't want to be using their internal text property for keeping track of the score. So I want to create just a property for player score and opponent score. And then we use that to calculate the diff, basically. So wherever we have opponent score and player score, wherever we're like setting and using that, which should just be in this calc diff function now that we created. We want to do this dot op score instead. Whoops. This dot op score minus this dot player score. And we want to do, okay, so instead of this, we are going to do, oh, you know what? I'm getting rid of these. We're just going to straight up get rid of these things. Yeah. Okay. And then this will be this dot op score. And this will be this dot op score. I don't really like keeping track of the score in this object. It's kind of not really necessary. Well, I don't know. I guess it does. I guess it kind of makes sense to do it. It is called the scoreboard after all, so it makes sense that it kind of has the score of the game, if you know what I mean. Okay, so player score. Okay, so now we can get rid of this init method. We can get rid of these. Yeah, that should be it. Hopefully. Do not have any more references to that anymore. So now we won't have those numbers anymore, and everything else should still work. Yes, looking good. All right, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna just take a quick little snack break, and then we'll be right back. Let's get our little finding opponent thing up. How about that? There we go. All right, so we'll be right back in a little bit here. All right. I'm back. Looks like the toilet won. Nice. Yes. All right, I just had a nice Honeycrisp apple. I just decided to eat it before coming back. Because otherwise I'm like crunching and talking really loud. You just hear this delicious Honeycrisp crunch just really loud in the microphone. So figured I'd spare you guys from that. Even though it is a satisfying sound. An apple crunch. Asthma, yep. Yep. All right. Okay. You know what? This animation needs to be better. I mean, I'm not going to do anything about it right now, but it could be better. Or it could be more, I don't know, like more visible. Like I don't even like notice it really. I mean, everything's good enough for right now, and that's good enough is what we're going for. Another thing I wanted to fix, since I kind of came up with a good solution, is another thing I wanted to fix quickly is, and this works just fine, right? Yeah, for whatever reason, Chrome is mega laggy. Okay. Cool. Oh. I want to get the reset. Okay. There's a reset key feature I'd like to add, which we kind of started to add. And this was also something that I thought would be really cool from when I did probably like an hour and a half of playing the other day. It'd be really nice to have like a quick reset key. So that's something we should probably work on. Another thing would be, there's something else I was just thinking of. Let me let's pull up the old Trello here real quick. Whoops. All right, so I'm pretty sure we are good as far as UI for the scoreboard goes. So we got that. One thing I want to do is the new main menu layout. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I said before I didn't really want to do that on stream. Fix resizing for StatScreen. This is one thing. Whoops, add screen resizing. All right, so we've got add screen resizing for StatScreen. I would like to look at that. And I think I'm going to add, this one was kind of off to the side, add the reset practice match key button. I do want to have that one in. I want that one in because for personal reasons, because I thought somebody suggested it a while back, having a reset key, like press R for resetting. And I would like to add that one in now. More for, not so much for, well, I would like to have maybe something that says press R, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I'd like to finish this. So let's try add screen resizing for StatScreen. First things first, I think we can do a commit. Okay, so here we did finished scoreboard with animations. Finished, just say client scoreboard. Okay, very cool. All right, so now let's try the resizing first. I want to see how quick that can happen. So basically, the stat screen doesn't resize, doesn't automatically resize. Where's the other? Oh, yeah, no, it's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So this stat screen here, I just went back to the live Populus GG. Doesn't resize at all. So I want to have that. Basically, I think we can do it pretty easily. Now that we've come up with our cool new like thing, our cool new style for resizing things. Okay, I can't think of the words. Okay, so let's go to StatScreen. Ooh, actually, wait a minute. We have somewhat of an interesting thing here. All right, let's look at what we got here. So StatScreen has an array of stats as a property, and a stat is also actually an object because it makes up kind of the two components, a text and a value. It's basically why I have an actual stat object. So that might actually make things a little trickier. Let's look at the stat object itself real quick. Oh, we don't have a create. Oh, we have a set pose and width. Okay. Actually, then this might be, yeah, this might be the cool thing to do. My value text, title text. Yeah, we just do all that stuff in the constructor. Let's close that. There we go. Okay, so let's go back to StatScreen. Let's look at the create method. So we have a static create method. And we create each stat. And basically each stat has its own what? Oh, pops per second. Wait, why are there 3 things? Oh. All right. Anyway, I'm just trying to review what I've got going on here. So if we do sets, okay, this might be it. It might be this simple. So we set up each stats, retry button, quit button. Okay, brilliant. Quit button pose, retry button pose. where do we set the retry button R? Okay. So we are going to do stats initialize themselves. Okay, so these buttons, we want to move these up. Whoops. Retry button, quit button. So the initialization of those objects themselves, we want to move up. So we're going to move up to here. And then instead of, okay, so we've got, we're going to change this to x0, y0. So we're doing this 0 initialization thing. Retry button pose. So wherever we have retry button pose, we're going to actually just set the button position. So we're going to say, we're going to say retry button dot pose dot x equals this. Okay. And then same thing, retry button dot pose dot y equals the next thing. Whoops. Ah. There we go. Same thing with the quit button. We're gonna do quit button dot pose dot x. Look at that. But not this. Yeah, not that. And then quit button dot pose dot y. Look at that. Oh, whoa, no, wrong one. Okay, there we go. And then when did we set the radius? Retry button R, okay. When does retry button R actually get set? Retry button. Retry button D, retry button R. I guess maybe we just do, well, quit button R. I guess let's just do retry button dot size dot R equals retry button R. And then, oh my goodness, there we go. Okay. Wow. Quit button dot size dot R equals quit button R. Man. Who'd have thought I was this good at like just retyping things? Actually, I'm not. I'm bumbling around. I don't know what I'm doing. It's a mess. All right. Okay, actually, let's split these now. So we've got our retry button stuff, our quit button stuff. Okay, that's fine. All right, now. All right, we're going to wrap. Now what we're going to do is we're going to wrap from here up to here into a thing. So we're going to say const on window resize equals. And we're going to do that. And then all of this stuff, all of this here is going to go up in that. There we go. We're going to call this function once on window resize. All right, so let's see if that works. I really think actually this should do it. Although, yeah, let's see if this works. If it works, then we will refactor not this one here. Then we'll kind of we'll clean up a few things in there if that works, if that does it. First off, we cannot do the 300 seconds because that means I have to wait 300 seconds before I'll see the stat screen. That's not good. Let's go down to 3 seconds. How about that? There we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's pop a couple bubbles quick in the 3 seconds. Uh-oh. Retry button R is not defined. It took a dump. Okay, wait. What line was that? StatScreen 63. Oh. Yeah, I forgot to set these to 0. Oh, and I forgot to set this to x 0, y 0. Because we want to initially set these things to zeros. We just want to zero out the quit button's position and radius right off the bat. And then they'll get set inside of this on window resize function. And then this on, ooh, wait a minute. We need to actually use this on window resize function now. So we need to go to this dot event listeners equals an array. And we're going to have one event listener that's going to be window resized. Is that what it's called? Window resize. Look at that. Oh, and then we need to also pass on window resized. Or on window resize. I should try to use the same. On window resize. Oof. On window resize is the okay. Is the window resized event listener. Okay, so the event is window resized. The listener is just going to be on window resize. What we just passed through the constructor right there. That's all there is to it, folks. That's pretty much it. Okay, so let's see if we don't get any more errors now with our 3-second match. How many bubbles can we pop in 3 seconds? That's actually kind of fun. Everything broke. Cannot set property R of undefined. StatScreen.js 118. Okay, so that's good. Size R. Okay, it was 120 something. 120, 118. So that's down here. Retry. Did I spell something wrong? It was 118 was broken. So retry button.size.r. Why isn't that something? Retry button should have a size and an R of 0. Oh, no, never mind. It's a button. So buttons have a special thing. Where's the... Yeah. Let's look at that. What I did with the... buttons don't have a size property directly. They have a drawable that has a size. So I did all of this wrong. All of that's screwed up and not right. So we need to go to... whatever we did the other day. Match weight screen, yes. Okay, there. Practice button offset. Practice button. Where's the practice button? Here we go. This is what we need to do. We need to do practice button. We need to call the method on the button that's called set size and pose. And then we set the radius. We set the X position, the Y position, and then the font size. The font size, that's what that is. The font size is another thing we got to do. Okay, so we need to call, basically, here, we're going to go retry button dot set size and pose, and then we're going to pass these. We need to pass, oh boy. We need to put these things in there, and then we need one more. We need to separate these by commas because they are arguments. Okay, and then, or wait a minute. I think I just heard a mouse squeak up in the ceiling. It's that time of year, folks. It's getting colder outside. The little mice out there, they got to come in somewhere warm. They got to find a good home. I just heard like this tiny little squeak. We have a cat now, though. And I would not want to be a mouse with that cat around. Okay, so so this goes away. Okay, this goes away. This, did I see? Okay, no, that's good. That's good. Okay. And we need to pass one more argument, the font size. No. Actually, we don't need to pass the font size. The font size will take care of itself. Because the match weight screen, where's the button? Yes. Because we set our own font size. We override the default behavior of the button, which is to just set the font size like based upon the width of the button, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. For the game, for everything, the way we're doing it in the game, that kind of works. Okay, so this is good. We need to do the same thing for the quit button now. So we do quit button dot set size and pose. And we're gonna move this stuff up in there. And then we just get rid of these. Whoops, that whole thing. Oh, not that. No, okay. What am I doing? Need to do commas here. Yes, no font sizes though. All right, that should be it. Let's see what happens. I don't know why. I don't need two of these technically. Nice, it works. Okay, and is it going to resize? We're going to find out. Ready? Moment of truth. Because initially, the sizes and everything get initialized correctly the first time. The problem was when we resized the screen, this stuff didn't change, right? And we knew it didn't change. It wasn't a surprise that it didn't change. It wasn't a bug that it didn't change. It was a feature. So now, it should resize. And yes, it resizes, but we definitely have a problem with the text. It's like drawing a bunch of extra... Oh. I bet you I know what that is. So basically what's happening, I don't know if you can tell, but the text got mega chunky. So like it's working. Oh no, wait a minute. Actually, no, the font size for the stats is not resizing. See that? The font size isn't resized. Those buttons get real tiny. The buttons are just like mega tiny there. But the font size doesn't. So we need to change that. What is going on with this? Oh, actually, you know what? You know what's happening? We just keep making it worse. Every time we move this, we're just making it slower and slower and slower. See how our frame rate is just tanking? Look at that. You can probably tell because it's the Chrome window is moving at like 60-ish, more or less. Even though I don't really believe it. Well, yeah, the Chrome window should look like it's moving like 60 more or less on stream because I have a 120 hertz screen. But our frame rate is just going down and down and down and down, 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 down. Because we're just adding more and more drawable things on the screen, I think. So it's just millions of things. Nearest, you're adding another text on each resize. Exactly. I think you nailed it on the head. I think that's what's happening. And it's because I didn't go super carefully. I didn't look super carefully at the code that was doing that. So yeah, like obviously it's like all the anti-aliasing kind of fills in. So you get these like chunky numbers and stuff. Beckitty, good job. Wow, thank you, Beckitty. I appreciate it. Beckitty's my wife, so she just likes to throw a good job in the chat every once in a while to boost my morale. Isn't that nice of her? All right. Heart. Just 2 hearts only? Jeez. Makes me kind of nervous. Something's up. Whew. Only 2 hearts. I'm just kidding. 2 of hearts, nice. 2 of hearts. All right, so yeah, here's the problem. We're doing stat.init. Stat.init. So that's the problem. Every time we call init.init, we add more. The functions that run to draw the thing on screen get added again and again and again and again and again. In fact, I'm actually... Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. I was going to say, technically... Oh, boy. GeForce Experience. I don't know what's happening. Did that show up on stream? Remember, no ESLint and TypeScript equals only 2 hearts. Nice. Yeah, I gotcha. I was thinking of something that TypeScript would help for. I thought of something the other day. I was like, oh man, it would be if I had TypeScript, then I wouldn't have this problem. I don't remember what it was though. Honestly, I come across that every day, but who's keeping count? Whoops. All right, so I was gonna say I thought maybe the event listener count would skyrocket whenever we added these, but technically not. We're calling the dot init. Actually, wait a minute. Oh. This is what it's like to play on a console. I don't even know how many frames we're getting there, but it's pretty low. My one CPU, if I didn't have a 12-core CPU, it'd be heating up right now because with 12, just one core is doing a bunch of work, and it's not really enough to make it heat up. But that we're maxing it out. We're maxing it out pretty good there. Actually, it might even be more GPU that's struggling. Well, maybe it's both. We'd have to measure how long our CPU, how long our frames are taking per each CPU loop, per each loop of the game loop. And we'd have to look at how long the GPUs take, or how long it takes before we get that request animation frame. Anyway, we don't really care about that. It's not that big. It's not that important. The point is, there's probably like 1 million of these stats trying to draw right now. Not 1 million, not that much, but there's probably a lot of stats trying to draw. So actually, now I'm kind of curious. What if we call stat.init? Oh, calling stat. Okay, title text.init. Okay, if we call text. Okay, we need to look at drawable. So I'm just going off on a little rabbit trail here because I want to see. Okay, drawable doesn't have any. Oh, it doesn't have any event listeners at all. Okay. All right. So never mind. Then yeah, I'm talking to myself. Don't. It's all right. I'm kind of losing it, and I'm not sure what's going on anymore. All right. So that's why. Okay. So there's the reason why we're drawing 1 million extra things, but our event listener count is still at 33 there, is because there are no event listeners for text objects. So even though we add 1 million more of them, we're not getting more event listeners because of that, because those entities just don't have any more event listeners, that they even use. They have a function that runs. I have this thing, a drawer function that runs to get drawn on the screen, but that's separate of the event listener thing. That's separate of our global event handler thing. So that's why this is still at a low number. Even though we initialized a bunch more things, because they straight up don't have any event listeners that they're adding. Anyway. Okay, so we just need to move that .init out of that loop. Where is that? StatScreen. Okay, so we can't call stat.init in this loop. So we need to do stat.init down I guess we just do a for each. Stats.for each stat. Stat.init. And that should be all we really need to do. Maybe throw a couple more semicolons in there, but it's good enough for now. All right, so now pop as many bubbles as you can in 3 seconds. Wow. Okay. So we got to resize. Oh, yeah, this. Okay. All right, so now we don't have that problem anymore, which is good, but our font size is not changing. So that's not good. You know what? Am I? I want to measure our frame times. Is there a way I can measure the frame times through our debug thing? I want to try that because I have a sneaking suspicion that it just feels like Chrome already feels really laggy when you resize the window. Like, look at that black. You see, like, the black, like, when I drag, like, Chrome, like, takes forever to update. Chrome DevTools had something like... I should be able to do it. I want to do it. I want to print the frame times here with my little debug things here. But actually... Since you said Chrome DevTools, I want to turn off the console and see if that... Hey, you know what? That's a little better. Chrome still has, like, those black borders. Like, it's way behind. Like, you can... It's less black borders now. I don't know if you... Like, when I drag out like this, you can see, like, where it's black. Like, on the edge as it's, like, going out. Because it's, like, Chrome's, like, either taking a while to render to the screen or, like, just... whatever reason, you know, it just takes a while to update. I don't know, something like that. That feels a little better, but it clearly feels like 30 frames per second kind of when I do this. Like, and this thing is 100 and I mean, I'm on a 120 hertz screen and it runs 120 all the time. But when you move the window, it seems like Chrome's really only doing it like 30 seconds or so. So I don't know. If we go to the main menu, is it the same? Yeah, I mean, it's more or less the same thing. So I don't know. Maybe I don't need to care about that. The lights are flickering, so if I die, let it be known I was watching the best stream. Nice, Al. I like it. What's going on, Al? Good to see you. If you die, that might... I don't know. Maybe I'd get sued or something somehow because of that. Is that a thing? Is that something when I sign up to stream on Twitch, I wouldn't show any flickering lights, flickering same. The best stream on Twitch TV. That's way too kind, Al. That's way too... You're too kind. I don't know what to say. I'm humbled. I'm humbled very much by that. By that I meant I have nothing else to watch but good stream. Yeah, see, I was gonna say it must have been like a typo or something. I like it. Love it, actually. Well, this one feels all right. I don't know. Yeah, but like when you, yeah, is there something like when you sign up, you're gonna stream on Twitch? Does it say like, I'm not gonna give anybody epilepsy or, well, you can't give epilepsy, but if you have epilepsy, you could have problems with flickering things, right? So I don't know if I signed I don't know if I signed the dotted line with that or not, but maybe I've already broken the policy. All right. Anyway, we are. Oh, the positions work. So the thing is, let's play a game here quick. How many bubbles can we pop in 3 seconds? Oh my goodness. All right, I give up. So the buttons resize properly, right? But the text for the... Hey, why did that look so... It didn't look good. Why? Let's try that again. 3, 2, 1. Oh. All right. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so the positions and everything update beautifully, but the font size is not updating beautifully. It's not updating at all, quite frankly. So we need to make sure we're updating that. What about a mode where with each correct bubble, it adds a second to your time? That's interesting. Yeah, so it would just like keep going. Yeah, I mean, there could be something like that. Something like that might be worth playing around with in the future. And yeah, I'm definitely, you know, if I find something that's more compelling than the current game mode, which shouldn't be too hard to come up with, 'cause it's a pile of hot garbage for the most part. But if I come up with something that's more compelling, I'm not against. As Retro MMO knows, I'm not against doing a new game mode every single stream. The game mode challenge, basically. Try to add a new game mode every stream, and see what happens. But no, seriously. I mean that's an idea. It would be interesting maybe to like see if there's like a time, like maybe the time's like really quick and you really have to like keep up the pace. Otherwise you're out. I mean, for simplicity's sake right now, having like a 30-second thing's just really easy to do. It's really easy to not, you know, I don't have like a ton of variables I really have to worry about. Especially for the online, I mean, for the multiplayer is more of what I mean. But yeah, I'm definitely still trying to think of like better ways to play the game. The same kind of concept of the game. Same general popping bubbles with the mouse kind of concept. All right. Okay, so again, we need to resize the stats, the font of the stats. So I want to think about, actually, let's try this. What if what if we just go up here and do, maybe that's not a good idea. Garepa is now following. Garepa. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Garepa. There was someone, Ipatev before. PPA. What's up with the names of PPA somewhere in the title? Nothing against those names. Just, you know, it's just kind of a coincidence. Interesting coincidence. Okay, so I'm trying to think if I should have a method in this, or a event handler in the stat object itself for rescaling the font, but nah. What if we do? Oh, because we've got two components. We've got title text, my value text, opponent value text. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of another at this point. Tomato, tomato is what I'm saying. Let's just do it. Let's just do it in here because, well, I don't know. This dot event listeners equals an array. And then the event is going to be called window resized. Listener is going to be an anonymous function right here, right now. Whoops. Semicolon there. All right, so each stat is going to have its own window resized event listener. And then each stat is going to take care of its own, of resizing its font. So we are going to do font, whoops, this dot title text dot font dot set size. Yes, font dot set size. We do this basically. Stat title. And I guess we do const value font size equals. We're going to do that here. Stat value, so stat title, stat value. Put that in a variable. So what I'm doing right now is basically we're setting the font size for the title text. Title text, which is the black, and the value text, which is the blue. And then there's another optional opponent value text, which will be red. It'll be the same size as this one, but red if you played against another play, if you played a one-on-one game. But that thing is kind of turned on or off depending on if there's an opponent or not, right? Like, so I just did a single player game, so all I see is just my own stats. There are no red stats in this case, but we do need to resize those. So what I'm doing is since the blue and the red font would be the same size if this was a versus game here, then what I'm doing is I'm gonna calculate that font size once. So here's the stat value font ratio. We multiply that by the height of the screen. That gives us our font size of the value in pixels. Again, the value is this number. This is the title font. This is the value font, text, whatever. And then the red would be also the same size as this one. So we just calculate those two things once. That's what I'm trying to do by doing this. And then we'll just do, we'll do value text dot font dot set size, and then we're going to put value font size. And then we're just going to do a little if. We're going to do if this dot opponent value text. So if there's an opponent thing, then we're going to set that too. So then we'll do this dot opponent value text dot font dot set size, and then we pass, oh, not all of that, not all of that. We're going to pass in this value font size. There we go. So we do basically, now we're just calculating. So here we set the title text size. We recalculate what that new size should be based upon the height of the screen. And here we put the value font size. Again, the value is this number, the blue. So we calculate that new size and we set it to the value text object itself, which is this object. And then if there's an opponent value text object, so if we played a one-on-one game, then we would have that red text there. And this would be something, this statement here would evaluate to true. And then we could set the font size for that with that same variable. So we just put that thing in the blah, 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 because basically these things are the same size. So we only need to update, we need to calculate the pixel size once, only once. So now this function should run on this event listener here, should run on every single screen size, update, change, whatever. So let's check that out. Let's see what happens. So we'll do a single player one here, 3 seconds. There we go, done. And let's change this. Oh my goodness, everything's busted. Cannot read property font of undefined stat.js line 43. 43. Value text. Oh, is it my value text? My value text. Who thought that was a good idea? Oh my goodness. My value text? Why would I have thought that was a good idea? All right. Trash Dev. What is going on, Trash Dev? Good to see you. Throwing in some of the retro emotes there. Pizza's kind of maybe making me hungry. Yeah, see, okay. So look at my emote. See, I like Retro's chunky pixel art. So, you know, I'm thinking of refactoring my Kodako. What's going on? Yeah, you're back, Kodako, from leftover Christmas dinner. Welcome back, Kodako. Literally trash. Nice. So my little toilet, it's pixel art, but it's like a 32 by 32 is what I started with. So I need to, like, look at how much cooler Retro's pixel art icons looked in my toilet. So I think I need to restart. I think I need to start over from scratch. We need to start with like a 16 by 16. We need to start with like a 16 by 16 toilet, and then maybe it'll look better than that one. Yeah. That's what we need to do. All right. All right, so what happened? Okay, now we're ready to test this now. So 3 seconds. We got 3 seconds. How many bubbles can we pop in 3 seconds? 7. I didn't make a mistake either. Nice. All right, so now is the moment of truth. We're going to resize the window. We're going to see if the font sizes here change. These ones already changed. The buttons, those already are done. We know those are good. It's these ones up here. It's these individual stat things that we need to see if they work. There we go. Wow. Wow. Actually, I'm not that impressed. It's not really that cool. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Pog clap. Work is being done. You guys make me feel so good about myself. I appreciate it. Yes. And again, this is something that doesn't even matter. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to even like try this and do it. But it's for the people. It's for those people who do try it once and then they say, oh, that's off. That doesn't work. So like if we go to the live populus.gg right now, oh, and I have to play a full 30-second game. Let's do it. Let's go for a record time here just to get to the stat screen. How many stats are we going to get? I don't know. We're going after True Yaksky's 124 pops in 30 seconds. I'm not going to get anywhere close to that. Oh, see, 3 bubbles came back there when I made that mistake, and that's really frustrating. Oh, the colors changed, I'm pretty sure. Must be a bug. Okay. 72, that's... It's not even close. That's 50 bubbles. Truyaksky did 50 more bubbles than I did. 52. And I did 7 mistakes. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So anyway, all of that was to say, look how it doesn't resize right now on the live site. So that's kind of what happens right now, basically. Yeah. Neris, maybe add the Populus version to the stat screen. Yeah, actually, I've been kind of thinking about that. I would like to add that because I never remember what version we're on because I just kind of came up with an arbitrary number. And now we're going to be on version 0.2.0. once we go live with the multiplayer, because it'll be a significant version upgrade, a change. So, oh, Al, I see what you're saying. The 3-second mode is too little. Yes, the 3-second mode is just so I could quickly be done. I have it just for development. The 30-second is going to be the game, is going to be the thing for right now. Badger's back. What's going on, Badger? Yeah, the 3 seconds is just for my testing. That wouldn't be. I mean, that's like you said. Now that makes more sense what you were saying about. It'd be cool to like have that really like the time's running out really fast there, but 30 seconds is going to be the game, like it is right now, on populus.gg right now. All right, I've got to do better. Just because that's 72, just because I'm still 50. Come on, baby. All right, this is already better. Oh! Sorry if that was loud. My compressor should have kicked in. Oh, come on. All right, way more than 72 this time. 82, only 10 more. All right, I got to do one more. And I'm not going to talk this time. I'm just going to breathe. I'm just going to breathe loudly into the microphone. Come on, baby. Oh! 95. Yeah, okay. All right. 640 seconds would be enough for anyone. I did want to try doing like the 300 seconds, because I was doing the 300 seconds before, because it's just a matter of me. See, the reason why those numbers, because match time length, that's my constant where I change that. So like, here's 30 seconds, 30,000 milliseconds. I take away a 0 to do the fast testing, 3 seconds, or I add another 0 to do 300 seconds if I need it to stay up on screen for a while so I can look, you know. That's what we were doing before with that animation thing. I don't know where I was going with that. Al, I propose hell mode where everything is the same except there's gravity and the balls fall and bounce around everywhere. I like it. I like it. We'll add that in tomorrow, I think. Actually, no, 2D. But seriously, though, 2D physics. I did kind of do a little 2D physics thing. In fact, do I have that here? Let's see. That'd be cool to look at. I don't remember what that. Let me just do a little search here. I definitely have it. I just don't think I have it in my. Yes. There it is. All right, my ball physics in JavaScript. Here we go. Let's full screen this. All right, so I have some, oh, let's refresh. There we go. Might be hard to see, but that's it. And it doesn't, I was trying to get collisions to work between the balls, and it really didn't work, so. But you can see it collides with the ground in a realistic way. And with the wall. Doink, doink, doink. But then when they collide, it's all screwed up. But so that's kind of like a nice bouncy ball. And I think it'll roll forever, actually. I don't think there's any, like, friction. There it goes. All right, anyway. Reality game, you just say like this, but there's 5 billion modes. You can never get bored of either. I want to become famous. Wow. Ugh, man. I just want to copy this. Yeah, I mean, Al, like you said, like, yeah, there could be a bunch of different things. And again, I've said, like, that's kind of the point of this game to some extent, is like a little sandbox for myself, even. Just to kind of screw around with to try to make something that's kind of cool. And like what we have works, but it's like, yeah, you know, we could maybe find something that's way more interesting. So the point right now is I really just want to kind of get the current version out there. And then try Stream Elements bot for moderation. I do have Nightbot, but I guess I have to play around with some of the settings to try to get stuff to work better. Yeah, Nightbot is like, I looked at it like once when I set it up and never really messed around with it again. I really just wanted it for the links, the commands. But I mean, I get enough. I get, you know, like maybe one or two of those want to become famous chats every stream. So Populus, Above and Beyond, the game that never stops being interesting. It could just be random game modes. You just play and like it's a different challenge every time. Makes it sound bad arse a bit. Above and Beyond. Yeah. Makes me think forward to a brighter future. All right. Well, it's good to know after all of this, I'm pretty sure we don't have any event listener leaks. In fact, let's just do we'll do a little double manual check on that right now. Not really a double check because I didn't really check it the first time, but I'm just gonna play a game here. Oh, we went back to 30 seconds. Oh, okay. 91. Look at that. That was when I wasn't even trying. All right. Okay, so let's move. What in the world? I've used a mouse before. Okay. Nice. We slid her around there. That's looking good. Slid this one around. All right, let's do a competitive game. Let's do that. Let's quit. Let's start there we go. I just want to check, make sure we don't have any leaky event listeners here anymore. All right, so that thing's working. We'll play over here a little bit. Okay. Oh. All right, so both of these are up, working, and I think we had a 31 event listeners now. Uh-oh. 31 or 32? There's a leak. There's a leak. Look at that. 32. There's supposed to be 31. All right, let's track it down. Blue Exabyte. What is going on, Blue Exabyte? 19 viewers. Poggers. Yeah, I don't know where all these people are coming from. Wondable rated. I assume Wondable's crew's still around. So and thanks again, Wondable. What's up, man? How was your Christmas? It was good. It was good. It's not quite over yet, actually. We were with my wife's family over the weekend. Or actually, we had some people here, some of my wife's family here over the weekend. And then we're going to be with my family this coming weekend for Christmas and New Year's-ish, I guess, because we haven't seen my family yet. But yeah, how was yours, Blue Exabyte? Or how was everybody's Christmas, by the way? Hope everybody had a good Christmas. Just eating pho and staring at your codes. Nice, Trash. What is pho? P-H-O. It was nice. My brother bought me Legos, so I spent the whole day working on that. Felt like I was 12 again. Nice. That's a pretty sweet gift. Vietnamese soup. I was actually going to say that. Trash. I actually was going to say that. Because I knew of a Vietnamese restaurant that was pho. So I was kind of like, is that what he's thinking? But I didn't want to say it and seem like a complete idiot. So I just went with the route of just bypass. I just looked like a partial idiot instead. Where do you live? I live in Wisconsin. So, yes. Okay, maybe that explains it. Not a lot of Vietnamese places around here. I do know of one, but... Sweet on the Legos though. Blue Exabyte. Yeah, I haven't touched Legos in a long time. That was kind of a weird way to say it. I haven't touched Legos. Well, I haven't played with Legos. Is that better? That doesn't sound better. It was a throwback for sure. Yeah, I bet. Cool Boy Jedi, I noticed that you type CLG to console log. Is that a macro to VS Code? Wow, very observant, Cool Boy. I do say that a lot whenever I'm like talking. I'll be like, oh yeah, CLG. Yes, it is a what do they call it? A snippet, code snippet. I have this installed. JavaScript ES6 code snippets. What happened to all the icons? There's a bunch of them that I don't even know about, but this is the one. JavaScript ES6 code snippets by Charalampus Caripidis. 4.5 million downloads. 5 stars. Don't remember where I found that. I got that from originally. I learned today that there's more than just console logs. Like I didn't know console error, console warn were a thing. Yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff. There's a table too. You can do like a table. You can format like you could format like an array or something. You can pass an array and it'll like format it as a table. Yeah, there's a bunch of, so here's a bunch of the snippets. I only use CLG, honestly. There's import. That one's not that big a deal. It's not that hard to type import. Let's try that once. Real quick. If I go imp. Oh, actually, no, not in the node. Not in node. Import module name from module. Import Jared from, that's not that helpful. Come on. I can do this. Import Jared from Jared. Jared.js. Look at that. Didn't take me that long. Actually, that's probably a good one too. What else is there in this? Might as well take advantage of having this open. So again, this is JavaScript ES6 code snippets. It lets me do stuff like CLG, and then I can hit tab. And then it kind of comes up with this. I don't know what the deal is with why this looks kind of weird and nasty. But then if I hit tab on CLG, it does console log, and it's highlighted right there. So I can just quick dump a string in or whatever, or, you know, or some object or whatever. Anything to your heart's desire, I guess. What do we got? We got, oh, module.exports. That's kind of nice. Require, rec, package name, REQ, require package name, const package name equals require package name. That's nice. That's nice. Export default class, ECL, class helpers, con, adds a constructor. Oh, I have used this one on accident before. Because I've gone like, there's got to be like a class. Is there just one that does class? Console methods. Oh yeah, so there's CLG, CG. Whoa, look at all these. Look at all these different console methods. Blue exabyte. Assert, clear, count, debug, dir, error, group end, log, console log, or log. Trace, warn, info, table. Yeah, I knew about the table and the warn and the error, and some, I've maybe seen some of these other ones, but wow, there's a bunch of them. But you can't type console log. Console table is crazy. Yeah, I think I used it once, but used it for one thing before. I don't know. I'd have to really look at. How does it work? Console.table, tabular data, ASDF, Quir, Doug, Steve, Ryan. Those are some good names. I just came up with those randomly. Oh! Okay, when I used it last time, I don't remember it being like this. All right, hang on. Let's take this to the next level. All right. Hang on. All right, check this out. Instead of an array of strings, let's do an array of objects with different properties. Name. Is that age? We'll throw a nice age in there. 34. Name. Age. Wow, this is 54. Name. Age. 10. Steve. Okay. Name. Age. You know what? I probably should just try this with like 2 things. But I don't care. Name, Ryan. How old's Ryan? Age. He's 90. Okay. Oh, that's sick. Trash Dev, you're taking this too far. It's not far. Not far enough. What else could we do? What if we have what if there's another array? What if there's another array in there, like pets? Dog. Cat. Fly. Oh. Can I expand? Okay. Trash div. You can style your console logs. I think I have seen that. You can do the colors and stuff. Why CSS when we have console table? Yeah, I just tell everybody to F12 or whatever and like look at your data from there. Click on stuff. You want to read your things? Look, click that. Yeah, that works. We just need buttons and stuff now. Yeah, the table thing is crazy. I think I used it once in the past, but I don't remember it being quite like this. It was probably over a year ago that I used it. Console dir is helpful when you see object and crap. Is dir, what does dir stand for in this case? Actually, I've typed this all the time and I never really thought about all these things. Assert dir item. All right, I guess I'd have to look at this a little more. This will be anticlimactic. Nice. Well, that's cool. Yeah, the table is pretty pretty sweet. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. Sorry. Wee dance. All right, we'll be right back in a second here. All right, we're back. We are back. I got a Tootsie Pop. Did I get a star? Look at that. Look at that. Star. All right, I think that's it for the stream. Got a star. So, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not ending the stream just because I got a star on the Tootsie Pop wrapper. All right, anyway. I just wanted to look. It's hard to have deep, good conversation with the Tootsie Pop. I just wanted to look a little bit through the code snippets some more, which I pretty much just did. I feel like there'd be more than I feel like there'd be more than this. I mean, a lot of these are the things that you type over and over again a lot of times, every time you're like creating a new file, so I kind of get that. But is there one that just does a class? Well, whenever I create a class, I usually, it's got some special things, so I don't really care about. Oh, there's export default class. That's helpful if you're like doing React or something like that. Oh, here's ECE. Exports default class by extending a base 1. Oh, wait, that just adds extends base class. Yeah, I don't really care about it. I don't really need that. I mean, I have export default class stat extends it. I just got this in my hair. My Tootsie Pop. What was that? ECE. Export default class stat. Extends entity. That wasn't too bad. I don't know. I use CLG so much though that like whenever I actually go to create a class like this, I really don't need to do it in 2 seconds. It's not the things I'm doing like I do CLG a lot, so it makes sense to kind of have just that. There's the constructor thing too, which is kind of, so you could go ECL and then blah blah class and then con. And you can do net. That's not bad. That's not too bad, because otherwise I do say hi. I mean, that doesn't take me very long to type either, but I'm usually like typing CLG dozens of times in a day versus like I'm not creating methods dozens of times in a day or creating classes dozens of times a day. I mean, I only have dozens of classes, you know, and I add whatever. Anyway, none of that's important. Okay, so oh yeah, we have a leaky event listener. That's what we ended up with. All right, I'm crunching into the Tootsie Pop. All right, we've got a leaky event listener. I want to see what I can do to track this down. You're supposed to have 31, but this one's at 32 at the main menu. So let's just do a single player game here. Let's just change this back to 3 seconds. Let's see if I can replicate it with 3 seconds. Did I refresh? Oh yeah. $31. Ooh, wait a minute here though. 37. We shouldn't have 37. We should not have 37 event listeners at the stat screen. That's a little fishy. I'm pretty sure we had 32 before. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, wait a minute. Never mind. Oh, no, 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 no. Never mind. 37 is fine. Because we added an event listener for each. 37 is correct. Because we added an event listener for each stat has an event listener now, so that's 4 more. And then there's 1 event listener for the whole window. Okay, so 37 event listeners on the stat screen is fine. That's exactly what it should be. But it was something. We ended up with something where we had an extra one. Lovebug Worm is now following. Hey, Lovebug, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. We're getting close to 200 now. 200 followers, 190 followers. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. But yeah, Lovebug, thanks again. I really appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this. Get rid of the Tootsie Pop stick here. My star wrapper. Look at that. Yeah, I just threw the star out. All right. Hang on a second here. Oh. All right. Okay, so now I'm not 100% sure on how to actually... Oh, I bet you I know. I bet you I know. So let's do a competitive game. Let's refresh this guy here, this guy here. I bet you it's just something with our stat screen is the problem. Time's up. We did the 3 seconds. Quit. Quit. Yep. Look at that. 32. 32 event listeners. Okay, let's go back. And then, yeah, maybe I should do a little, I don't know who else is new hanging out in the chat. Lovebug Worm just followed. I'll give a little rundown on the game. The camera in focus? Yeah. Okay, hang on 1 second here. We want to look at the... What was that thing called? The what is that thing called? Scoreboard. Yes, the scoreboard. Okay. So we're not... Yes, I bet you it's this animation. We're not destructing the animation. No, we're not. This, look at that. This dot destruct. Okay, there we go. That was it. Okay, so let's try it again. Let's do a competitive game. 1-on-1. It's set to 3 seconds right now just for me being able to test things really quickly. 31. 31. Problem solved. All right. Cool Boy Jedi. Oh yeah, I was messing around with the canvas stuff and I had an idea for the interval. Nice. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Okay, so Let's look at one. Actually, I think. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Let's test quickly a competitive game StatScreen just to make sure everything looks right. Okay. And then we go like this. Yes. All the stats and everything resize beautifully. Awesome. There we go. Looking good. Okay. And our event listeners are back to normal. Okay, let's commit this stuff here. Git status, bunch of stuff. Git add, git commit -am. What adds those LFs? Oh, in config.js. Yeah, okay. So it's the the cursor is adding in LFs instead of CRLFs. All right, hang on a sec, cool boy Jedi. Okay, so let me commit this quick. We did added StatScreen resizing. Okay, so we added StatScreen resizing. Fixed event listener leak with scoreboard animation not destructing. Beautiful. And okay, so we can trash this now. I'm on the ball with those git commits right now. And then we are done with the screen resizing. So we fix that in the Trello. So now we're going to look at this practice button thing. Or the reset button for the practices. All right, cool boy Jedi, what you got for me here? Where's my chat? There we go. You have the reset and then a different function for each screen stored in a separate JS file as a list of functions. For your title screen, you'd call score screens index. And for countdown screens, score screen index +1 and so forth. Is that a good idea? I mean, it really depends on. Let me just reread what you got here. Different function for each screen. Actually, that's not too far off in that sense. Kind of what I do. That's not terribly far off from what I kind of do. My canvas, where is my canvas wrapper? Whoops. So I have a render function here. So this is the function that loops every time. So this goes into the request animation frame, and that triggers the looping, the continuous looping of this render function. And we clear the screen to start. We call the CTX clear rect, and then we calculate like some frame time variables here that we have, and then basically I then do this thing. Well, okay, so I have kind of two steps. I have an event. My game engine has kind of its own event emitter thing. So I have this global event emitter object. So what I do is I bring that up and I call, it has a .emit method, and I emit the event that's called draw finished. So there's a bunch of different things that need to listen for when a frame finishes, like a timer or something. So a timer itself doesn't draw anything on screen, but it needs to know like when a frame finished drawing and what that frame time was so it can keep track of time. So basically my event emitter fires off this event. And then I have a thing here, a draw queue, which is actually just an array. I think I named it queue for another reason. But basically this is just a loop, or this is just an array of functions. Isn't it? Draw pair. Well, okay, so it's an object, I guess. So this draw queue has basically an array of objects that have functions, drawing functions, and then it calls those functions. So basically any object that's on screen or has something to draw on screen will have added something to the draw queue. And then you do that through this add drawer method, and then there's a remove drawer method, so when something goes away. So basically you're adding like a function that you want to draw on screen, or you're removing a function of something that you don't want to draw on screen anymore. Basically that's what's going on, if that kind of makes sense. Each function would draw different shapes, text, and buttons. So each screen function would have a different draw screen. Therefore, you could switch screens by simply calling a different function. Yeah, I mean, what you're getting the right idea there, cool boy. Like you want to have something that, and it really comes down to like whatever you think your game would need, or your whatever interactive thing, doesn't have to be a game, just whatever thing you're drawing on canvas. If you want it to be very like Populus, where it is different, like screens, like it's a game where you have a screen and then you click something and that screen goes away and then something else appears. Yeah, you really kind of need to well, that's kind of what I do. So obviously I just showed you kind of how I handle like the drawing of things. And then kind of at the higher level of that, I have my application object that kind of manages what screens actually get initialized when and where, and like when something happens. So if for example, my application object has a bunch of event listeners, and these are all event listeners for my game engine event listeners. So there's an event called find match button clicked. So the application has a function that runs whenever this event gets fired. So find match button clicked, basically that's this button right now, this red thing. So that event fires, and then the application fires up, basically fires this function, which creates a new match wait screen object. So I have like an object just for the screen, right? And the match wait screen has like the text and this little animation and this text and this button. So it's kind of like you're saying, like I've got an object. It's not really a function, but it's an object that has individual components to it that would get drawn on screen. And then it's a matter of when I initialize. So when I do match wait screen create, there's a function on a match wait screen object that gets called it's called .init. So then when you call that, it calls .init on its subcomponents, and then the subcomponents. Actually, that's not quite true. But basically, calling this function, the drawable components, the components that actually draw things on screen, they pass their functions up to this canvas wrapper into this method that's called add drawer that I was explaining before, which basically is a function. And then, oh yeah, that's what that is. Okay. Anyway, then basically it adds like a drawing function that gets called that draws the item to the screen. And then basically it's to that array of drawing functions, and then it pulls drawing functions out when you don't need that thing drawn on screen anymore. So I kind of have like those layers kind of abstracted away from myself, so I don't have to be thinking about, oh, I need to draw something on screen, so here's exactly how I draw it on screen every time. I've got some objects and things in place that kind of do that for me. So like I have a base entity object that basically has event listeners and stuff that gets set up, so I can have a single object start listening to like game engine events with relatively not very much code at all. The stat screen would be a good case of that. Like I can have, there's some setup code down here, but basically my stat screen object that encapsulates the entire stat screen is basically just this: a few properties and a single event listener. And then I can have a function fire on that event listener because this stat screen is an entity. I know I'm kind of explaining that stuff really fast, and it's probably not the best, but I also have a drawable object, which directly extends entity. So a drawable can also have event listeners and stuff. And the drawable has a bunch of other things that, like the size, the color, and everything, and some other methods that let it, like, so you can make it invisible or not. But a drawable is basically something that needs to be drawn on the canvas. So it's like an object. It's an object that I can then have other things extend from this so I can draw things on screen. So for example, I have a rectangle, a rect class that extends drawable. I have a circle that extends drawable. And then basically those things like circle have the stuff set up to like actually like arc and then fill in a circle and like do a full whatever. And that's so like a circle is a drawable, and that has a draw function, and that draw function gets set up. The drawable. Yeah, so here on the drawable, when we call .init, or we call init on a drawable function, on a drawable object, it goes to canvas wrapper and passes in the drawing function for that. So I got a bunch of stuff that kind of just splits out all the work that needs to be done to get something drawing on screen. So like if I just want to draw some little thing on screen, I can do it relatively quickly. And I don't have to do a lot of extra legwork. Just anytime I want to have something on screen. I just need to make sure I clean up after myself, basically, is the only thing. And that's why I keep having this little event listener count thing. I keep having that number on screen. I keep printing that because then that lets me know if I didn't clean something up properly. Yeah, I just kind of ripped through all that stuff really quickly. And I know Cool Boy Jedi just started with JavaScript, so I'm not expecting everything I just said there to have made a ton of sense. But you definitely know what you're doing, Cool Boy Jedi. You're learning fast, I'll say. Lovebug Worm, how did you begin this project? That's a good question, Lovebug Worm. Actually, I was gonna give, because you just followed, and there was some, and Garepa, well, that was a while ago, just followed. So I was gonna give you guys a little demo on the game. But to more specifically answer your question, so, well, I'll give you the quick demo, then I'll answer your question. So, yeah, Lovebug Worm. This is my game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now, actually. Populus.gg. I threw it down there in the chat. And I'm here on Populus.gg right now. It's basically a game where you pop these bubbles in the order that they appear here. So you want to pop orange bubble first, so you hover your mouse over it and you press the space bar, or you mouse click, you left click, and you just do that and just keep popping whatever bubbles in that position there. And you just kind of see how many you can get, how quickly you can, how many bubbles you can pop rather in 30 seconds. So you got 30 seconds of this little timer counting down. And then boom, time's up. And then you see how many bubbles you popped in the time and how many mistakes you made. And that's pretty much it. But for that question, how did I begin this project? It started out as a different style game. Like there wasn't like a concept of like popping. It was just like hovering over stuff. And actually I didn't have circles originally. I just had squares, and it was just like how quickly could you hover over the squares in the order that they were supposed to be there. So it was kind of like the same idea of like in order by color. But so that was kind of the original thing. It's kind of now morphed into this. And basically I did the game back in January 2019. I started it back in January 2019, just kind of a really rough, bad version of it with the squares and everything. And I kind of ended up, I worked on it for a couple months and then ended up kind of scrapping it. Then in January 2020 is when I started this version. And I kind of worked on it off and on. And I spent, well, so basically, that's kind of that kind of answers the questions of how I set up my thoughts. I kind of thought about what would be the right way to do this game, and I kind of landed on like having an event-driven engine. And I myself, I'm just kind of trying to figure out making video games. You know, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just, you know, I love programming. I love games. I love making games. So I wanted to kind of try to make this a little more of an official, formal thing. This game, not just a little. I mean, it's a stupid little game. But I wanted to kind of make it at a scale that, you know, could be on a website, could be live on a website, and people could play, and it would work, and you could play you could play multiplayer, that sort of thing. So my, I kind of derailed myself there. My Aragorn Skywalker just subscribed. Aragorn, what's going on? Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Aragorn Skywalker's my bro-in-law. LOL, wasn't trying to interrupt. Yeah, you derailed me. Aragorn. No, I'm just kidding. Not at all. I had already derailed myself. I don't remember what I was saying. No, but thanks for the sub. And we have to play some Hypercharge later for sure, Aragorn. Literally had no idea Prime Game was free with Prime. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty cool. The free sub. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is a pretty cool thing. Prime is amazing. Yes. It is. And Twitch, or Amazon owns Twitch, right? So that's kind of I think that's where the Prime, the whole kind of thing comes together or whatever with that. I guess. Right? Do I have that right? Hi, I changed my color. How do you change your color? Oh, it does. Had no idea. Gonna have to look that up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where Amazon bought Twitch a few years ago or something. Maybe I have that wrong, but I thought that was the story. How do you change your color of your name? Do you pick it like in your because I have no idea what my name is. What my color my name is. It's red when I type stuff. Love Bugworm. I have problems committing to projects. That's why I asked. I wanted to know how to keep motivation going. Cool Boy Jedi, bottom left of the chat. I mean, I definitely so yeah, I'll keep going. Cool Boy Jedi, or Aragorn Skywalker, Amazon acquired systems exactly 5 years ago. Nice. Yeah, Love Bug Worm. I mean, I still definitely have, you know, motivation issues from time to time. I think actually since I started streaming, I started kind of the new engine and everything for this in last January, right? So coming up on almost a year now, this code base and everything's been almost going for a year. And I started streaming in kind of the end of August. This obviously 2020. This past August. So that's really helped me to kind of just keep going. You know, so I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. I stream every Monday and Tuesday. for usually like 8 hours. So that was kind of like my nice, like, okay, I'm just doing it every Monday and Tuesday. And that really helps keep me going for sure. Like having actual, streaming on Twitch just keeps me like honest, keeps me working. But otherwise, I hadn't made I made a good progress on the game before August, but like doing something like streaming has really helped. But I mean, when you work a full-time job or something, I went part-time with my current job to be able to try to do this, to be able to have more time to devote to this. And yeah, I would say, especially if you've got a full-time job and you're trying to do like a game on the side, at least for me personally, that probably wouldn't work. Like I'd really have to like have it in my mind, like, okay, I'm trying to do this thing as like a job. That's just me personally, because I personally have trouble staying motivated to kind of keep pushing something through. And it's doing anything significant for working full time is hard for sure. Kodako, yes, yeah, you're definitely right, Kodako. Which is what you're doing, right? Yeah, so definitely streaming is helping me keep me motivated, but also like kind of going part-time and saying like, all right, I'm going to try to like make this game like work, like a job. And maybe that sounds kind of, and if it is a hobby, if something like that is a hobby for you, then maybe you don't want that. You don't want to add like that stress of it as like a job. But for me, it was like I needed to make it more of like, I needed to have like that time set aside to be like, all right, this is going to be the thing I'm working on as if it's a job. It's just like it works for a while, but eventually you lose energy and or motivation. Yeah, you'll be excited. Like if you start a project or something and it's really cool to start, you'll be excited and you might be motivated and work on it. And if you're working like a full-time job, you might still come home every day and spend a couple hours on it or whatever, right? But eventually you're going to hit like a little roadblock. You're going to hit a little bump in the road or whatever. And you're going to be like, I'm not going to work on this tonight. I'll just play a game or something, or I'll just do whatever. And so that for me, like I had enough of that where there'd be like a month or two where I wouldn't even touch the code, after starting it, right? Just because it was like, I didn't really have time. So that was for me, like one of the reasons to say like, all right, I'm going to go part-time with my job. And then I'm literally going to put, 16 plus hours a week into this. And that makes it way easier. And maybe you also have some stuff going on in real life and then bam. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, you kind of have to, for me, it was like really setting aside like work time for it and saying like, yeah, this is the time I have to work on the game. And like, I can't be fooling around like half working on the game, half just watching YouTube the whole time, or like half just playing some other game and like thinking about what I want to do. I might do that on like a weekend. I might like sit and watch somebody stream or something for a little bit. Not Kodako's apparently, but I might like, or on a late on a weekday night or something, I might still have some energy, so I'm up and I might just be noodling around with some of the code, but I'm not really getting any valuable work done, Or like right now, I'm not even working on the game. I'm just talking about stuff. No, I'm just kidding. Talking to the Twitch chat is very important. But well, and selecting a project too that you'll want to stick with. I kind of have a little bit of that's another part of the equation. And that's a little harder too, like harder to know, because you might think it's awesome at first and then you might, obviously not like it. And for that, I would say, you know, you should probably try to stick with not super ambitious projects. Like this game is not, I would say, not super ambitious at all, aside from the multiplayer. Obviously, any game that's multiplayer is going to be, you know, I don't think I've bitten off more than I can chew, which I think is very important. But I also don't think I've like I've given myself a good amount, like, I don't know. I've worked on this for hundreds of hours now. I don't know, 400, 500 hours now probably. At least this code base. That doesn't include anything that I did back in the days when it was the squares or whatever, like I was explaining before. Not factoring any of that in, which also that wouldn't have been very much amount of work. So I've probably done maybe 400 to 500 hours total on this. And that's quite a bit. But we're like getting somewhere with like 400 to 500 hours worth of work, which is pretty good. And I've already got part of the game is live, right? Like you can go to populus.gg, you can play the game basically, right? So I'm not working on something that's so crazy ambitious that whatever, but it's also not just a super simple little game that, you know, you could do in whatever. That means I'm just lazy. Well, I mean, no, I mean, motivation is not, because I would consider myself like lazy generally, like just kind of probably at kind of a general level. I'm definitely a procrastinator. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of middle of the road. I'm not somebody who just jumps in and gets everything done right away or whatever. I never do that. You know, I take a long time to usually think about things and figure things out. But I don't know. I mean, you got to find something that you could like foresee yourself like working on, you know, and like try to take that snapshot of like, try to take like that objective snapshot and remember. Like I've tried to do this more, and I especially try this with like music. I do a lot of like guitar and recording music and everything, and well, I don't do as much of it as I'd like to right now, but and the same thing applies to like that and projects is like when you've got like an objective like perspective, you have like a nice objective perspective on the project, and you say like, this is actually a good thing. I think this is good. Like just mentally like snapshot that and remember that, because then when you get to the part where you're like, oh man, this is actually terrible. This is why would I ever do this? Just remember like, hey, there was actually a point, because you're going to be like mentally down on yourself. You're going to be like mentally down in the dumps and saying like, oh, this is a terrible project. Nobody's going to want to use this, or nobody's going to want to play this game, or nobody's going to want to listen to this music. Everybody's going to think it's awful, whatever. You're going to be kind of down in the dumps. But if you can like remember back and be like, hey, oh yeah, I filed that like mental snapshot away of like, there was a point in time where I felt like I had some good perspective on it. And I thought like, okay, this actually is a good project. So that's actually like a good thing to continue. And I've actually done that. Well, okay, I kind of tailed off whatever that sentence was. But I've done this now a couple of times with Populus, where I've been like, holy cow, nobody's going to play this game. And nobody is going to play this game. I'm not trying to trick myself. Nobody plays the game except for Trioxki, and he's the greatest Populus player in the world. But that being said, and I'm the second greatest Populus player in the world. Yeah, for those of you there, for those of you new, in case I'm going to sidetrack there, you can join the Discord. I got a Discord, and there's a little section, there's a little Populus section on the Discord server, and there's a little high scores section there, high scores channel under there, and you got to watch Trioxki's video on popping 124 bubbles. 124 bubbles in 30 seconds. I kid you not. He made one mistake. You got to check it out. The guy's not human. Anyway, I've used that. What I was saying before is I've employed that technique of like, at some point in time, I remember going, okay, Populus is good enough. It's like a good enough game, and it'll work. It'll be fine. Like, yeah, it's, you know, probably nobody's gonna play it, but it's like, it's good enough that it's like something, and like have something out there. And there are points where I've been like, oh, Populus, this is so stupid. Why am I doing this? And then, but then I kind of have to like remember, like, okay, no, there was a point in time where I had some perspective on it, and I realized that it was actually not that bad. And I feel like that's helped me in some cases, you know. Then what are your dreams for the future? What are you aiming to? That is a good question, Lovebug. So for Populus, I'm going to continue working on it for the meantime, and we're going to get multiplayer going soon. We are going to see how that goes. We're going to add a few more features, probably not a ton more stuff, but we're going to, you know, add a few more things here and there, like leaderboards or like a ranking kind of thing. I'd like to add like an ELO ranking system for the multiplayer, for the one-on-one. So we might add some stuff like that in. That stuff actually would be relatively simple. Relatively simple. But yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens. I might kind of push the game around a little bit, market the game a little bit, see what happens. Because Tryaksky is the first person, as I was saying before, Tryaksky is like the first professional Populus player. He's the #1 player in the world. He's an Osu player, Osu, that game. And he was really good, just naturally really good at Populus because of that game, because it's kind of similar. So I might try to push the game around in the Osu community, Osu, whatever. Once it's a little more polished visually, might try to push it around. Once the multiplayer's out, might try to, you know, push it around to players like that. But then I don't plan to work on this game forever. You know, I don't plan to work on it for a million years. I kind of plan to get it to a state where it's kind of like, I think I'm done. We might add sound. We might add music. That might be just some more like kind of fun stuff. But otherwise, then I'm kind of learning. I've been learning C, the programming language. In C++ kind of. And I'd like to start working on an actual native x64 game. Well, it would be Windows. Actually start working on like a little desktop game that could be that could release on Steam. Because I actually already have a puzzle game that I've built. That would be just kind of, I'd like to kind of redo that in C, probably with just software rendering, and see what happens with that. This game would be more efficient if it were a mobile game, I guess, with mobile market is big. Yeah, I still don't know where I stand on mobile. I mean, you can play the game on a phone right now. You go to populus.gg on your phone, and if you're using, I think Safari on iPhone, the Safari app didn't really translate clicks into touches, or translate touches into clicks, I guess is what was happening, because that didn't seem to work. But if you got Chrome on like any iPhone or Android, it should work. It's a little delayed. The screen stuff is not quite right because I don't have like, basically the screen will kind of look like that for the most part or something, because, you know, like 16 by 9 by 16, you'll kind of end up with something like that. But if you flip the phone horizontally, you should see, it should, you know, look kind of like you would expect it to. But I'd like to not do a multiplayer game next. I'd like to just focus on programming and fun stuff, and probably software rendering. That would be fun. Code. Oh, it kind of works on mobile, but yeah, you notice it's not made for mobile. Yeah. And basically my, I was going to probably put a little block on it or something, you know, to say like, oh, don't play on mobile. But my mother-in-law has been playing, and I don't really want to, at least she told me she's been kind of playing every once in a while and getting kind of good. So I didn't want to block her. She doesn't have a computer she could use to play it, so. But yeah, it would be interesting to maybe do a little pass on seeing what we can do about making it better on mobile, because I really have no idea. Relevant interests is now following relevant interests. Relevant interests. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Okay. So yes. So the next thing we were going to work on at some point, I kind of want to show you guys my puzzle game. Now that I'm thinking about it. Show. Oh, you made a different game. Actually, this was... How did you not say this? This is actually old. This one goes back a little ways here. In fact, technically, this was like the first game, probably back in 2016. This was the first game I ever really tried to make. That wasn't like super, that wasn't like just moving squares around on screen, which basically this game is moving circles around on screen. Not even moving. They don't even move. Where, okay. Come on, where is it? Yes, okay. Oh boy. What happened there? All right. So this game, it's actually just running on a plain index, in a plain HTML file. I almost said index.html file. Oh, we need to refresh right here. So this is pretty old. So we load level 1. So there's a little timer going on, but it's that was just kind of there for fun. And I even came up with all these cool names for all the levels, and you got some cool font. But basically, it's a little. So you're this little orange square here, right? And you're basically just trying to get to an exit room. So this is the exit room. And this is the first level, so it's just very simple. But basically, you step on these they're light switches, basically these little gray empty boxes. It's supposed to be like a light switch, so you just move your orange guy onto that, and then it does that. So basically, you've got, and I don't have all the complete UI elements here, but you can only have 3 rooms with the lights on at one time. So basically, you can only go between rooms if like both rooms on either side of that doorway are lit up, right? So like the pink is closed, so I can't go into this room or this room. So like both rooms have their lights turned on to be able to go in and out. So, you know, you can go back in, you can just turn the lights on and off all you want. So you go here, you can turn this light on, and then you go in here, and then this demonstrates that you can only have 3 lights on. So like when I flipped this one on, it shut the room off down here, shut this room's light off. So then you go like up here, And then you do that. And we're trying to get to this room. There's no like indicator of what the exit room is. But basically, you do that. And there you go. Orange. Whatever, Aragorn Skywalker. Nothing wrong with orange. Kodako, how did you not say this? Well, I've mentioned it a couple of times that it's an idea that I would like to go to. I'd like to refine this idea because this is just Canvas and HTML, whatever. Maybe I haven't talked about it a lot. It's kind of I did this a long time ago, and I want to go back and kind of do it, but, you know, on x64, whatever, in C. If like game dev, then C#, Unity, Unreal, I love to see you working on these. Lovebug, my thing is kind of, I like doing stuff from scratch on my own. That's kind of my deal. Not that I don't have anything against Unity or Unreal, but you know, I think those are great tools, and I've used Unreal before. But for me personally, I like just I don't know, just programming the stuff from scratch. You know, not having to rely on other people's stuff. Just kind of doing my own thing and kind of figuring stuff out and figuring out the challenges and whatever. A purist. Yeah, to some extent, I'm a little bit of a purist. I mean, I don't know. I like kind of doing it all myself and kind of just taking the pride in that work, I guess, you know. Which is why I'm learning C and everything and trying to do a little more with that. But yeah, the level 2 here is a little more challenging. In fact, okay, so this one turns. So there's a lot of like gameplay decisions I kind of have to make here, but like, so there's 2 switches in this initial room. You're trying to get to this room. You're trying to get to this center room. That's the exit. Again, there's no like visual exit right now. And I'm not gonna continue with this web version of the game anymore. But all right, so this is where I need to go, down here in this room. So I can turn this off for now. Okay, so we turn that on, and you kind of want to check which switches turn on what lights before you start shutting off lights, because you can get trapped basically and kind of end the game for yourself. So what's going on here on the side is it's showing you like what room you're in by highlighting that room orange. It's just kind of taking like the general shape of that room, which is it's kind of stupid, but it was kind of the thing I came up with for the time. And then the light, so if I flip another light on, the room that's going to turn off, if I flip a third room light on, it's going to basically like push this room off. So the light will turn off for this room, which is supposed to be this room. Again, this is just kind of bad UI. But, yeah, so I kind of need to like try, and I don't have this level memorized actually. So I'm trying to think of exactly. Wait, let's turn this off. Let's see what this switch down here is. This is kind of annoying, this long room. You got to keep clicking. Okay, so let's turn this room off. Let's turn this one. Okay, so the one down here is this room. This is this room. So we got to go at this room. This switch has to be this room. So we're going to go here, there, and then let's turn this one off. Because if I flip this switch, it's going to turn this room on, and then the room that I'm in is going to go dark because it's about to turn off. So I would trap myself basically because I couldn't get out. Okay. So then here, and then this one. Wait. Yeah. Then this one. Yes, there we go. Done. All right. Important question. What's your approach when you learn something new? I guess it depends on what the new thing is. If you're talking like a programming language, or Aragorn Skywalker. That is a sweet game. Have you ever played that one, Aragorn Skywalker? Have I ever showed you this one? Because I know you've been, I know you've been around. Okay. That was my first gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so this one's kind of in my mind for coming back to it, revisiting it, making it better, kind of coming up with some more cooler kinds of things. Obviously, at some point, interesting graphics or whatever. You should finish it. Yeah, that's my plan eventually, to go back to this and maybe, well, I'd restart it kind of with, yeah, doing it in C and then trying to sell it on Steam. That would be kind of the main thing. Seeing how many levels I could create. This would be another fun game that wouldn't be super complicated because, again, it's just a puzzle game. It's grid-based. It's very rigid. You know, like you move to a square and something happens. You check, can I move to the square, right? Like you move to the square, there's something in the square or not. Just grid-based games are very simple. And it would be easy to kind of come up with some crazy other mechanics or like teleporting or something else. Or maybe there's like a power component where you can have 3 rooms on lights, or maybe there's like you could power on a teleporter or something with 2 rooms of power. Like there'd be a certain amount of like power you have and you can like flip the switches on and that like turns things on and like kind of routes power around. I don't know, something like that. That's kind of my bigger idea for that. But, yes. 85 filter. Cisco Ramon. Cisco from The Flash, right? 85 filter. Is that what you're saying? What's going on, 85 filter? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Somebody said Cisco like last week. Somebody said I looked like Cisco before. I've never seen the show, but I've just heard people say it. Cisco. You look like Cisco from Flash. Aragorn, I like the strategy component short-term memory challenge. Yeah, that's one of the things I've kind of thought about, like, because there's the third level is actually very challenging. Third time's the charm. How do you like that for a name? Because it's the third level. Get it? LOL Cisco. He looks like Cisco from Mr. Robot. Cisco from Mr. Robot. That's something. Isn't that something else? It's a compliment, by the way. Oh, thanks. Thanks, 85 filter. Yeah, I don't think anybody's meant anything bad by it. All right, this next level is a little crazy. And I don't have it memorized. I kind of know what I'm supposed to do, but okay, so this one turns that one on. Let's see what this one does. Okay, that's that room. That's important. Some light switches can turn on the same room. Is another thing to... Okay, so this is where I need to go. I need to go in here. All right, so this one turns on the 5th room. Or the second to last... I don't know why I said 5th room. The second to last room. Actually, that is like the 5th room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 6, that'd be 6. All right, this one turns on that second to last room. We're probably going to need to flip this to get in to the last. Okay, so we go in here. Oh, that one turns on that room too. Great. Okay, so probably this switch. Okay, that puts us in there. Okay. All right, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. This one turns on the outer. No. This one down here. Yes. Okay, that turns on that one. I forget which one this one turns on. Oh, this one turns on this room here. This one is what this one turns on this one. So, and then it's going to shut off this room here, basically. This one makes a little more sense because you can tell that this squiggly is this room here. That's kind of the idea. And like this hook is this room. All right, it's like a little easier to see it there. But these sizes are not the same, not relative. So we go, okay. All right, we're on the right path here. Okay, so I want to get out of this room. We want to, I don't know what we want to push. I guess it doesn't matter. I can push anything and then this room will shut off, and I don't think I need that room. So if I go here, okay, that turns room 1 back on, our original room. And then all right. Aragorn Skywalker, wait, how do you know where the exit is? You don't. I just know the exit from memory. But yeah, so I'm trying to get to this room. Sorry, I should have said that. This is the exit. I just don't have anything in the graphics to signify that that's the exit room, but I just know that is from memory. But I don't remember how to play the game. I don't remember how to actually play the game from memory. Okay, so this, all right, this is important. This is it. I think I got it. So this switch, this one, turns this room on. This one, I'm like 100% sure turns this room on because none of the other switches turn this room on. In fact, let's do it right now because this room's gonna shut off. So we go here, there we go. Now, whoops, okay, we go here. Okay. So now this room will shut off. Yes, and then, oh, I forget which one. Is it this one that turns this one on? It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. I think we'll be safe. We'll be safe either way. It's this one. Yes, there we go. Okay. All right, so I kind of remember that one because I played it. I played it maybe like a month ago, but there we go. All right. Yes. So, oh, Aragorn Skywalker had it. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so this is another game that would be fun to build, and again, like I've already got kind of the gameplay like done, like, but I would kind of redo it just in C. It's kind of my idea, and obviously build a bunch more levels. I think I only have 4 levels. Building a level building tool would be the big thing. This level is pretty easy actually. The third one that we did just before was like a much harder, would have been a much harder level. Not much harder, but this one you don't even really need to think too hard. I think, yeah, that turns on the last room. That one turns on this room. Okay. Wait, which one turns on the last one? This, no. This one turns, okay, so we need to come back into this room to turn off. I kind of remember how this one works because it's very simple. Okay, this is kind of like level 2 probably in reality. Okay, then this, yeah, there we go. So then we're out. Oh yeah, so this was the target room, the exit room. And then I think I have this, I was trying this concept of a switch that turns on 2 rooms. So one light switch that turns on 2 rooms at once. So that's kind of an interesting mechanic idea that I didn't really, oops, turns on 2 or off 2. And I didn't really play around with it beyond that, so obviously this room doesn't do anything other than it's whatever. Oh, and I started creating a load level editor. I started creating a little level editor, which was kind of a pain. But basically like just some very basic drawing stuff that you could do to like draw some rooms. And it's doing some checks to like see what actually is a room. That's what this red stuff is for, because it's like saying that's, and then you can like switch to a light switch, a player start tool. This, whoops, okay. This is like an eraser, so I could come in and like erase some stuff. And basically it's red if like that square is touching the outside, so that's why it's like doing a check to see if what you have is like a valid room, I guess. But it'd be cool to like actually make this like a cool tool to actually build levels and like test levels and everything. Because all those other levels are built by hand with like, I drew them out on graph paper and like tried to come up with like what the switches did in my head. And that's a little complicated. But anyway. Love Bug dropping the Drana BRBs there. Kind of fun, really. yeah, I think there's a lot of cool stuff we could have with this game. One of the ideas for like a level I had was like this one where maybe like it was like there's just a single corridor. So like you had to like go through the corridor, like so maybe there were like switches in the way, and like you have no choice but to like go to a switch or something, or like something like that. Like it was like it could be like, I don't know. There's a lot of cool implications, I think, for levels and things that we could have. But yeah, I didn't really finish the level editor, so you can't actually build anything because I didn't really think of a cool way to like, I didn't really come up with a good way to like tie a room to a switch, right? Like a light switch is supposed to power on a room. And like I didn't really think of a way to like do that. But yeah, this would be a fun game. Like Populus is a fun, you know, it's been a fun game to work on, but there's not a lot of like, the gameplay is kind of done, kind of simple, kind of, you know, it's all the other stuff that I'm working on now and polishing things up. And that's the stuff that's not really that much fun. But like the game and the balancing is kind of already done at this point. At least I could maybe make some changes, but it's kind of like, it's kind of good enough right now. And yeah, so I don't know. Assign a room ID on its first detect. You just fill in the ID into the switch properties. Yeah, that was kind of, I remember thinking of something like that at the time, Neris, like having like a little input panel or something. I mean, I think one of the things I thought was like, oh, maybe you could just like click. And the reason for this like room detection thing, so that's why there's the red, because it's like, it's basically just checking like all the grid spaces from like the furthest grid space to the left, the furthest grid space to the right, the furthest to the bottom and the top. It's like doing a rectangle around that. And then it's like trying to figure out which ones are inside of rooms. So it's got a little algorithm where it just crawls through all the spaces and then says, oh yeah, this is a room. And because like if I go up here, then this just grows out, right? But I was kind of thinking like maybe do I have like a light switch? Like you place a light switch or something. And then like you then click on a room or something. Kosi QQ is now following. Kosi QQ. Thank you very much for the follow. Very humbled that anyone would like to follow me. Oh yeah, and you can right click and slide the whole room around. Isn't that cool? Or the whole level. Whoa. Anyway, this isn't the game we're working on. This is not the game we're working on. I would like to be working on this game before too long, but not what we're working on right now. Oh yeah, so like you can't, if you've got like a little gap like that, that's not a valid room. You gotta like fill it in, like make it kind of nice. Anyway. Everybody follow. What are you talking about, Retro MMO? Nobody should follow. What is this game? I'll show it to you quick, Retro. This was another game. We were kind of talking about some of the, Lovebug Worm was kind of asking about motivation and like how any other projects I'm working on and want to be working on in the future. And I mentioned this game. This is the game I want to do in C. Actually, what we're looking at is like the level builder. It's supposed to be for building rooms and stuff. So this isn't the game, but if we go to this, so I came up with this a long time ago actually now, but it's a little puzzle game where you're this little guy, and basically you stand on these light switches, the little gray boxes, and then wow, a lot harder in C, dude. That's what I'm learning. So I'm learning C right now. So you step on these light switches and that turns like a room on or off, right? So this light switch turns on this room. And we can see there's another light switch in here. We don't know what it turns on yet though. And the rule, so you're trying to get to an exit room, which I don't have marked, but this is the exit room. I just know it's the exit room from, because I'm the one who created the level. So you go in here and you flip this light switch, and now we know that that turns on this room. And the thing is, you can only have 3 rooms turned on right now. Like, it's kind of like you've got the power for only 3 rooms. So like if I flip this light switch on, the room that's represented here on the bottom is going to turn off. So that technically is this room down here. So like whatever room I go into is the orange room. And if we go in here, we can see that that's the room there. So if we go up here and I flip this light switch, boom. Now this one's off, so we can only have 3 rooms on at a time. So this is level 1. It's really simple. So now we flip that light on, this one goes off, and we can go back through here. And we can go in here. And then we win. This is the exit room. So our timer stopped. This is the best Populus game mode yet. Yeah, this is pretty much it. We're going live with this next week. But no, it's just a little puzzle game thing that I have a lot of other ideas for that I never really did. I like this level. I like this second level because it's actually, this one can trap you. Okay, so that switch turns on that room. This one turns on this room. I always forget. Okay, so this one, okay, that turns on that room, and this one turns on the final room. Oh no, that turns on that one. Okay, so let's turn that off. Let's go up here. Let's turn this one on. This one. Okay, that turns there. Okay. Okay, we need to go back up here, turn this one off. Because I don't want to get, the room I'm in right now would get shut off otherwise. There we go. Okay. I just did this like 5 minutes ago, so it's already fresh in my mind. We go here. Okay, this one. Sick. There we go. Oh yeah, this was the exit room. I should have explained that. There's our exit. Okay. Anyway. Populus / cross lights out crossover when? I don't know. I don't know, Nares. Did I say it was lights out, or did you read that from up there in the thing there? Lights out. That's what that was my initial name for the game. I don't know if that's what it'll be, but anyway. This is a pretty cool idea, though. Thanks, Retro. This was actually kind of my first legit game that I wanted to work on. Besides, like, tiny little noodling around, this was actually like one of the first things I really worked on. And this is just like a plain HTML page, you know, with some scripts and everything. Like, I'm not even serving this out with a web server or whatever. But anyway, that was that. Yeah, it was in the URL. Gotcha. Lights out X Trace Racer. Trace Racer. Yep, the classic old name for Populus. I don't usually keep up with my online classes, but I keep up with Twitch coding streams. WTF is wrong with me? Hey, I don't know, Lovebug, but Twitch coding streams are cool, for sure. All right, wait, I was going to show the game to some of the new people. I was going to show Populus to some of the new people, right? We got okay, I'm getting distracted. All right, but anyway, Retro, that game, Lights Out, was going to be the game that I wanted to do in C, kind of as I was learning C and kind of trying to do that. So that's going to kind of be my next thing, hopefully. That's my plan after Populus. Yeah, so did I explain the game to everybody? I'll do my normal little game spiel here. Well, the current game that I'm really supposed to be working on is, okay, that wasn't right. It's called Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. Trash dev, do you dev for work? Yeah, I'm kind of like a all-around IT guy. I work part-time for a company. And I do, yeah, development is part of that. Whoa. Okay, so so yeah, you can play the game right now, populus.gg if you want. I'm there right now, populus.gg. You click the play button, And basically, you're trying to pop these bubbles as fast as you can in 30 seconds. So you got a 30-second timer ticking down. You're trying to pop the bubbles as they appear here on the right side. Right side? Left side? Right? I think this is the right. So you got the green bubble here first. So to pop that, you press the space bar or click it when you have the mouse over it. So you do that. And then you just keep going. Whatever bubble's in that position, you just go. And you just try to see how many you can get in 30 seconds. And I am currently the second fastest Populus player in the world. So I hold that title very dearly. Second only to Trioxki, who's got 124. Trioxki has 124 bubble pops in 30 seconds with one mistake. 124. Actually, you can watch this video if you check out the Discord. I got a Discord. Who would have thought? You can follow the Discord. Klaus Dev Walker. Thanks for the follow. Klaus. We'll go Klaus. I like Klaus. That sounds a little better. Klaus. What were we saying? Oh, on the Discord, there's a little section for Populus, and then there's a channel, a Discord text channel there for high scores, and you can see Trioxki's video there. He's got it on. He's got a YouTube video there linked. Just crazy. 124. Actually, I got 109 pops, but that's still 124 versus 9. That's still quite a bit more. So, he's an undercut of a couple game developer, IT tech guy, same as Batman, I guess. Yeah, pretty much love bug. Yeah. No, not. I am kind of in this little bat cave. I heard a mouse up in the ceiling earlier, I think, so it is pretty cave-like. I do have some traps up there though for the mice, so already preemptively. They come in when it's cold, you know. Saves me from having to spend $1 bajillion for a guy to go around and seal up the house. So maybe I'll have to do that. Maybe we'll do that. Depends on how many mice we get this year. Anyway. They just go in. I've got like a drop ceiling here, if you can tell, like an office kind of. It's a commercial drop ceiling, which is pretty nice because the mice actually just stay up there. They don't. Only once have I seen a mouse on the floor back in the storage room there. That creepy room in the back. That creepy dark space there. You don't want to go in there unless you absolutely have to. Just kidding. It's actually not that bad in there. All right, I'm behind on the chats here. Retro MMO, I tried to make a bot and failed. The way he handles inputs is kind of annoying for trying to cheat. Nice. Weemy did a bot that I don't remember exactly what he did. He actually sent me the code. I should have looked at it. I could look at it more. I think did he put it on the Discord? I don't know. I'll have to look into that a little more. Trash. I want to try to bot it now. Yeah, I mean, right now, like it's not that. it's basically you're just in a local. You're basically just interacting with your local JavaScript file on the current populus.gg. So I mean, anything you're modifying or doing is just happening on your local machine exclusively. There's no communication. These are just static web files right now. Static HTML, JavaScript files that go down to the client that don't do any extra communication. When we go live with the multiplayer, however, obviously there will be some stuff there to do with that. And we'll have to see about how we want to, kind of stress test and see if we can break it and cheat it and hack it and do whatever. But I'm actually thinking about bot creation as being part of Populus. So like having some good bots that play, because nobody's going to play this game. So if somebody did happen to play the game, obviously Trioxki might try to go on and try to set, the next world record. And if he wanted to go one-on-one against somebody, it'd be nice if he could actually go up against a bot because no other human would be playing. So might have some bots, but they'd be transparent bots. You would know they're bots. It wouldn't be in any of this .io game stuff. You should encourage botting, but permanently ban people who get caught. Well, I kind of thought about that. Like, I mean, if you write a good bot, am I gonna really should I really care? I don't know. LOL, those scammy IO games. Yeah, where like they try to make you think, you know, you're playing. Yeah, they try to make you think you're playing multiplayer. And some of them would be like really good multiplayer games, but also every battle royale. What? Really? Does PUBG have bots? Oh, didn't Fortnite added bots, right? Nowadays, you play 100% bots until you get... Oh, I did hear that. Trash Dev just subscribed. Trash Dev, come on. Retro MMO is actually an RPG maker game. Trash Dev, you didn't have to subscribe. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Trash Dev. It's awesome. Throwing the Duran and BRBs. I was just saying before, I need to make those better. Did you hear that, Retro MMO? Did you hear me say that before? I need to like copy your pixel art style because it's way cooler. It's like way chunkier. Like my stuff's too small. It's like not cool enough pixel art. You did not hear. Okay, I didn't know if you were around at that point. But I think, was it Trash Dev who threw in the Retro MMO pizza and the heart? Might have been someone else, but I thought it was Trash Dev. And I was like, I gotta do. Yeah, these, can I have my money back? Nice. These suck. Yeah, I gotcha. Right. That's all I have is the toilet. I don't know how to unlock more emotes. There's other tiers, but I can do the other tier emotes, like tier 2, tier 3. But I don't know when I unlock another tier. My icons are super low res. Well, I saw that like you had to upload like a 28. It was like a 28 by 28. So the toilet is a 28 by 28. But it doesn't look like what is... Yeah, so like the toilet is a 32 by 32, my original drawing. So like that looks okay at that scale, right? Like at that blown up scale, but then when it's down at 100%, it's not cool anymore. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you all think this looks awful and that's fine. I mean, I think it looks at least halfway decent, reasonable. But I need to like do, I don't know, like a 16 by 16 instead and like kind of reconfigure how this works. And then that way at like maybe 100, we're at 100% scroll on GIMP. It would look a little bit better. I don't know. I don't even know where the 28 by 28 icons get used. I think the 28 by 28 is used in the chat. I'm pretty sure. You can make something bigger and just squish. I think the toilet emo is good. Hey, thanks. LGTM. Sorry, I don't know. You need 15 sub points for the second slot. Yeah, Trash Dev, different sub milestones for each slot. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. 50 subs equals 55 emotes. Got to be partner for any more than that. Retro MMO, you got to be getting close to partner, which I hate. You got to be getting close to partner, Retro MMO. $50 subs, that's it. JK. I don't know how many I have now. We got Trash Dev and Aragorn Skywalker subbing today. That's crazy. 2 subs in one day. My mind is blown. So we're getting close to... I don't know how to check. Anyway. $75 average plus views for partner. Not easy to do in science plus tech. Yeah, there's... Yeah, I feel like science and technology is kind of it's kind of a cool category. Like if you want to get like it's not like streaming Fortnite or something, you know, like you're gonna, you know, some people are gonna hop in and see you just streaming science and technology. But I do feel like science and tech is crazy good to get some viewers though. Yes, yeah, Codico, exactly. Like I feel like some people are going to see you. Like I've scrolled through the entire science and technology page. It's not that big. But yeah, but maybe not to get big, right? Like who's gonna? I mean, you're not gonna have 10K followers. Probably not, right? I mean, but I don't know. It is growing though. Science plus tech has tripled in viewers in the last year, only doubled in the amount of people streaming. Nice. So good news for streamers of this category. Yes. Locked in at a good time. Michael Reeves raid. Oh yeah, Michael Reeves has a lot of people, right? Like in the thousands. Viewers, I mean. Well, I mean, who streams that's like, I mean, because he's a YouTuber, right? That was kind of his thing. And there's like Louis Rossman. I don't know how often he streams. I don't know if he streams for a lot of people either. The Rossman, the repair guy, the guy who rants and repairs things. And his YouTube channel has a lot, but maybe his streams don't have so much. There are like some people who are getting big, but in order to grow way beyond 100 concurrent viewers, you need to kind of go mainstream. Prime Egan is my fave. He just does funny shart with high production. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I think I've seen Prime Egan around. Automated is popping off at the moment. He's doing a lot of programming. All the biggest Sci Plus tech streamers are more popular on other platforms, to my knowledge. Oh, really? Interesting. I don't know any other platforms. Or you mean like YouTube? Or by that you meant like YouTube or something? I was thinking you meant like other stream. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like streaming platforms or something. Well, I guess YouTube technically counts as another streaming platform. Twitter already released a popular game, etc. Yeah, right. Well, like Jonathan Blow, Jay Blow, who did recently change his name to J_Blow now. It's no more Naysayer88. I just noticed that the other day. He's got like 400. He seems to have like always like 400 viewers. Just 400. Like every time I look, it's like 400. Naysayer88 is dead. Yeah. It's J Blow now. J_Blow, I think. Let me confirm. Yes. Well, yeah, he is growing faster. Well, actually, I mean, I feel like I've been kind of watching his streams for like a year or two, maybe. It took me a while to actually find his stream because Naysayer88, how are you supposed to find that? It's good he changed it to J-Blow now. Now he finally does that but I feel like he's had like 300 to 400 people for a while. I mean, he's getting very close to releasing. I mean, Jai has the beta now, his programming language, and that's really cool. And I feel like maybe that's pulling in more people because he's getting close to like an open beta maybe with that. So I think that's garnering some attention. He went from 50 viewers to 1,000 plus viewers in like a couple of weeks. Oh, well, maybe, I mean, because he had fame beforehand. Or wait, are we talking about different people here? Oh, Automated blew up after Minecraft Casino. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we were, okay. He went from 50 to 1,000 in like a couple of weeks. Okay. That you're talking about Automated. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of an idiot and it's hard to read the chat. He's been 500 plus the last time some stream. Yeah, definitely doing stuff in Minecraft. Very cool. I always see Naysayer. Who is that? Naysayer88. Well, it's no longer Naysayer88. It's J_Blow. That's Jonathan Blow, the developer of Braid, The Witness. So he's got like a lot of. He was in that Indie Gamer movie documentary for Braid, for making Braid. I mean, he's kind of like one of the original indie game developers. I mean, doing it before indie gaming developing was like a thing. A pioneer. Yeah, for sure. J-Velo for sure, pioneer. He was big. I don't know when he started streaming, but he's been, you know, he's one of those people that probably brought a bunch of people in from YouTube and just, you know, because of who he was before he started streaming. And he's probably been streaming since, I don't know, 2014. Because I think he's got streams on YouTube where you can go back and see stuff that's pretty old. This thing where he hacked into an OTV Minecraft server and then he built a casino on their server. Wow, that's pretty crazy. We're talking about automated. You have 2 separate convos. Yeah, Jared can't really keep up with all the combos. He made a really popular Among Us library tool too. Nice. Oh yeah, everyone is playing it now. I think it's kind of annoying. I prefer watching YouTube videos of the regular game mode. But it's a cool mod. I know nothing about game dev. Seems like there's a lot of people streaming, like in the science and tech, like they're streaming things for their streams, maybe, right? Like they're streaming utilities or things that they could do. Like, isn't that what BeginBot does? Like, it seems like he's working on like something, like a kind of a game that he can play with his viewers and stuff. It seems like something like that, which is pretty good. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's, it's something like that. I don't know. Twitch extension stuff. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, or bots or whatever, like just stuff like that. It seems like there's a lot of channels like that, which is cool, in the developer part of the science and technology channel. A lot of people doing that. That does seem like it has the potential, or OBS things. IDK uses WebSockets to manipulate his face cam. Super cool. Oh, nice. I mean, it's honestly crazy fun to watch people build Twitch bots. Yeah, and I've like just watched a very tiny bit of that, but it seems like a lot of the people who are doing science and tech streaming are kind of in that realm. And there's definitely not a lot of game dev, especially not a lot of web game dev, because we always try to do raids and there's usually nobody doing it. Wait, I thought there's a lot of game dev. There's a lot of game dev, but not that much web. Right. Exactly. Web dev, or just people that look like they're maybe doing stuff from scratch. There's a lot of Unreal and Unity. And not, yeah, like I said, nothing against those, but I usually try, if we're doing a raid, I usually try to drop in on somebody who's kind of in the web dev side of it, or maybe, you know, whatever. Web game dev, maybe even less. Haha, wait, are you talking about trash? Psh. Are these bots just interacting with their public API? Oh, I don't know if I'm following. I gotta use the bathroom though, guys. All right, I gotta be right back. Dropping the Durana BRBs. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. Whoa! All right, we are back. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here. I think I was still confused about something else before. I guess I'm a Twitch noob. I can't figure out stuff in Streamlabs. I hear you, Trash. I don't. Do you stream, Trash? Did I know that already? Sorry if I did. Yeah, I hear you. I'm like, I like don't know all this stuff you can do. Like, it kind of blows my mind, all the different things. Like if you make CSS backgrounds images happier during your screen project, not super clear. Trash dev stream equals good stream. Pixel plush.dev, huh? Nice. Wow. Yeah, I see all this stuff people have on streams, and I'm like, what? Especially in the dev, the science and tech stuff, and I don't know. And I don't know what's going on anymore. Too many things. So many things happen. I mean, I guess you can really have whatever you want. Twitch extension wise, you can do all sorts of stuff. The sky's the limit. All right, so I want to look at the I want to look at our reset key. I want to look at our quick reset button. That's what I really want to have, is a quick reset. Somebody mentioned that. I don't remember who now. I don't remember who mentioned having like the R button be a reset key. So I wanted to take a look at that. I wanted to look at adding that in. And then, where's our config? I wanted to take a look at adding that in and seeing kind of where we end up with that. Codico penguin drop. I'll check this out, see what it is. Penguin skydiving game live on Twitch. Yeah, that's crazy. There's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff that can be done. Games, all this, it's all crazy. It's like the source code for a simple drop game in Twitch. Yeah, see, drop game, I don't know what drop game is. I mean, I feel like a Twitch boomer. And type drop. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, though. Whoops. We don't need the toilet anymore. We don't really need this anymore either. But we'll keep it here. You are, yeah. I don't know. When I was in high school, Codico, that means secondary school. Is that it? Is that right? In America, we say high school. We say it weird. It's high, but we say high school. High school, I think high school. Well, I always thought America was the only country that said high school, because I even remember this guy from Canada who was like, oh, you mean grades 10, 11, and 12? High school. Or gymnasium. Yeah, Weemy said that. Weemy said that the other day. Vape Nation. Yeah, see, there was no such thing as vape when I was in high school. But I was going to say, like, when I was in high school, kids listened to, like, hardcore music and metalcore music and, like, just heavy music. And then, like, my wife's cousin is, like, he graduated last year or this past year from high school. And, like, nobody listens to music like that anymore. I don't know what happened. Like, there was this thing called emo when I was in high school, and kids listen to this hard music, and I don't know what kids listen to anymore. I don't know. I just don't know. So I feel like I don't. Now they listen to trap. Yeah, I actually do know what trap is. A little bit. It's kind of like that music where there's it's like a low bass doing something, and then there's like some little high part. That's like all there is to trap, right? It's just kind of like some low bass and then some high part. Dance Gavin Dance. Yeah, exactly. I do know a little bit of Dance Gavin Dance. The guy who tried to sell a MacBook or whatever. What was his name? A Day to Remember. A day to Royal Coda. I don't know who that is. All That Remains. I liked. I meant trap rap, like mumble rap. Yes. Like, that's all that it is when you hear it. Or they have that weird auto-tune trend right now. That's awful. Oh. Anyway, sorry. All That Remains. 4 Years Strong. I liked 4 Years Strong in high school. Still really, really cool. Saying A Day to Remember kind of reminded me a little bit of 4 Years Strong. A Day to Remember's happy stuff is like 4 Years Strong. I like their fall. Like me. I like their Fall of Ideas album. Whose Fall of Ideas album? I don't know. I don't. I don't know if I know whose album that was. All That Remains. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm familiar with All That Remains, but I never really listened to them that much. Yeah, and like all this stuff's like a decade old now or more, and it's just kind of like, what? Or like 15 years old now. And it's like, man, I knew what was cool 15 years ago. So how out of touch am I now? That's scary. That's scary. All right, we already got this reset key thing. Reset key down. We already have an action called reset key down, and we check for key code 82. 82 on the ASCII table is the capital R, right? Something like that. Yeah. So that's our R key code. So this action should fire in our input stuff. Now when we press the R key. So we go back here. We open up our player input thing. And I have, right here. So I have a little case now that parses through the input event if the reset key goes down. And then we have a game engine event called reset key pressed. And we want to go to application. And I should have something in here that was commented out that was like handle reset key press. Yes. So I already basically did a bunch of this stuff and we just... Okay. So so we need to basically go here and let's just CLG. Let's just make sure everything's working. We're going to CLG reset key pressed. There we go. Yeah, especially Indictment. Was that another album? Sorry, Cool Boy Jedi. Banger. All right, reset key pressed. It's working. So that's going through our full chain of stuff, which is good. It's not just like printing when we press the R key or something. It's going through the full chain of game events. So now, and I kind of remember getting this set up. So we need to kind of group together a few different things here. We need to do, we need to end. Oh, if we're not in a match, we need to not. Okay, so this is actually good. If we're not in a match, we need to return. We can return from this list. That's fine. I'm doing my one-liner ifs. Gotta love them. I missed the last 10 minutes. Apparently my stove gas connection was wide open. Whew. Yeah, get that taken care of. Trash. It's kind of important. I missed the last 10 minutes. I started something made me talk about oops. Yeah, so trash. I just mentioned, like, I don't know why. Oh, I said something about I was a boomer for not knowing all this Twitch stuff, and then Retro said, "Yes, you are." And I said, when I was in high school, kids listened to like metal and metalcore and hardcore music, like music that had guitars in it. Let's put it that way. There were guitars in the music. At least. Like, I don't even care. Jonas Brothers, I don't even care. At least they had guitars. Now there's the new Jonas Brothers. They don't even have guitars in there. And like there was just guitar, you know, like obviously I like guitars. I'm not even like just saying that because I'm biased because I like guitar. Because like obviously I don't care about Jonas Brothers guitar music, but at least there was music with guitars that you could even go to the radio and turn it on and there'd be guitar music. You'd hear guitars. Now you don't hear any sort of real instrument at all. And what I was saying before was just like my wife's cousin just graduated from high school. Graduated 2020. And I was like, they don't even know, they don't even listen to any sort of thing, any sort of music that would be considered like heavy by today's standards. And I was just like, I've been watching Henry from Dragon Force Twitch. It's insane. Yes. Herman Lee. Yeah, it's so cool that he streams. I love that. And he streams with he's done like some co-streams every once in a while with Misha Mansour from Periphery. Periphery's another one of my favorite bands that have been around a while. Please set up channel points for us to make you play guitar. Yeah, that might be one thing. We'll see. Well, I gotta get a better audio setup I gotta figure out how I can route my audio through Twitch, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work the way you would think it would. It doesn't go through like the Windows. It doesn't go through Windows audio driver. My kid listens to Kill Switch Engage nonstop. Nice. Well, there's something a little more from back then. How old's your kid, Trash? I have some channel points to spend. Yeah, I bet you got quite a bit there, Kodako. You've been hanging out so much, Kodako. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys. You guys are awesome. I don't know what I did to deserve this. Nothing. You guys are just the best. That's really what it comes down to. 27.8K. 2? Your kid's 2? I like it. Nice. My kid listens to Kill Switch Engage nonstop. Nice. Heart and toilet together. I like that. Beautiful. I love it. Okay, so we've got this. If we're in a practice, no. Okay, so I don't want the reset key to work in a multiplayer game, because you really shouldn't be like quick resetting a multiplayer game. I want it to just be a practice thing. So, because there's no quick reset anyway, really. Like, the quick reset feature is for practice. I want to practice, and I like make some mistakes early on, so I want to reset really quick, right? And it's just going to kick us back right away. Wide toilet paladins. Nice. Paladin. I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say. Okay, so I was doing this thing where if we're not in a practice game, we want to return. Yes. And here we've got event emitter, emit match ended. Okay, so actually I want to look at a couple things here first. If we do a match ended, how do we show a stats? How do we go to show the stats screen? I want to skip the stats screen. If you hit the reset key, we're just going to skip the stats screen. We're going to kick you right back into the countdown. So basically, like, you got a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and it kicks you in. If you hit the R key, I want it to flip back to the countdown, if that makes sense. So we're going to go back to 3, 2, 1. Now, what? Let's do a quick check here for what things are listening to match ended. Let's do a quick little search. Event : match ended. Oh, application's the only one that does it. Is it really? Let's do another check here. Let's do match ended. Trash, gotta run. I'll see you all around this tiny community. Hey. But I appreciate you hanging out, Trash. Yeah, you've been great. You've been awesome. Thanks for the sub. I'm speechless. But have a good day. Have a good day, Trash. And yeah, I'm sure your kid will keep listening to Kill Switch Engage. I'm sure. Yes. All right, so match ended. Okay, so all of these, oh boy. All right, server, I don't care about any of that. Client scripts, match, okay, that doesn't count. I want to match, can I do the whole word? No, can I do whatever? Emit match ended, emit match ended. Yeah, application is the only one that has that. Okay, so let's look at what the match ended event handler looks like for the application. Okay, so we do, oof. Okay. So we do all this stuff, but maybe we can, like, if we're not quitting the main menu, oh boy. Okay. You know what? We could probably get by without calling match ended. Like we just call these two functions. We call these two functions, and then we do we call these two functions. Then we do let's see. Menu show in game. Okay, then we need to do it. We need to call match started. And then yeah, I guess technically that'll do it. So if we do event emitter dot emit match started, and in theory that should just do it. So if we do play, oh, haha. That kind of does it, but we're crashing. Application JS 111 cannot read property destruct of null. Whoa. 111. Oh. What? Oh, whoops. Okay, we need to do match countdown started. Yeah, okay, we need to do match countdown started is what we need to do. Oh, okay. So this, I forgot about that. So now if I press R, we go back to 3, 2, 1. So let's make the timer a little longer here now. We're okay. 3, okay. We'll go back to 30 seconds. So like if I'm just doing a single player game now, I can come in here, I can go, I can make a mistake and be like, we can reset, 3, 2, 1. I can make a mistake, and I want to restart. Make some mistakes, 3, 2, 1. I like it. All right, and I think everything is fine. If we go to here, we practice while we wait. Oh. Wait a minute. Why? Okay, hang on a sec. It was if this dot match. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. We need to do this dot match equals null. Event emitter emit match countdown started. So we do match countdown started. Then we have match started where the match actually gets set. Okay. Two, 1. Yeah, now you can't reset. Okay. Okay, so when I didn't have this before, we did this. Oh, wait a minute. I know. So you do that. Yes, this just like match never got set to null, so I can technically just keep hitting reset, and it just keeps resetting the timer over and over again. We don't really want that. We don't need that. So now, because match was not set to null, we do reset now. Now it doesn't work until the game actually starts. Now, there we go. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Reset. R. Look at that. That's simple. So the only thing I'm thinking is maybe like, wouldn't it be cool if it was like much quicker? Like maybe it was like, like 3, 2, 1, and then it starts right away. Like as if it just like gets you back into the game quicker. So maybe, yeah, like that. Yeah, I like it. I like it. All right, so I don't know if I'm gonna like advertise that that's a feature, other than like on stream. Like I'm not gonna have it in the game somewhere or make it part of the tutorial that you can reset. But I might. I think for right now it's just gonna be kind of covert, a covert thing. Let me make sure. 2, 1. Okay. Yeah, that's looking good. We're finding an opponent. Everything is fine. Let's queue for a game here. All right. Oh. I just want to let this run through. I'm going to kind of check event listener things here. $81. Not bad for like a lot of mistakes. 15 mistakes. All right, there we go. Let's quit. 32. 32. That's a problem. Isn't it? Oh, we got an event listener leak somewhere. Cool Boy Jedi, this is what I have so far. With CodePen, nice. Nice. Is anything happen beyond entering the colors and stuff? Or is that how far you are? So that's how far you are so far. You pick the players and the colors. Or am I supposed to do like, I haven't programmed past selecting phase, gotcha. But if you check, oh, I didn't check the console. Nice. Oh, the console didn't go. All right, I have this. How am I supposed to specify the name and color? I just did like Jared Red. Is that right? Or is it supposed to be, what's the format? Because that seemed to throw an error in the console. You click, oh. Okay, sorry. I would say maybe make it like, please enter your name and select a color, maybe. I gotcha. Oh, okay. Nice. Sweet. All right, it's a good start. My bad, LOL. No, no worries. I just thought maybe you had to like type it in or something. That's kind of what it looked like to me. But you could do maybe like checkboxes or something for the colors. I don't know. I mean, because you got like the bullet points, and it's like I don't know if that's clear to like select a bullet point or not, but that's looking. Yeah, it's looking good, cool boy. Nice work. Yeah, CodePen's pretty nice too, just for like spinning stuff up quick and everything. I like it. I like it for that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, for front end kind of stuff. But I mean, for the most part, with just front end, I mean, you can build a game all in that, right? I mean, you're just using memory and whatever. Obviously, you're not really going to have savable games or anything like that. But gotta go eat dinner. Fun hanging out with you. Hey, Cool Boy Jedi. Thanks for hanging out as always. I really appreciate it. And yeah, have a good dinner. What's for dinner? By the way. Shrimp scampi. Sick. I'm coming over. Sounds pog. Yes, it does. Tomorrow's sushi. Come on. Actually, I've never had sushi. I readily admit, but it sounds good. Somebody's gonna yell at me for that. Match countdown started. Oh. All right, I'm trying to come up with... I'd like to maybe... Okay, so we've got a match countdown started event. And this is the listener in our application. And it would be cool if maybe we could pass like a Boolean like was quick reset, like was reset, was a quick reset or something, like true false. And if it was a quick reset, we could maybe do like a new... Where's the countdown timer? Wherever we start the countdown timer, maybe we could pass like a parameter to like do it extra fast. It's like maybe if you play, you got a normal 3, 2, 1, but maybe if you hit reset, it's like 3, 2, 1. It's like it just knows you want to have like a quicker reset. So you just 3, 2, 1 rather than, you know, so it's like, I don't know if that is cool. Because like it's kind of like, all right, come on, 3, 2, 1. I know, like I'm ready for the game. Like, yeah, I don't know. Kodako wants more food now. Nice. Yeah, it's probably getting late for you, Kodako. Incubus. Greetings from Poland. Hey, Incubus. Sorry, Incubus. Hey, Incubus. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Nice. Good to see another Polski. Is that right? Did I get that right? Is that how I say a person from Poland? Polski? Polska? Maybe. So my apologies if I swore or said a demeaning word in Polish. I'm saying I'm Cubus. Gotcha. Nice. Yes, Polski. All right. Polski. CD Projekt Red, right? It's from Poland. Cyberpunk 2077. What a meme it's turned into. Nice. Incubus. The current top... Well, we're working on my game Populus right now. It's a bubble popping game. They have so many bugs. Haha, yes. It's kind of a mess. Nothing against Poland, but it's kind of like Poland's top game dev company, right? Is there anything bigger than CDPR? Thanks for the follow. I'm Cubus. I appreciate it. But I was going to say, the top Populus player in the world right now is Polski. At least that's what he said. At least that's what he said he was. Tryaksky. Sorry, I'm messing it up. Tryaksky is the best player right now in the world, Populus. I'll give you a little demo here. I'm Cubis. So I've got my, I mean, as I was saying, this is my game Populus. You can go to populus.gg right now, actually, and play. I threw it down there in the chat. Yeah, you click the play button, and it brings up this screen with some bubbles to pop. You got 30 seconds, a little timer's ticking down. And you got to pop whatever bubbles in this position that matches this color here, this like color, whatever color's right here. So to pop a bubble, you hover over that bubble and you press spacebar or click, left click. And then you're just going for whatever bubbles in that like top position there. You're just kind of going, seeing how fast you can go. And anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's pretty much all there is to it. I love JavaScript. All right, I'm Cubis. This whole thing's JavaScript. The whole thing is the server. Obviously, you know, browser runs JavaScript, so that's pretty much what it's got to be, I guess. I mean, I guess there's WebAssembly now, but I don't know. Yes, it's and it's all vanilla JS too. I'm actually not really using anything too fancy. I'm using Node.js for the server, and I'm using a package, a library for WebSockets, for using WebSockets. That's kind of how the client and the server communicate. Oh, yes, I should mention, we're working on multiplayer now, basically. So currently on my development version, you can't play multiplayer right now on the public version, but whoops, what happened there? Uh-oh. Oh, that's, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, that was not a development client. There we go. So I can like fire up a game for these two browsers, and basically both players are trying to pop the same bubbles. So they pop the same bubbles like at their own pace, their own rate. And up at the top there, it kind of shows like it shows like if you're ahead of your opponent or not. So the opponent's represented by like the little red circle there, and then you kind of represent the black in the middle. So like in this case, the opponent is ahead of this player, and in this case, the player is ahead of the opponent, if that kind of makes sense. So we actually just got that all dialed in. Actually, that part up there, we got that all dialed in today, actually. So what I was just working on was like a fast reset key for the single player. So if I'm playing just a single player game, now I can press the R key, and that just quickly resets the game. Which is nice. So that's cool. And I wanted to make absolutely sure that that wasn't working in multiplayer, because I don't want people to be able to, there's no like you can't like quick reset a multiplayer game. So I don't really want that option available. Uh-oh. What happened there? Oh, okay. The server restarted. So this guy, we go here. There we go. Actually, I don't know why the server restarted there. That was a little weird. Yeah, so now if I press R, it doesn't do anything. Which is exactly what we want. We just want that R to do something during the game. Oh, and I think we have an event listener. Whoops. I think we have an event listener leak now. 32. Look at that. No, 32. What? Oh, yes. Okay. I thought we had an event listener leak, but that's because we added a new event. We had one, because before we should have saw 31 here when we were just resting at the main menu. Should have just saw 31 event listeners. But I forgot. We just added our reset key event. So that's why we're at 32 now. Looks like Osu. Yes. Kind of similar to that. Incubus. I'm Cubis. Sorry, I keep wanting to say Incubus. Might be helpful so that to make it so the client does location.reload when socket connection is dropped for cases like that where the server reboots. Yeah, actually, Retro, I haven't quite thought about what I'm doing for all of that kind of stuff yet because there's a few little things I wanted to kind of look at. But that's a good hint. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, yeah, I guess location.reload. Yeah, that's probably better, just doing that instead of... Yeah, because I might be doing like... I might be like resetting... I mean, I don't know yet exactly what I'm going to do. Like, I don't know if I want to have the server, like, just reboot or at least just the app reboot every day or every something like that. Might just initially just do that, reboot every day, every night or something. Just to have Pomp Rocks. What's going on, Pomp Rocks? If the connection drops, it could still reconnect during the game as long as you have the list of bubbles on the client. It can continue. Retro, I do a nightly reboot for Retro. Heroku forces you to, actually. Oh. Really? Like you have no other option? I don't know anything about Heroku, by the way, but yeah, Pomp Rocks, I wouldn't really be too concerned about ruining a game for anyone. Well, actually, okay, what I would probably do is I'd have a new... Yep, they send SigTerm and give you 30 seconds to clean up. Wow. Huh. Why? Huh. Are you gonna... Is that like, that's the only option they have? That just sounds kind of crazy that that's like what they just force you to do. Are you gonna like move somewhere else, Retro, to do that? Or I just made my own timer and I do process.exit after 23.9 hours or something. Gotcha. Yeah, I might just do the hard location.reload just on connection drop. I was also thinking about doing something like I am cool with nightly reboots. Many people would choose a different hosting provider just for that reason. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're fine with it, if it's not really going to cause too much. What happens on the clients then? Do you just like, do you have like a, hang on while the server restarts quick? Because what I was thinking of having was like some sort of thing. I do location.reload. Oh yeah, you just said that. That's right. What goes through the socket all seems to be required is how far ahead or behind you are. Pomp Rocks, actually I send all the mouse movement, not all the mouse movements. I send 60 mouse movements per second to the server. The server's kind of running its own copy of the game itself and making sure everything is okay. I mean, technically what you said is, that's how I actually initially had it set up. Like you just say, I popped a bubble. And you send that to the server. That makes it a little too easy to cheat, to kind of hack it. So I don't want it to be that easy. I want it to be a little more difficult, like that you actually have to send some legitimate mouse movements to the server. And the server can actually take some action based upon that too, if it thinks you're cheating, something like that. I don't actually have anything doing that at this point, but that's one of the things we're getting to. I think you can cheat either way, but you can send all the movements for the entire game at the end. Well, yeah, I mean, you could cheat either way, but it's kind of a matter of, making it more difficult or not. You know, it's kind of a nice thing to have. But there will be some things that I can do that are, but you could send all the movements for the entire game at the end. Yeah, I mean, I might do some things where I just, I might do some kind of heuristical things to kind of see like, you don't look like a human, so that doesn't count, you know, like there should be some pretty simple checks I can do just to say, you know, like obviously you could write a bot that looks and plays like a human. In fact, that's one of my plans, is to have some actual good bots to play when there's not a human available. Which there won't be humans available a lot because nobody's going to play this game. Nobody's going to play it. I mean, come on. Who am I kidding? Truyakski's he's like the only one. He wasn't even playing today. He said he was playing League of Legends, so I don't. There goes my only player. Oh yeah. I was gonna mention this before. So there is a Discord server. I was gonna say that before, and if you join it, you can check out Truyakski's 124 bubble pops in 30 seconds. It's crazy. He's popped 124 bubbles in 30 seconds. It's like 4 something bubbles a second. 4.03 bubbles per, I don't know. It's over 4 per second, which is crazy. So you can check it out. I got the Discord server down there in the chat. If you feel so moved. I'd recommend setting up a Nightbot timer so it auto sends Discord every 30 minutes or whatever. It's a good idea, Retro MMO. I'll have to check that out. Yes. But yeah, all in all, I mean, yeah, you'd be able to cheat in a lot of cases, but it's a matter of I should be able to detect some like blatantly cheating things. And I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a matter of just kind of playing around with things and seeing how stuff looks like and how it feels and whatever. Yeah. And as Retro MMO noted, the way the input's set up is kind of annoying to deal with, which is kind of good. Kind of good in that case. And then I think vice versa, the way that data is being sent is also going to be equally annoying. With the mouse movements, you could make a replay where people can see the mouse move. Yeah, for sure. In fact, Pomp Rocks, just because you mentioned that, in fact, it's on right now. I'm throwing everything in a CSV. And the reason for this is actually just for my analytical. Actually, this is kind of something I'm going to be looking at more for like bot kinds of things, like trying to build a bot actually. So what I'm doing is I'm actually logging every single, like for a single game, I just log for a single competitive match. The server dumps out a CSV of all the stuff that happened. So like player 0 is this column here. And then the type of mouse movement that happened. So a move. So the mouse moved, all the way up until a click. There was finally a click. And then there's, it tells you what happened on that click or that movement. There's all these positional things. Like what is it? What is this? Timestamps. Oh, mouse event, target bubble ID. Timestamp. This is like the time at which when the browser was up. Or no, wait a minute. Maybe this is match time. Yeah, this is the match time. So 100 milliseconds in, we had the first mouse movement. So we can kind of see like deltas here. Like we should be seeing like a 16 millisecond delta between every mouse movement because I'm sending 60 mouse updates per second. If we see more, that's fine. If we see a little bit less, that's fine too. And sometimes we'll see, technically, you'll see some that are really short, and that's fine. And I'm actually gonna, that's because we're seeing a click and a movement here. And then it like tells you, okay, so I had a click, but it was a mistake. And the mistake that I made was I popped dead space, so I didn't even pop. I popped no bubbles at all. And then you can see like a bunch more movements, click, and then I guess that was a valid bubble pop. Oh yeah, it was a valid bubble pop because you can see our target bubble was 0 here. Now our target bubble is 1, so we popped successfully 1 bubble and went, and now we can see a bunch more moves. Move, and then yeah, so part of my plan is to kind of just punch this into, you know, Excel or whatever, and I could kind of do some more analytics on like, okay, this is kind of what a human being looks like when they're playing the game, you know, just kind of the Turing, the CAPTCHA, my own kind of little CAPTCHA kind of stuff, Turing test kinds of things. But yeah, Pomp Rocks, basically like with this CSV, I mean, I could kind of replay, you know, it could be a replay basically, like the old school Quake and Doom demos, you know, just records the mouse inputs or the keyboard and mouse inputs, and there you go, you got yourself a demo. But yeah, I'd like to dive into this a lot more. Retro MMO, I got to get going. Thanks for the entertainment. Hey, no, thank you, Retro MMO. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for everything. You're my hero, for sure, Retro. Bye. Yeah, catch you later. Are you streaming tonight, Retro? At some point, you guys should check out Retro, by the way. On his way out, he's creating a retro MMO. I'm skipping the joke this time. All in the browser. I'll be streaming in a bet. Yep, nice. I think it'd be cool if at the end it showed a replay of your game and opponent side by side. Actually, that's a pretty cool idea, Pomp Rocks. That is a pretty cool idea. I like that. I'm gonna file that away in my brain. That's pretty cool. XGeo Trek. Hello, Kusid. I don't know who Kusid is, but hi there, XGeo Trek. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. With a button to report shenanigans if the opponent game looks suspect. Yeah, that's interesting, Pop Rocks. Yeah, you got that's a little beyond what I want to do with it, right? I mean, basically that'd be a lot of work for now. But I do like the replay idea. I do really like the replay idea. That would be cool. That'd be cool to see. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. All right. Well, replay just for entertainment's sake. Yeah, it's fun to. I mean, it's fun to. Well, like I recorded a video for when Truyaksky set his world record, like last stream or something. I think it was on the last stream. I was like, all right, I gotta try to beat it. So I tried. And I did a 109 pops with 0 mistakes in 30 seconds. So I recorded a little video of it and I put that up on Discord. And I was like, all right. Well, basically it's cool to like go back and actually watch the gameplay or even like watch it slowed down. Like it's cool to just see it. Like it's cool to, especially when you get pretty fast, it's pretty cool to watch. I'm going to take that idea for my project as well, to be honest, and put it in my list. Nice. All right. Yeah. Ooh. I think, actually, I think we're getting close to shutting the stream down now. We've been going for almost 8 hours. Woo! And we got our reset. I think our reset key thing is pretty much done. So we added in the ability now to kind of do a quick... Oh, no, wait. We're not done yet. Hang on. We're not shutting the stream down quite yet. I got one more thing to do here. Event emitter.emit, match countdown started. I wanted to do one thing where basically like if I start a normal game, play, 3, 2, 1, go. It's 1500 milliseconds, so it's a second and a half of countdown. That's fine. But if you press the R key, I want it to go faster. So if you press the R key, it kicks you right back to starting in 3, 2, 1. It's like a quick reset, right? It's a fast reset. Like, oh, I made some mistakes. I want to just start over again, right? That sucks. 3, 2, 1. But I want this to like maybe even be like twice the speed, twice as fast, like 750 milliseconds then. So that way you're just quicker. You're just back in the game quicker. And whatever. Like if you're really trying to go for that world record, you're going for that WR, you're going for that fat WR, you just have this quick reset key when you make a bad mistake, irrecoverable mistake. You can't actually make irrecoverable mistakes, but I just make it so they press R during the countdown, it just starts. Well, the thing is, I'm going to leave the countdown because, especially for multiplayer, the countdown actually means something. Because you can't get a jump on your opponent by just skipping the countdown for the one-on-one. So, like for example, what happens in the competitive mode is, you know, this guy goes to finding opponent, and then when this guy connects, it'll say opponent found, and then starting in 3, 2, 1, and then you go to the game. So that's kind of how it's going to be for the multiplayer, for the one-on-one. But I want to see about match countdown started. Can I pass? So for this event, okay, so we have one. Oh boy. Okay. Is practice. All right. Where do we emit? Where is everywhere that we emit match countdown started? Let's check. I want to look at that real quick. See if we can do this before we hit 8 hours on the stream. Match counted. That's not what I want. Match countdown started. Oh boy. All right. It's true in every case. Why are there so many? Emit, match countdown started. What? How can that be in the same? Oh, that's not. Match countdown started. Okay, match countdown started 2. What does that mean? In config. Oh, buffer size. Okay. All right, so we've got a match countdown started in, we want to look where it says event emitter.emit match countdown started. So all of these are practice modes, practice games, because unless you pass a false, like we see here, that's the only spot where it means a competitive game. So it's a start a practice game, start a practice, start a practice, start a practice, start a practice, start a competitive game. And then here's some stuff on the server, which we don't care about. We only care about the client right now. Okay, so false is not a practice match. Wow. Okay, so actually all we need to do is, instead of is practice equal true, we do this. Watch this. I think I did. Oh, okay. Okay. That should be good. And then we just need to go to WebSockets wrapper. WebSockets wrapper? WebSockets wrapper? Where are you? WebSockets wrapper. All right. Where is it? Event emitter.emit. Oh, go back here. We got to go back here. Where is it? There it is. False. Okay, so now is practice false? All right, is this going to work? Let's see if it works. First, let's try it. Okay. That's all working. Let's try an actual competitive game here. 1-on-1. Opponent found. 3, 2, 1. Opponent quit. All right, I think everything's good. What's the only difference here? Quickly. Is practice. Okay, if is practice. This if shouldn't be necessary. If not, match weight widget. Okay, if it's a practice, we create the match. Okay, let me double check that again here. So this guy goes in, we practice while we wait. Match weight widget, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Sweet, that's working. Okay. So we're going to add one more little property here. We're going to say match countdown started. We're going to say countdown time. Whoops, is going to equal config dot countdown timer dot client only. That's not the right file. It's not the right file. How did that happen? Okay. Wow, come on. VS Code did some dumb auto import thing. Countdown timer dot countdown duration. Is that right? Let's check. Config client only. Config client only. Config client. Okay. Keybinds. Come on. Come on. Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Countdown timer. Countdown duration. Okay. So what we want to do is like countdown quick reset. I'm going to call it quick reset duration. We're going to call this 750. We're going to do it in half the time. If the player is in a practice match and hits the R key. Sick. All right. Countdown quick reset duration. That's what it's going to be called. Our config file rebuilt itself. Doesn't rebuild itself. You know, something else rebuilds it. But okay. That's okay. So now we're going to by default use countdown time, but otherwise we can specify the countdown time. So down here, reset, we'll say, okay, so we'll do that and we'll say countdown duration. Wait, countdown time? Yeah, countdown time. I should say countdown duration. Let's say duration. Or maybe just countdown dir. Well, yeah, let's go with countdown dir. I like it. Countdown dir is going to be config dot countdown timer dot match countdown quick reset duration. Why don't I just use dir for all of these? Pfft. Who knows? Okay. So now we need to actually use this in our countdown timer object. All right, we have way too many files open here. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need the scoreboard anymore. We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. That. We'll keep that. We'll keep that. All right. And what are we looking for again? Config. No. That's not even close. Countdown timer. Okay. So we are somewhere using config. We're somewhere using that countdown duration. So what we'll do, message text, count text, timer, duration. And we're going to have this dot duration equal duration. Oh boy, wait a minute. Static create. Oh. Why didn't I think about that before? Okay. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We don't need to pass that in the constructor. We're past that in the create method. Yes. Okay, so we're going to pass a duration right here. We're going to pass a duration. And the duration is just going to be used right here. Maxdir equals duration. Maxdir equals duration. The duration that we are now passing to the static create method. All right, so now match countdown started. Pass in that duration. Now up here in the match countdown started, we're going to have countdown and we're going to pass that to, nope, not that. Where's the countdown? Oh, it's down here. It's down here. Don't worry, it's down here. Oops. Right here. Wait. Is practice. All right, let's try it. Countdown. Spelled it wrong. Count. What? What in the world? Okay. That's JavaScript for you. JavaScript for you. Okay. Here we go. Play. 2, 1. We had true for a practice match. 1500 milliseconds. We reset now. Yeah, hey, now it's fast. True, 750 milliseconds. 2, 1. We really need audio for this. 3, 2, 1. Made a mistake. 3, 2, 1. Now it's double speed. I like it. And maybe we're going to have some sort of bar. I've always wanted to have a bar because I feel like just seeing the numbers 3, 2, 1 without any sort of audio, it's unclear exactly what's happening. So that's something not for right now. We won't have that for right now, but in the near future. 3, 2, 1. Okay. This is looking pretty good. Let's just make sure everything's still working fine since we kind of refactored things a little bit. Let's start up a competitive game. Practice while you wait. Practice true 1500 milliseconds. Beautiful. Let's start a competitive game. False 1500 milliseconds. Beautiful. I'm gonna quit. Play. True 1500 milliseconds. Sweet. Okay. I think we are golden. Nice. All right. All right. I think we're gonna do our little recap and then shut the stream down. We finished just before the 8-hour. Well, we finished coding, I should say, writing our programming, whatever, just before our 8-hour mark. Wow. But yeah, we'll do a little quick recap and we'll wrap things up. We'll shut her down, nice and properly. How are our event handlers are good. Okay. I guess let's do a quick commit there before we. Git status, did a bunch of stuff. Git add, git commit -am. Added R key for resets, for quick resets in practice matches. Speeds also now speeds up. Also speeds up the countdown. We'll say countdown timer. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So what did we get done today? Well, we hung out a lot, and that was good. We had some good discussions. But we did actually get a few things done today. So first was, what was the first thing we got done today? Oh, actually, I did the commit already. We got that console log thing happening in there. I will get rid of that. Where did I have that? Okay, wait. Application. This, I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, so what was the first thing we did? Let's pull up the Trello here. Actually, because I just have the public Trello open there. We just finished that. So now we finished the UI for the scoreboard. That was the first thing we took care of. So we dialed in like the movement of the little ball. And we added, so if we go to a competitive game here, we now have the little red ball up here, which actually we added like this graphic by itself at the end of last stream. But now it kind of works to kind of show your position relative to your opponent's position. So to kind of show that you're either ahead or behind your opponent. So that's kind of the idea. So it shows within 20 bubbles. So if you're 20 bubbles ahead of your opponent, the red will be there. If your opponent's 20 bubbles ahead of you, the red will be all the way there, basically. And we added some animation on there, which is nice. So now it kind of smoothly transitions. So it kind of like slides a little nicely there, if you can tell. Just adds a little extra nice touch, if you know what I mean. So we got that. We also now added the resizing for our stats screen, which ended up being a little more complicated than it seemed like it should have been. So if I'm going to go for a world record time right here, right now. Oh, already screwed it up. And then we're going to look at our stats screen and demonstrate the resizing. And the resizing isn't that big of a deal, having the stat screen resizable, but I figured, you know, it'll be nice for posterity's sake. No, it's something, I kind of came up with a nicer process for resizing things, so I thought, let's just do it for this screen. So there are a couple kind of weird things we had to kajigger to get it working, but now our stat screen is resizing properly. And obviously within reason, you know, stuff overlaps, whatever. This isn't, you know, CSS or HTML or anything. This is all just words and text and stuff drawing on screen. So having some sort of, you know, obviously like some sort of portrait support will be something we think about in the future, but not right now. If you do, you're not supposed to play Populus on mobile, but you can. Obviously, it's, you know, it's a website. You can, if you've got a mobile browser, you can check it out. But if you do play it on mobile, you want to use your phone horizontally in landscape. Otherwise, you're not going to see a bunch of this stuff. Because basically, once the screen goes to kind of a more 9:16 ratio, stuff's not really going to be lined up properly. But anyway, we got that. We got this added in, the resizing of that. And we also, what was the last thing we just did? We got a reset key working. So now in a practice mode, in practice game, you can just be playing. And you can make a mistake and be like, I just want to reset. Now there's just a really quick reset. If you press R, the countdown timer is twice as fast as what it is normally. So it's just kind of a way to like quickly get you back in the game without, because otherwise you had to do this. And I found myself doing, I played a lot the other night because I was trying to come back and beat Trioxki's world record, which I did, but then he beat me hours later. So I am, again, #2 Populus player in the world, right now. Basically, I kept doing F5 because that was kind of like the quickest thing. But then you go back to the main menu, then you hit play, and then it does the normal 1500 millisecond countdown timer. 3, 2, 1. But now with this, it's a 750 millisecond countdown. I'm just back in the game much quicker. I think that'll be really nice. I don't know if we're really going to advertise that it's a feature in the game yet. You know, like I don't think it's going to be something in the tutorial. But maybe at some point we'll do that. But yeah, you can really see that difference there. 3, 2, 1 versus now when you hit the reset key, 3, 2, 1. So that's nice. And I guess let's go for a world record right here, right now. We're gonna do a world record real quick. Oh boy, not a good start. This doesn't even count because this is on my dev version, which is different than the live version right now. Ah, no. All right, that's so much, the errors and stuff are so much better on this version than 98. Woo. Okay. 4 mistakes. Yeah, whatever. Not even close. I'm not even close to Trigoxki's. Not even close. So. All right. All right. Well. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So we'll be back here tomorrow. I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. I usually start at 10 a.m. Not usually. I start at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. We usually stream for, 6.5, 7 hours, 8 hours sometimes. We made it to 8 hours now. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow, and we might be doing kind of the main menu lining up, kind of trying to get the button, because right now, the button to join a multiplayer match is, I just made it this little O in Populus, which is not really something I want. I just kind of did it temporarily because technically this is a button. So it was kind of like my little temporary button to start a multiplayer game. But we'll get an actual proper button right over here on the side. And we'll kind of get that lined up and dialed in and everything. But yeah. We'll be back here tomorrow. We got a few people here left, so I might as well see who's available for a raid. Melchizedek. We'll drop in. I think we could. Let's see. Melchizedek's got a lot of people. So he doesn't really. We'll just see what else is out there right now. Oh, what? I'm on the wrong one here. Where's Science and Technology? Why is it so hard to find? There we go. All right. I know I gave this nice, like, proper goodbye, and now I'm like, okay, looking for somebody to raid. Yeah, I guess we'll drop in on Melchizedek. Melchizedek 6809. He's doing a game in C. It's kind of like a Minecraft game. And I think he's pretty much doing it all from scratch and stuff. It's pretty kind of cool. Kind of cool what he's doing. And I think you can play the game and everything too. I haven't actually tried it out yet, but yeah, it's kind of a Minecrafty looking survival game. So we'll drop the raid over there. So for now, we'll see you guys all back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And we'll go drop a fat raid here. I forget how to raid. I always do. Here we go. All right. Some viewers are ready to raid. All right. Kodako, have a good day. Hey, thanks, Kodako. We'll, yeah, maybe see you back here tomorrow. All right, I think we're ready to raid. So long, everyone. Thanks so much. Got new subs and everything today. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. So we'll see you in the next one. Adios. We'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ta for now.